Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to Mtembei TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show. I'm glad that you are watching. Well, Aiwi, Hua. It's now Gachagua for running mate of DP Ruto in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Is this the ticket that will carry the day? Would want to know what you think and feel about the same. And of course, Kalonzo is at it again, threatening to walk out of Azimio. Is it not overdue? I want to know what you feel and think about the same. And Baba today leads the Azimio La Umoja in Kamukunji, Nairobi, as he drums up support for his lineup in Nairobi, the governor, the senator, the women rep. Mambo ni kama hayo. Sijui uko wapi jioni ya leo. Naomba karibu kwa show, tuandamane moja kwa moja, tusemezane ili kila mmoja amakinike kwa kujua mbivu na mbichi kwa masuala yanayoendelea katika nchi hii kwa ulengo wa siasa. So mahala popote ulipo, this is the time that each one of us must voice out what they feel and think about the choices that are being made. Gachagua is unveiled as the Kenya Kwanza running mate. Is this the ticket that will carry the day? Will Gachagua be able to marshal the mountain and deliver it to William Ruto? Is this the one, or we should wait for another? Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space. Just make sure that you arrive on both camera and audio. No admission for people coming behind the curtain. Thank you so much. I want to salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Fatima Malala Sumba, karibu kabisa kwa show. Kuna Daniel Daniel Mawio Akoskwa. Hey, yo, jina ni ngumu. Asante sana. Nicholas Kialo, karibu sana. Tunashukuru. And then kuna nani huyu? Kuna Novestas Limo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Anaitwa Shameless Idealist, karibu kwa show. Joseph Kesis, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Thank you, all of you that are coming in. We appreciate you. Martin Jeru, asante sana. Huyu nani anasema Duke Moses anasema thieves in one corner. Bas, mambo ni kama hayo. Asante. Locked in from Kangemi is Martin Jeru. Kuna Omenya Junior, karibu kwa show. Tatu Juma anasema nini? Baba ametukosea sana. Haya, amekosa nini? Njoo tuambie. Alafu kuna Davis Mwandaga, thank you so much. Kuna Orlando Enoch, thank you so much. Agnes, karibu kwa show. Davis, karibu kwa show. Kipsang Ole Sandiei, karibu kwa show. Kuna Jackson Ogutu, you're welcome. Kuna Robert Opilu Naha of GFHGG, hi to you, thank you so much. Wezi wasifanye nini? Wasikatie hewa. Okay, hakuna cha hiyo, tunashukuru Mungu. Kuna Job Wangila, karibu kwa show. Maxwell Odhiambo, you're welcome to the show. It is interesting times, great moments in this great country, Kenya, where things happen. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Clint, sheria ina demand uweke kamera. Usipoweka kamera ni ngumu kuongeza ofisa. The law applies to everybody. If we don't, unajua the way this place sits, although najua ni mwenyeji, so please weka kamera. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Salama Penat.
Gachagua ndio huyo, mtabeba ama mbebi?
Nakwambia Nakwambia, we wish them success na mambo yao. Otherwise walingoja wakanegotiate. Nasikia wenye wanasema bilioni 1 you cannot be the running mate. Kuna wale wanasema lakini hatuna uhakika. But anyway, I don't know. Najua kwa familia, I can go for example. Mama akiwa mkali, baba at least anatakana kuwa mpole. I've never seen the family that all of them are arrogant. Hakuna mwenye anakuja chini wakitengeneza familia mpaka ikakaa. So the candidature ya Gachagua na deputy president, it is impossible. Ule Kindiki is a smart man, a polite person, but you know, Bernard, hii ni wakati wao. Let the Kenyans choose. Unajua tunaambiwa barabara ni mbili ya kwenda mbinguni. Ukitaka enda moto, kuna barabara ya kwenda moto. Barabara nyembamba ya kwenda mbinguni. We have been told na hatujai kubali kama binadamu. So even today, ni hivyo tu inaendelea. But Kenyans like doing things and then they come and cry later. So hiyo yao, vile jana walipiga kura. Sasa ni kumaanisha kwa KKA kura haijalishi. Votes cannot count. But that is okay. Wame celebrate, maana celebration Nyeri, naona inaendelea, and that is okay. Now, wacha tungoje. Baba alikuwa na mkutano kabla ya hiyo. Wacha nisikie hii uondo ya Kalonzo. Kwa nini alikuja? Sasa anasema anaenda kotini. By the way, nilikuwa nasikia Mutangi akiwa na Wekesa. Anasema hata Amason Kingi na Mutua wameambiwa wawezi toka Azimio mpaka after 3 months. Lakini hii ya mwanzo kutuambia anaenda kotini kujitoa, I think walichilete. Na wanasema anataka kusimama kiti ya rais. Na I want to listen to one thing. Penat, I wish mungetuambia mapema. Mwanzo anasema walikuwa wamepeana China ya Kalonzo kama rais na iko kwa IEBC. So walikuwa wamejipanga. Ni kama walikuja kutucharibu. But we want to know. Walikuja kusaini hizo agreement wakatevel in IEBC. Kesho wanaenda kotini na wanasema wanataka chama yote ifunjwe ama kila chama iende peke yake. Walikuja kujaribu kusimamisha Azimio na wakipigana mpaka mkaweka hiyo One Kenya ama isiji inaitwa nini. Na nilikuwa nilikuuliza jana, hiyo China iliongezwa inaweza kutupatia shida. So hiyo ni kitu moja inafanya, but tukawachana na hiyo. Nataka kushukuru Kamukunji na watu ya Nairobi wote. Sasa Kalonzo akijitoa tena kesho, kumaanisha running mate ya Gachagua wanaenda withdraw, because kama unasema uwezi kuwa kwa Azimio, na nimeona kuna watu wametajwa kwa Azimio na walikuwa mkutano Kamukunji. What will happen, Penat? Uko na deputy governor ya Wiper. Uko na MP alitajwa ni ya Wiper. Kuna councillors ya Wiper na walikuja. Now unataka kuondoka kuenda chama yako. What will happen with these people? Walikuwa Kamukunji. Second, mkutano ya Kamukunji ilikuwa ikwe. Na hiyo ikwe ili extend mpaka ikatupata tumekuwa ikwe, na shukuru. Sitaki kusema mengi, najua ya sa ile mama ako na mimba, Sasa mimi sitaki kuongea, nataka tu ni shukuru wa mama wale wameongea. I want to be careful until tomorrow so that kesho tuongee, but for today I'm in labor and it is a very bad one. Nasikia siwezi hata, lakini naambia wamama wale walikuwa hapo kesa mama ya Rangwe, member of parliament, na waambia wale wamama wote waliongea, na mwambia Kabando wa Kabando tuliwasikia, na mwambia wale kiwanja yote ilifanya hata ikakuwa ngumu karibu tushindwe kuongea. Asante kwa kututambua na kutuombea na kutuombea ikwe. Asante Penat. I have no words to say today. Leo tu naumwa, nakunywa maji, nakunywa chai asioni ikifika kesho uko
Wewe made. Take it easy, itakuwa salama.
Sina maneno lakini nashukuru, asante.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Wangira, namna gani?
Bernard niko mzima, labda wewe.
Mimi niko hapa.
Habari za wenzangu hapo kwa studio?
Wanakaa fiti wote hawa.
Bernard.
Yes sir.
Today Kenya has discovered the eighth wonder of the world.
Eighth of the ninth.
The eighth wonder of the world has been discovered in this country, where a thief can nominate a thief to become his running mate.
Please, mark your words. So use your words properly.
No, I didn't mention anybody. I just said I didn't mention anybody's name. I just said where a thief can nominate a thief. Have I mentioned anybody's name, Bernard? I have not.
Okay, clip yako hapa takuja.
So, as a nation, if this pair manages to form the next government, then we are finished. We are totally finished. But what shocked me most, Bernard, was to see the roles that had been promised to be given to Musalia Mudavadi now being given to Rigathi Gachagua. And the first question I asked myself, what will now Mudavadi be doing as the prime chief, as the prime cabinet secretary? Because for those who followed that statement by William Ruto, he said immediately they elected, he'll issue an executive order. He'll issue an executive order that will, among other things, enable Rigathi Gachagua now to check cabinet subcommittees to oversee implementation of government programs, coordinate interrelationship between national government and county governments, oversee constitutional and independent offices in matters that require intervention of national government. When I was looking at that agreement that was signed by Musalia Mudavadi, William Ruto, and Wetangula, these were the same roles that were supposed to be exercised by Musalia Mudavadi. And today we were seeing them now being transferred to Rigathi Gachagua. Then, without these roles having been transferred to Rigathi Gachagua, now what will be Musalia Mudavadi doing as the prime cabinet secretary? That's what I'm asking myself, because already those roles are gone. They have been promised to be given to Rigathi Gachagua. William Ruto is behaving like a man who has two women, and he's not sure of who to take. And when he meets woman one, he'll tell the woman one, nitakupatia. When he meets the second woman, he'll tell the second woman, nitakupatia. That's what he has done to Rigathi and to Mudavadi. Now the way things look, because Rigathi Gachagua's office is a constitutional office, now Mudavadi amewachwa kwa mataa. I don't know what he's going to tell people in Western Province, because his roles are now gone. What will he be doing as Prime Cabinet Secretary? I wonder, and no wonder if you watch him, even his body language, and even if you watch Wetangula today and their body language, they were not happy people. And remember that Musalia Mudavadi is among those people who are opposing the nomination of Rigathi Gachagua as William Ruto's running mate. And now Rigathi Gachagua becoming William Ruto's running mate. And by bad luck, if they're elected, that will mean that now Rigathi Gachagua will become the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Where will Musalia Mudavadi be? Because even if he's given that big title without mandate called Prime Cabinet Secretary, oh, he is another world altogether, Bernard. Going to Kalonzo Musyoka, you have always discouraged me to discuss Kalonzo Musyoka on this platform. So I don't know whether you'll allow me to discuss Kalonzo Musyoka today. Looking at Kalonzo Musyoka, Bernard, I don't know what's wrong with this man. And perhaps, it was a mistake for Uhuru Kenyatta to have invited him into our coalition. We could just have remained as Azimio coalition, and then we just remain ODM and Jubilee and those other willing parties. But we have gotten somebody who now wants to rock the boat from within. I've listened to Maanzo, and I also have some basic understanding of the law anyway. And when I was listening to him saying that they are moving to the High Court, I did not understand whether they were moving to the High Court to settle a political party dispute or whether they were moving to the High Court over a constitutional matter. Those are things I never understood because I heard him, and as a lawyer who understands issue, I found him to be a little bit confused because I don't see anything constitutional here. What could be there is a political party dispute, and if there is a political party dispute, it's made very clear nowadays under the Political Parties Act that you start it at the political party level, or if you cannot get amicable solution to that dispute, then perhaps you move to the political party dispute tribunal. If the political party dispute tribunal you feel has not given you the verdict that you wanted, that's when you can now move to the High Court. And here is a gentleman who is telling us that tomorrow we are moving to the High Court. We have discovered there are issues pertaining to that agreement of Azimio One Kenya. We want it. We want to impeach the agreement so that every party can go its way. Parties signed to this agreement willingly, including Wiper. Wiper signed willingly. You can now not purport ignorance when you signed willingly to this particular agreement. The only thing that you can raise is perhaps a political party dispute, which means that you must start with the internal mechanism of a political party. After which, if you don't feel contented, you can now move to the political party dispute tribunal. If you feel that the political party dispute tribunal has not given you what you wanted, then perhaps you can move to the High Court. So I really don't understand what he meant. And if you listen to him, he was saying, unless something is done tonight, which means those were just empty threats being sent out. If you don't do anything tonight, tomorrow morning we are moving to the High Court. Moving to the High Court and the High Court giving you audience are two different things. Because they will listen to the matter, they will tell you that perhaps this is a matter that you need first to start at the political party level or move to the political party dispute tribunal. So all that I can say, Bernard, is let us wait and see what will come out tomorrow. Kamukunji, me the things me I observe at times. I observe, and I observed some things. I observed three things in Kamukunji, Bernard. One thing that I observed in Kamukunji, Raila Odinga today was uneasy. And I tend to think that the reason why Raila Odinga was uneasy today was because of this, he makelele ya Kalonzo Musyoka. He was not the Raila Odinga that, he was not even coherent enough for us to know Raila Odinga. He was very uneasy. The second thing, if you watch, all along since Martha Karua joined Raila Odinga, she has been sitting next to Raila Odinga. Today she was sitting 3 seats away from Raila Odinga. That cannot be accidental. That was just to say that basi, because they are feeling that I want to make you running mate, wacha kwanza kaa kando, perhaps we sort out this issue, then perhaps then you'll come near here. The third thing that I noticed in Kamukunji was, all along, it has been Martha Karua speaking last before Raila Odinga comes in. Indeed. But for us today, if you watch, it was Charity Ngilu who spoke last before Raila Odinga was called in. So, those are the observations that I noted that could be related to the crisis that is related to, they could be related to Kalonzo Musyoka's issues. But on the bigger picture, the rally in Kamukunji was successful. It was highly charged. You saw those people were charged. You remember the last time I saw such a rally was in Uhuru Park. I think in the month of January 2018, when Raila Odinga was being sworn in. Today, this was a highly charged, rally where people, were giving in everything. So imagine with such a highly charged party rally today where people are ready to vote for Raila Odinga, and you find somebody called Kalonzo Musyoka who wants to rock the boat here. I don't know. Anyway, let us hope that perhaps they will talk tonight, and perhaps there will be an amicable solution out of it. I don't know. But, it doesn't look very good, Bernard, for us to be seen to be fighting every time. It would have been better for us to remain as ODM and Jubilee without Wiper, and we could have been a more comfortable party the way Kenya Kwanza is. Instead of having Kalonzo between us, and he's always giving us problems, Leonard.
We are not anywhere like Kenya Kwanza. Don't compare the two of us, please.
No, I said on dispute-wise, they don't have, they are not always having disputes the way we are having between ourselves.
No. There is nothing to understand at Kenya Kwanza.
Anyway, I've finished my contribution now.
You're going to say that I'm dismissal.
No, I've just finished.
There is no relationship between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. Day and night don't compare.
But I hope you are noting my concerns anyway. These are just concerns that
yes,
I'm not happy with the way Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to rock the boat in Azimio.
Forget Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is a yule mama ameachwa na certificate ya marriage. Okay? So anakimbia anampeleka kwa auntie, si unaona ndio hiyo alisign. Anakimbia tena kwa angosi, uliona alisign. Mume anaenda. So hata kama unabaki na certificate. Certificate itakupeleka wapi?
Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Bwana Wangira. We appreciate it. Let's move on. Tumsikilize Clint. Clint, how are you?
Mimi niko tu. Yeah, so Ben, tukipewa sifa tunayoistahili, kubali tupewe bana. Jamaa amesema anatamani venye sisi watu wa Kenya Kwanza tumejipanga.
Sijasema hivyo. Sijasema hivyo.
You started it. Shut up now. Wait.
Ben, si hata wewe ulisikia hivyo ndio ukaanza kumkataza eti, So Ben, tukipewa sifa nilikuwa namaanisha kwamba tukipewa acha tuchukue kwa mikono miwili. Ben, kwa issue na Kalonzo, naweza nikasema kwamba nyinyi ni wezi. Kwa sababu hii muungano ya Azimio, baba tunaambiwangwa ni mkora na yule mwingine ndugu yake ni tapeli. Mmetapeli Kalonzo mpaka less than 12 hours you are naming a running mate. Kalonzo is nowhere near the names being forwarded. Alafu mnamwambia sijui mko Azimio La Umoja mnaunganisha Kenya. Mnaunganisha Kenya gani? Hii ni wezi na utapeli kama anavyosemaga kiongozi wa Kenya Kwanza. Kalonzo deserves the best treatment. And I can assure Kalonzo,
umeanguka interview. Hakuna haja ya kutetewa na umati.
I can, as a Kenya Kwanza supporter, I can say Kenya Kwanza is not yet full. We can accommodate Kalonzo Musyoka. Kama ana watch Kalonzo kesho akikunyima crossover jameni. We will see what to do. Ben, jamaa ameongelea Martha Karua's seat today. I don't think Baba in his right senses can decide to make Martha Karua a running mate, someone who scored less than 200k votes in Kirinyaga governorship race. That one will be making, Baba will lose automatically. I don't think Baba can have the guts to make Sabina Chege the running mate. Because Baba amekuwa na hao watu wote including William Ruto. Hakuwahi shinda. Leo hii ndio Sabina Chege atamfanya ashinde kura ya urais. Leo hii ndio Martha Karua atamfanya ashinde kura ya urais. Ben, mimi ni Mjaluo. I support Kenya Kwanza, yes. But nikiona place Baba anaumia, pia siwezi nikakubali. Yeah? How come Martha Karua wants to make Baba the president? Something that the Pentagon never managed. Na siku hizi amejikaza kwa crowds. Eti Azimio mpo, tuko wapi? Bana Martha Karua should sit home and wait for ambassador job. Amejikaza nyuma ya Baba, alafu akona miwani fulani naichukia zaidi. Eti anajifanya anataka kuwa running mate. Ben, these people will make Baba fall. And we have to say no to such people that are not strong politically. Wanataka ku ride on Baba's popularity. Martha Karua akiambiwa sasa hivi, go and organize a rally in Kirinyaga. Watu wataenda watu wengi mpaka Baba akuje. Yeah? So, aache kujificha nyuma ya Baba eti anataka kuwa running mate. Even Governor Joho is stronger than Martha Karua politically. So I think Baba's heart, Baba anataka Kalonzo kama naibu wa rais. Lakini president kina Sabina Chege wameamua hii kitu lazima tu iende Central Kenya. But the issue of Central Kenya, Baba kitoa running mate Central Kenya, Baba might fall, my friend. Kalonzo is stronger than Sabina Chege. Kalonzo is stronger than those other people. President ametunga mkono, yes. Akuje kivyake, akuje alete kura zake. Kama ni kufanya mtu running mate, president alikuwa strong. Angekuwa hajazuiwa na katiba, tungemfanya running mate. Lakini hatuwezi tukaambiwa kwamba kwa sababu president ako Kenya Kwanza, ako Azimio, apeane Sabina Chege, eti Sabina atakuja na kura zote za president. Impossible. Baba achukue Kalonzo wake kama running mate, waende washindane na naibu wa rais William Ruto. Ben, jana kwanza I want to apologize on behalf of everybody Tanga hapa. Jana tuliwaeka sana. Lakini mnajua hii kitu, the issue of the running mate is the easiest decision to make. But after making it, what do? You can drink tea together as you chatter the way forward on various issues, the way the next president is saying.
So including bottom-up economy arrangement. So after you made the decision, you start to take tea over bottom-up economic.
Yeah, tulikuwa tunataka tumwambie David Ndii kazi yake ni gani. So unaona venye tumempanga yeye kama economic block, mpaka tukamuongezea Moses Kuria ndani na yule mwingine nimemsahau jina. So hii economic model within 100 days of our government ban, economy itakuwa imerudi place Kibaki the best president aliachia. So jana mlikuwa mnatupiga hapa na pale eti tumeshindwa kumchagua running mate. Leo hii tumewapa running mate. Kelele haijaisha. Mlikuwa mnataka running mates ama running mate? Si obviously angekuwa mtu mmoja. Man, tushawapa running mate. Mkipenda mtosheke, msipopenda mtoe yenu kesho pia tumuone na watu wakutane kwa kiwanja. Huyu Rigathi Gachagua ni mtu ako na experience Ben. Jamaa amekuwa DO, DC. amefanya kazi hadi kwa ofisi ya the current president, amekuwa personal assistant to the current president. Hiyo time yote Rigathi hakuwa mwizi. Rigathi hakuwa na hizi traits zote tunaona kwa Facebook leo. Lakini sasa hivi kwa sababu ako na William, Rigathi ni mwizi, Rigathi sijui amekuwa charged in court, haizi aka explain sijui mabilioni ya pesa ako nazo. Bana, mtu ache bana. Pesa ni za Rigathi, tushamweka kama naibu wa rais, tukipata mtakuwa mnampigia saluti. Alafu Ben, story na Kithure Kindiki. Jana niliona kwa media alitoka. Na hiyo peke yake pengine ndio imemnyima chance leo hii. Na pia ameahidi ku address press kesho. Kama atakuwa na address press kutoka Kenya Kwanza, ati anaungana na Azimio, tafadhali aende polepole. Kwa sababu hata tulijaribu kupiga mahesabu, hii tarakaniti yake ilifanya Kibaki rais 207. Hata ni kura 200 to 300,000. Nyeri people wako wengi kualiko. So lazima kubali hii story, ajue it is not a matter of life and death.
Stop threatening mshirika. Ako na uhuru ama si Kenya Kwanza tena?
Hapana, mimi nataka baki Kenya Kwanza, lakini ameitisha press kesho. Press tulikuwa nayo leo ya watu wa Kenya Kwanza wote, mbona hakuja? Hiyo yake ameitana kesho. Kama ni kutoka toka.
Wewe una support Kalonzo ku threaten. Ngoja Kindiki awa threaten kesho, mwache mchezo.
Lakini Ben, to be sincere, mkilose tu hivi Kalonzo, it won't be easy on you people. But I don't like your formation. Kwa sababu bana, you can't, Kalonzo is someone who is mature politically. Ben, kama saizi ndio umetapeli hivi viongozi. Mkipata uongozi.
Umetapeliwa wewe. Watu waliapia for interview. Wewe ukiapia kwa interview ulete your CV na nini na nini. Alafu sisi tu grade. Shida ni yetu ama ni wewe vile uliperform kwa interview? Yaani mliona interview ilikuwa mchezo tu.
Hii si story na interview. Mmetapeli viongozi wengi kusign papers ambazo hawajui. Uwizi wa hali ya juu.
Naomba utamatishe. Ngoja engineer.
So natamatisha nikisema hivi bwana Ben. As a staunch supporter of His Excellency the sijui ni muite rais ambaye anaingia kwa sababu Kenya Kwanza tuko na deputies wawili sasa hivi. Unajua nyinyi hamna. Ndio maana pengine mnatuchukia.
Running mate. Achakuwa deputy ni running mate.
Na nyinyi kesho mna unveiled deputy ama running mate?
Both.
So to make it clear Ben, leo tume unveil our incoming deputy president. Rigathi si running mate, tuko sure na hii kitu tushapata, ndio maana tunamuita deputy president. So please, siko Azimio, lakini I want Kalonzo to be respected fully. And nikipata watu wa Azimio, I'll tell them kama venye mnaniangalia kwa hii forum, we want respect for Kalonzo. Na tena Kalonzo tuna
Kenya Kwanza, you refuse to listen to our advice. We gave you free advice. The best running mate for deputy president is one Anne Waiguru. She's pretty, she's intelligent, energetic, experienced, has everything in place. You have left somebody who is competent, you went and fetched somebody who God only knows where he comes from.
Okay.
You would have won in the morning with Waiguru. You refuse to listen to us. Now see what has become.
Nyinyi watu wa Azimio mnajifanya wajuaji. Tungeleta Waiguru mngesema tiketi ya wezi. Tumejaribu tukafunika hivi tukaleta Githeri, anaitwa nani? Gishaga pia ndio hiyo tiketi ya wezi. Tungeleta Kindiki, sijui ako na sauti ndogo. Mnatakaje? Ben.
Zizi la wezi. Mtapata wapi mtakatifu? No,
give me my 1 minute. I finish my statement, Ben.
Half a minute.
Yeah. My final statement is this. We believe in the deputy president that William Ruto has chosen, because this war is tough. Waiguru could have qualified, lakini tunataka mtu akisema no ni no. Hatutaki watu waoga kama Weta, wakati tunaenda kujiapisha Uhuru Park, wanasema eti simu zao sijui zinashika line ya Dubai. Waiguru angetufanyia hivyo. Kindiki pia angetupotelea kwa mahewa, lakini Githeri Waichaga atafika. Kama ni kujiapisha atakuja. Yule ni mwanaume. So tunajua tunaenda kupigana vita ngumu, ndio maana tumetafuta watu ngumu. Kama imewauma, jaribuni mlete Sabina Chege kesho. But we want Kalonzo to be named the deputy president in Azimio, ndio Mount Kenya wakasike tupate haki zetu.
If Kalonzo get named tomorrow, I swear, I'll buy you.
Then as Kenya Kwanza, we want Kalonzo named so that we get our rights in Mount Kenya as Kenya Kwanza. Chukweni Kalonzo, mlimchukua mkampea sign, apewe share yake.
Kenya tarehe 9. Asante. Twende kwa mama Selina, iko nini?
Sina maneno, najua huu mtu ni Azimio, lakini wacha nimpatie advice ya bure. Kama mumeenda kwa Gachagua kwa sababu ni kichwa ngumu, tunawapatia kiboko yake ya kwamba tarehe 100 days baba amesema wezi watakuwa ndani, tuko na kiboko yake na ndiye anakuja kesho.
Naomba sasa tuende moja kwa moja kwa engineer Robert, dakika ni 2-3 tafadhali.
Okay, in my 2 minutes. Good evening, Mr. Bernard and the rest.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay, mimi sijui ni nini mbaya na hao watu wa UDA. Because huyu jamaa anatetea Kalonzo na Kalonzo si mtu wa UDA. First, ni kama sijaingia kwa mada, I just want to respond to Mr. the clinch. Anatetea Kalonzo na Kalonzo kwanza, for the first time Kalonzo anasema vizuri, anataka apate MPs wengi ili atoe Raila. Mtu kama huyo wewe utaweka mtu nyuma yako mwenye tayari ashanoa kisu na tayari wewe umemweka nyuma yako. Forget about that, Mr. Clinch. Secondly, umetuambia vizuri Mr. Gachagua amekuwa DO kwa Kenya, sijui amekuwa nini. Votes gani Mr. Gachagua ako nayo? Wewe unatuambia venye Kalonzo ako na votes, sijui mara tunataka kumtupa. What about Gachagua? Gachagua ako na votes gani Mount Kenya? Which votes Gachagua ataleta? Hakuna. Kalonzo hawezi akapata hiyo DP. Kalonzo alishajinoa kisu, anataka kudunga baba, which mtu anakwambia anataka MPs wengi ili ukiingia pale akutoe. Hata kama ni wewe utakubali kumweka nyuma yako. We can't. Secondly, kirudi kwa mada. Kuna jamaa nilisikia juzi hapa akisema tio usituweke clips ya Citizen. Mimi leo nimewatch hata NTV, nimewatch KTN, hata hiyo Citizen. The whole Mount Kenya, they are not happy with Gachagua. That's true. Hiyo ni ukweli. Hata ukiingia social media right now, people are talking about Gachagua. There's no anybody was expecting Gachagua. People are after Githuri Kindiki. Hiyo ndio watu walikuwa wamejua, ama Waiguru. Those two people. Hata Ruto ameshtua watu wengi sana in Kenya akichagua Gachagua. Na hata ukienda huko Mount Kenya ama Tarakaniti, ndio Tarakaniti huko ni kwa kina Kindithi. Na if you leave alone Tarakaniti, the whole Mount Kenya people are not happy. Ambapo hapo naye Ruto amechezea watu wa UDA na amewa disappoint seriously. Na nikirudi kwa baba, please baba, I just want to tell baba the truth. All the people in Kenya, if you leave alone about Azimio, people are after Martha Karua. Na kama kesho yenyewe baba can mention another person apart from Martha Karua, hapo yenyewe hata sisi pia atatuangusha the way DP wetu ameangusha watu wa UDA. Atangusha so many people are after Martha Karua. Na kama anaweza sikiza maoni ya watu wengi hapa Kenya, tafadhali. Na yenyewe if I support Mr. Wangira, if you see kitu iliendelea leo mahali hata Martha Karua alikaa, that shows you we don't think if baba can announce Martha Karua tomorrow. But let's pray for the best. Asituangushe. If I go back to Kalonzo, If I go back to Kalonzo,
okay,
nataka nimwambie Mr. Bernard, Kalonzo alishaingia kwa Azimio akasign papers. Nimesikia Mr. Cliff akisema ati tulimdanganya. Kalonzo is a senior counsel. Na hata kama yeye CM mwenyewe alisoma hizo vitu akasign, Kalonzo also have some lawyers nyuma yake mwenyewe, hata wangesoma hizo vitu wamwambie mzee, hizi vitu ziko sawa, you can sign now. Yeye anakuja atatuambia na hakusoma, yeye akasign tu. The question is, Kalonzo nasikia kesho anataka kutoka kwa Azimio. Na Kalonzo tayari alisha sign agreement. Is it possible if Kalonzo can go for the running mate? Ama ataenda tu peke yake na atatuachia Wiper, because there is no way Kalonzo can go with Wiper, because Wiper is already in Azimio. Wiper is in Azimio. So if Kalonzo is leaving, maybe ata leave too just alone as Kalonzo with that one vote, because there is no way Kalonzo will go with Wiper. Wiper is already in Azimio and they signed the agreement. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante engineer. Yes, Clint, what is it?
I think the guy is trying to run away from the fact that matapeli walimtapeli Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo has a right to go to court tomorrow. Aende avae upresidency kama Kalonzo binafsi, na sisi kama hii pande ingine tutakuwa tumekaa kwa fence tukisherekea. Ya pili, jana tuliona venye mlifanya Wiper candidate huko Mombasa. Yaani hata kumfanya tu asalimie wapigaji kura wake hivi mlikataa. Kalonzo naye mtamfanyia nini kesho? Angekuja sijui Kamukunji leo. Then Ben, in every campaign that Azimio is doing, tunaona mkono ya serikali. Tumewajua nyinyi watu kama hamwezi mkafanya kitu in peace mpaka the end of it. Lakini since 2018 tumeona vitu zenu mkifanya, they are very peaceful. Hiyo pia tunaomba ichunguzwe. Thank you.
So asante Clint. What do I tell you? Tukifanya peaceful is a problem, tuchunguzwe. Tukifanya chaotic, unasema that is our nature. So na huyu Wiper candidate alikuja mkutano saa ngapi? Yaani ukumbuki Moses Kuria akikalishwa chini Kitui kwa kukuja kwa mkutano amechelewa? Hiyo ni utamaduni wetu.
At long last it was null and void. Sonko deserves to be respected.
Ukikuja kwa mkutano umechelewa wakati baba ashafika, unakaa kwa sakafu. Hiyo ndio sheria. Let's move on. Nini Wangira iko nini?
You know, I just wanted to elaborate something that has been raised by, I'm not sure, one of the two panelists who have spoken. The issue of the claim that Kalonzo presented his papers to the IBC. IEBC. There was that claim. You know,
It's me, Wangira.
You know what is presented to the IBC are the party lists. And if you look at the Political Parties Act, when you join a coalition, the way we were Azimio La Umoja, that's the way Azimio La Umoja, at the presidential level, it is the coalition political party that presents the name, not members of the individual political parties. So I don't understand what Maanzo means that they presented a name, because they couldn't have presented the name if they were already in the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya. Then there was this other argument which Maanzo, and I see these all things as scarecrow to make Raila Odinga sing to their tune. The other argument was that they are going to court to argue that the National Delegates Conference of Wiper had already nominated Kalonzo Musyoka as their presidential candidate. Even if they had nominated Kalonzo Musyoka, they nominated him before they joined Azimio. So when they joined Azimio, they became part and parcel to the Azimio, because Azimio is not anything else. It's a registered coalition political party. So if you are within a registered coalition political party, you play within the rules. So you cannot purport that you are playing within rules that were outside this coalition. Because here what we are talking about is a coalition, and this coalition is the Azimio One Kenya. So that's the only thing that, Bernard, I wanted to elaborate, because I don't see how Kalonzo's name could have been taken to IEBC personally.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Mimi kile naona hapa ni hakuna kitu kipya. Hii ni ile mchezo ya 2007. Okay? Now the actors are the same. Maanzu, okay, and Kalonzo, they are the same people who took ODM Kenya and ran away with it. So they are hoping that they can run away with the Azimio La Umoja. But
That's true, Bernard.
it's too late in a day. So let's Mama Selina, what is it?
Yeah, nilitaka kusema moja tu. The arrangement ya leo, watu walikuwa nafikiria leo ndiye baba angetangaza running mate, na uwezi tangaza running mate kwa ile kitu umeketi alafu unakuwa kando uletwe uketi kwa kiti karibu na baba. So that is why it was confusion. Alikuwa anajaribu kukaa hapa na kukaa hapa, so hakuna vile unakuwa running mate na umekaa the same seat. Hata kesho Kasarani ni KICC mtaona atakaa mbali, mwenye anakuwa running mate anakaa mbali, akipatiwa kiti analetwe anapatiwa hiyo kiti. Hiyo tu ndio nilitaka kusema. Ingine ya mwisho ndio nisichukue nafasi ni kwamba yes, Kalonzo ni vile walifikiria ile kitu tu, tungetaka kotini, na unasikia wanalilia kotini ati waseme ukweli. Kama ulipeana china ya Kalonzo before kama presidential candidate ya Wiper pila running mate, then now wanasema the issue they want tomorrow ni kuendelea na ile china iko huko na kupeana running mate. So na ndio nilikuwa nimekuuliza jana na hata nikauliza leo. Anyway, hatutaki kutil sana na mambo ya Kalonzo, na kwa sababu kwa nyumba ya Kenya kwisha, anaweza enda huko Kenya kwisha ama asimame peke yake, hiyo ni sawa. Kesho mtafutie nafasi, wacha kuja kutusukumia. Ukisukumia mtu bibi anaweza kujinyonga.
Sawa, Mama Selina, asante sana. Kile Mama Selina ndio nani anasema hajaelewa. Traditionally, hata kama wewe umekuwa nominated as an award winner, ukujangi na kukaa hapo mbele unaambia unangoja, you're waiting for your award. There is where you are hidden, then you are unveiled. So what played today it's normal. It's normal with the all manner of political arrangement. You don't make everything obvious. Right now the stakes are high, but it's overreading, and the Wangira ndio wako na tabia ya overread kwa situations. It is normal for Martha Karua to be sat in a far place. It's okay because she will be sitting on the high table. Yes, mwenyewe akasema ukienda kwa party wacha kujipendekeza kukaa mbele, kaa huko nyuma kwanza, mwenye party akikuja ndio akuchukue akulete high table. Ambia hiyo ni
huyu Mr. Wangira anajua sheria.
Nyuma.
Bernard,
niko na swali moja kwa Wangira kwa sheria ya.
Order everybody. Thank you. Hii maneno ya kuongea bila kuinua mkono na futilia mbali.
Swali moja tu hivi.
Hiyo ni bad manners.
Moja tu.
Ngojeni kwanza.
National Delegates Conference, which authorized Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka to run for president and also to negotiate with like-minded parties to team up together and form a coalition. That happened when Azimio was formed, but unfortunately the only reason Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka withdrew his presidential ambitions was so that he may run as a deputy president of Honorable Raila Odinga. Now that it seems from the indications so far, Honorable Raila Odinga no longer wishes to work with Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka and his party Wiper, it is clear that there will be no Raila Odinga without Kalonzo Musyoka. Honorable Raila Odinga will lose a very big chunk, and this is because, first and foremost, the agreement of Azimio Oka has legal issues. We, as Wiper and its lawyers, are approaching the High Court tomorrow morning, first of all seeking to impeach the agreement of Azimio Oka, and I believe the court is a court of justice and will guide the political parties correctly, and we are able to prove before court that the current agreement is illegal and is unconstitutional. And the result of that will mean that every party in Azimio Oka will go its own way. At the same time, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka's name was properly presented even before formation of Azimio Oka to IBC as a presidential candidate. That has not been withdrawn. All that we need to do, together with pursuing the court case, is to also have Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka name a deputy tomorrow, and that he be on the ballot paper and he be one of the contestants of president in the country. And therefore, the only thing which can avert that is further negotiations within Azimio Oka. We've been negotiating for days now, and nothing much seems to come out of it. Honorable Raila Odinga seems to be very fixed in his quest against Kalonzo Musyoka's deputy presidency.
Bernard.
Ben, I have one else.
I said you inua mkono. Engineer, sema. Wale watu wanavunja standing order siwasikizi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard. I just want to ask Mr. Wangira. I didn't say that Kalonzo took some papers to IBC. I was the one who raised that question. I said Kalonzo signed the agreement with Azimio. And yet we heard that Mr. Manzo said it is illegal. And yet IBC ili cancel this man of Maendeleo Chap. Aizi akaruka pande ile. Amebaki huku kwa Azimio. And yet Mr. Manzo is telling us that was unconstitutional. So how will Kalonzo going to stand as alone as the independent? Ataenda peke yake ama ataenda na this Wiper? That's the hapo tu nataka Mr. Wangira, you can clarify for me there, please.
Okay, thank you. Before Wangira responds. Wangira, subiri kwanza. Clint, ask your question so that Wangira responds at once.
Wangira ni kama anaelewa law kiasi. On the same issue of kwenda kwa court. Na sisi tukitaka kubadilisha running mate, si tunaweza badilisha, bado IBC wataruhusu ama? Kwa wale ambao mnaelewa law. Kwa sababu ni kama hamtaki Kalonzo na akiruka pande hii tunaweza mtamaki. So, Mr. Wangira, tukitaka kubadilisha running mate, tunaruhusiwa ama Rigathi ashameza na haizi?
Watoto wa Maumau watawamaliza. Watoto wa Maumau watawamaliza. Chezetu.
Wacha nijaribu kujibu swali la kwanza. Engineer, you know, Wiper never signed an agreement with Azimio. Wiper joined Azimio. What Wiper did was to join ODM, Jubilee, and other 26 political parties to form what is now Azimio, One Kenya Coalition political party. So what happened was that they joined to form a party. It's just like when you join to form a cooperative society. When you join to form a cooperative society, you don't sign an agreement. You become part and parcel to the formation. So as far as the law is concerned, Wiper is part and parcel of the Azimio One Kenya. And even if it wants to withdraw, there are provisions under the constitution of Azimio One Kenya on how they can withdraw. And it's very, very clear that now the way things stand, you see, they cannot withdraw because it's 6 months, it's past 6 months to the next elections, and they can also not withdraw because after elections, they can only withdraw after 3 months. The other issue, they can only withdraw after 3 months. And that's why you see, I've just listened to Mahago now keenly from the clip you have played, Bernard. These people are they are chasing air, because one thing here, Mahando claims that the only reasons, the only reason why, the only reason why Kalonzo withdrew from becoming a presidential candidate is because he was to become Raila Odinga's running mate. Where is it stated? Where is it written so? You see, where is it written so? And then to see that he's only threatening, these are what I call scarecrows. He's talking of further negotiation, unless there are further negotiations. So, he's telling you that unless there's further negotiations, I'm going to do ABCD. I've just been listening to Leah Muzuma, who was one of the ABC lawyers just on TV a few minutes ago. He was laughing at the threat from Mahanga. He even said, if you go to court tomorrow, because by the end of the day tomorrow, you must give the name of a running mate. And the way things stand, Kalonzo Musyoka cannot give a name of a running mate because he's part and parcel of Azimio. So that he will be overtaken by events. And even if they went to court and argue their case, it's unlikely that this case will be determined in their favor before we get to the next general election. So you see, everything is playing against playing against Kalonzo Musyoka here, and that's why he has now decided to invent scarecrows to every time. Kila wakati ni kama ule mtu yuko na mshumari kwa nyumba na alikuuzia nyumba, kila wakati anarudi anasema nataka niko na kitu kangu hivi hapa, ana hang koti. That's the way Kalonzo Musyoka is purely behaving. Huyo jamaa ameniuliza kama you can change your running mate. Yes, you can change your running mate, so long as it's not midnight tomorrow morning. It is not midnight of 17th. Between today na kesho saa tano, na dakika 59 usiku, mnaweza badilisha running mate wenyu. Lakini baada ya kesho saa tano na dakika 59 usiku, the window would be locked. Then you just have to do with Rigathi. Ni hiyo tu.
Okay, thank you Bwana Wangira for the response. I think that's clear enough. Tumsikilize Okiero Wycliffe.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
First of all, thank you for this evening. Today has been a very funny day with a lot of funny feelings. I've actually been anxious to know who the DP is going to pick. And thank God he picked now I can call it the bitter pair. The two are very bitter. And I doubt if Gachagua can do to Ruto what Ruto has done to Uhuru, I don't know how it can go, because the two are very bitter. And even the person who is a member of Kenya Kwanza can attest to that the two are bitter. And I had clean call Gachagua mwanaume. Yes, he is a man, but he's super bitter. Anyway, I will not delve in much into that Kenya Kwanza issue, because I'm still anxious to hear what our presidential candidate is going to give us as the running mate. But what I believe is that even if it is Martha Karua or whoever she is, I know that person will at least bring a fresh leadership into this country, especially Martha Karua. She's someone whom we know she stands for the good for the nation, unlike the others. And I had someone say that, one of the panelists say that today is when we know that Gachagua has scandals. Even if you read an article in 2000, I don't know the exact date, but I can find it if given time. He had issues with Mumias farmers, where they registered farmers and joined them. Now these farmers could not be paid. Reason, he was not accessible for so many months. I don't know whether they went up ahead and did everything, but But that is that we know they have scandals, they are a better pair, and we wish them the best. For Kalonzo issue, I doubt whether Kalonzo will have something. He has just to stay in Azimio. I don't know. I don't see where he's going because even the threshold, based on what Manzo is trying to say, it doesn't meet the threshold because the timeline, the notice timeline, he is not going to be able to give a notice to the Azimio political party that will meet the threshold of the timeline. When is the case should be heard, and when are you able to resign officially from the party? So I don't see him going anywhere. He will just remain there. All these tantrums are for negotiations. People are pushing themselves. People are trying to put themselves into a place where they can get something for themselves. That is what these guys are trying to do. But I don't see whether they are going somewhere, because if you see zoning, Embakasi South is zoned for Wiper. The deputy governor Nairobi is for Wiper. So if you say someone is not treated well, how do you want such a person to be treated well? Should we give the person the entire cabinet and say, oh, because Wiper is this and this is given the entire? So it's the Azimio political party brought so many parties, and I think everyone has been catered for, apart from those positions that are going to be created, like the ones they are going to create in the other side. They are going to create I can call it super minister, who I hear Maendeleo Chapchap will be under. So we want to see how it goes. But I believe Kalonzo is going nowhere. He has nowhere to go. He has just to stay in Azimio. Secondly, there is an issue that Clint raised about bottom-up economy. How this particular model is going to bring a change within 100 days in government. I tell you, it's something that is not practical. How it can be implemented is still not known. It's a model that can easily be used to swindle the government or the public funds. Like you say that you've tendered 50 billion for this particular project. How can you account for it? What are you going? Because every allocation has to go through parliament, for approvals. Once the cabinet has approved anything, it goes to parliament. Now, if you allocate 50 billion and you want to say you want to distribute to Mama Mboga, how are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? So these are things that at times when I hear people like Clint talk about it, I start laughing because I wonder, how will these guys implement this particular kind of model? Those are my few remarks for the night, and I wish we have a good running mate tomorrow. I'm very anxious to hear who is going to be mentioned. Otherwise, thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wycliffe. I think there's no matter rising. We will bring in Bantu Warrior, but let's listen to this first.
No muba hafifu ndaba hafifu numudinya na mbeni zinguru muhane zinguru ndaba ni zinguru mu serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Chigira niba bindu zana na bihanwe no bigaburwe. Niba nubu ambassador. Inzinyara kwikara mbe ambassador muzindebe zose. Paga munyore. Niba nubu PS inzinyara kwikara mbe PS muzindebe zose. Ganyarekada. Paga bande banyore. Kumunyu mwenyake ndeke. na bandu bitu bageri balla kwa kubabolla mugoroba na mbabolle chigira na barusha vikara kurugaga baborande kurindila ko lebukindu na buzihayi kuku iturize bibisa benya kuturi choba dabe Rona balle sasa kuri batanje kolle serikali za kurombo nende Kenya kwanza nole ni baturera zimbiru nizi suti ni bande terazi CV baborande kunyi kubeza ni munye we rero ndabahenza mbatumi kabisa mbabole mapema kwenye kubarore sahi baburu kurinda nbyakashya babaze kwikara ku mesa kari bakiri kwisaba mikono da sigabe ndio tuambie hii tumechoka.
Okay, that's the son of Mululu addressing his people. I think Murunga should give us the interpretation very fast. Then to let
Wangira.
Avana Murunga.
I don't understand Kimaragoli.
I know.
Bernard.
Yes.
Habari zenu nyote?
Salama, namna gani Murunga?
Mzuri sana.
Yes.
Omami Joram, how are you?
I am fine, Murunga Karie.
Malai sana. Now, Bernard, you hear the sound of Mululu lamenting, kusema ya kwamba kuna watu wanataka kukuja wakitaka wakiwa wamevalia masuti, wanataka kukula chakula kama hawajaosha hata mkono. Nasikia is raising an issue regarding those who want they were talking, in fact he's talking about power. They want to share power and they want to come here to grab things before they even wash their hands. Kama chakula bado iko moto. That's what he's talking about. But listening to him is somebody who is agitated because he sees the ground is not appreciative of what he wants. I think that's the whole essence of what the Mululu son is saying. Na yule mtu ana target kabisa hapo ni wale watu wanapinga yeye, wale watu wanapinga his candidature. Of course you hear him talk Maragoli. And sisi watu wa Western, Bernard, you know very well, na my brother Wangira, you know that we speak in different dialects. Lazima uongee lugha ambayo inaeleweka unless you coming from those sides huko chini. Yes.
Sawa, just hold on. Isuka wa Obola, isuka wa ena. Wewe ongezea chumvi tuone. What did the son of Mululu say? Isweha. Unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Unmute once.
Hapo tosha, endelea basi kuongea.
Nanisikia?
Yes, endelea.
Okay, sasa hii son of Mululu anajaribu kusema kwamba yeye akiwa hapo kwa hiyo meza lazima tumpatie nguvu kwa kumsupport. Lakini tusipompatia nguvu hatakuwa na uwezo wowote, kwa sababu akipata kama UPS haizi chukua PS zote, lazima agawie watu wengine. Akipewa ambassador haizi kuwa ambassador ya nchi zote, lazima agawie watu wengine. Lakini hata kubali mtu atoke huko wakati kila kitu imeiva, iko kwa meza, hata saa hiyo aoshi mikono, wanakuja wanataka kule, wanakuja na makaratasi na masuti, hata kubali, atawaangalia tu. Hivyo ndio kitu ambacho anajaribu kusema. Yeah.
Asante. Thank you. I think that's clear enough. Ngoja kwanza takuja kwako ndio ufanye utoe maoni yako. Tulikuwa tunataka tuyo translation kwanza, alafu tunakuja. Sawa, asante.
Asante.
Bantu warrior. Is that how leadership is done? You threaten people even before we make you the president.
Asante sana, habari zenu bwana Bernard, na wasalimia watu wote kwenye panel, mama Selina, engineer Mr. Wangira, Otieno, Nyumba, Murunga na Iswaha. Yangu si mengi sana, tumeona mengi kila ile election ikikaribia, tunazidi kuona mambo mengi na bado tutaona mengi sana na drama nyingi sana. Mojawapo ni kama ile jana iliyotokea huko Coast, ilikuwa ni drama kama movie na sote tukashuhudia, tukaona bwana Sonko ambaye yuko na Mr. Kalonzo, na ile ni aibu, na hiyo ndio grupu ya Kalonzo. Na Kalonzo badala ya kutuletea furaha katika chama ama msaada katika chama, anatuletea shida zaidi. Na upande mwingine nikiangalia, naona election hii ni election ambayo like no other. Hii election ina mambo ambayo watu wengi hatujawahi kuona, na si kitu cha ajabu, we are expected. Na upande mwingine unaona ita expose mambo mengi sana ambao watu pia hawajaamini. Ukiangalia kwa upande wa baba, alikuwa na waamini watu wengi sana, lakini safari hii ina expose, inaonesha watu gani wanampenda baba na watu gani wanajifanya wanampenda baba ama wako na baba lakini hawako na baba, na how many betrayers na how many Judas ambao yeye alikuwa yuko nao kwa siku nyingi sana. Mfano unaweza kuona kama Kingi, unaweza kumuona Mtua, unaweza muona Meneja Mulembe na Mr. Watangula, watu wa Earthquake, vile umebetray baba. Na baba ni mtu mzuri sana na anaonekana kwa vitendo, sio kwa kuongea. Ni mtu mwaminifu, ni mtu ambaye amejitolea, yani yeye amejitolea maisha yake yote. He's a fighter, he's a freedom fighter, kama wale freedom fighter muhimu waliotangulia. Na kama baba angekuwa yeye yuko wakati wa Maumau, yeye pia angekuwa na Dedan Kimathi front line. Nina hakika angekuwa amesimama na Dedan Kimathi na wengineo kupigania nchi, lakini wakati huo alikuwa ni bwana mdogo sana. Baba he is like no other. Unaweza mweka pia kwa sehemu kama Nelson Mandela vile vile, na siku za mbeleni mtakuja mzungumza, mtakuja read vitabu vyake na mtakuja sema huyu mtu alikuwa anapigania hii nchi. Wengi sana wameshuhudia running mate wa Dr. William Ruto, na hiyo grupu inaonekana na inajionyesha in daylight. Mnaona hiyo grupu sasa. Wananchi iko kwenye mikono yenu wenyewe na uamuzi uko kwenye mikono yenu wenyewe. Mchague mnataka wapi. Mnataka kwenda chini kabisa, chini huko kabisa, ama mnataka kwenda juu? Uchaguzi ni wenu, hamlazimishwi. Shida kama mnalia njaa, mnalia mafuta yamepanda, ni uchaguo wenu wenyewe, mtachagua. Baba hawalazimishi, na baba hapeani, haongi watu, kwa sababu kuhonga, hiyo corruption tunaongea kila siku, kupeana pesa ndio inaitwa corruption. Na baba hahusiani na mambo kama hayo kabisa. Ikiwa wewe unampenda, umpende kwa moyo wako na uende ukaweke kura pale, kwa sababu wewe unataka maendeleo. Lakini kama unataka corruption, basi wewe funga vitabu vyako na nguo zako uende kwa hiyo Kenya Kwisha, huko ndio unaweza, kwa sababu hiyo ndio timu ya corruption. Mi sina mengi bwana Bernard kwa sasa, nitatoa nafasi kwa watu wengine. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu Warrior, we appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele. Mundu wa nyumba.
Habari ya jioni Bernard na wenzangu wote wa panel, namsalimia. Umesalimika?
Tumesalimika, asante.
Asante pia. Haya, sasa hii ndio itakuwa ya mwisho. You don't have to answer right away, but let me start with it as the first item of my presentation. Let me advise you people, ukikula njugu usingizi inakuja. Na jana niliuliza swali, siku ngoja lijibiwe, nilipata usingizi nikalala. So Bernard and members of the panel, may this question be answered after my presentation, but I start with it. So keep it in your mind for it to be answered. My question yesterday was this: if Kalonzo went away out of Azimio, inaimanisha hatutashinda? Na nilikuwa nimeuliza hiyo swali kwa sababu me am tired, very very tired Kalonzo, sana. So pengine Bernard, kama ulipata jawabu ama weyote mwenye alikuwa kwa yesterday's panel, aniambie effect ya Kalonzo o kuondoka kwa Azimio, aende pali popote. I don't care, aende kwanza, aende individual presidential candidate ama atoke. What is the effect? Because I think we have already a winning team myself, but I wanted to hear more from members of the panel. So that's some homework. As I give my talk, somebody can answer me at the end of my talk, and I'll be very brief. Now, Ruto finally picks Gachagua for KKA running mate. That is very good, and that's how they fail. Na nilikuwa nimesema hawa ndio walileta mambo ya Mount Kenya East na Mount Kenya West. Na as I said yesterday, either side pale angechukua huyo deputy running mate, it would antagonize. That's the word I used yesterday evening. It would antagonize the other one. If it takes from the east, it antagonizes the west. If it takes from the west, it antagonizes the other side. And though it was not safe. But it's not that I'm lamenting. In fact, I'm appreciating and celebrating their failure. Hiyo ni kuanguka. Sasa ngoja utaona hiyo. Hata si Tharaka Nithi peke yake pahali Profesa Kindiki ametoka. The whole region mpaka huko hata Wameru na nani, hizo zimerudi kwetu Azimio. Congratulations for that nini. But I think why Gachagua was picked, number one, Gachagua has got cases in court. We shouldn't talk much about it, but we are not going to details of whatever money movement of 7.something billion, 0.2, and this is already in court. Please, members, remember, he cannot have done it alone. I said in one of my presentation in some weeks back that catching the main player in a corruption case is very difficult. The main player, the mastermind or the architect, actually uses remote control. He uses other people to effect those corruption cases. And you cannot pin him down or her. You can't. Very difficult. Because one thing, him or her will not be a signatory to thefts, to the checks used for thefts and all that. On a small fish will be caught. The mastermind of the corruption is like a whale, very far. Cannot see even his footprints or fingerprints. So Gachagua, all these, I'm not saying he's guilty, but there are issues in the court already. He was not doing it alone. I'll not mention any name. Think for yourself, please. Number 2, you remember very well that one thing for new members who may not know me, I'm a Azimio man. I've been in Jubilee since 2012, and I'm still in Jubilee. So I'm in Azimio. I'm a promoter of Azimio. I'm in the front line. Now, if you remember, during late mother to Honorable Mudavadi, this is what our president said. Remember, although I look very black here, I'm a Kikuyu. I'm a black Kikuyu. Bantu, it's the lighting. It's not that I'm this black. It's the lighting, and my laptop makes me very black. Now, Uhuru said this, and I don't want to sound tribal. I'm a patriot, and I don't know why a man who used to be called patriot used to come in this channel. I don't know why he went. I'm a patriot, a Kikuyu patriot. I'm a Kenyan, but there's no way I can run away from being a Kikuyu. Our president, whom we are following his instructions, especially as elderly people, middle ages and upper ages, we are following his instructions as a leader, as even the Bible says so. He said, Kenya is for all of us. It's not for 2 tribes. Okay? And actually people started making a lot of noise. The first president was a Kikuyu. The second one was a Kalenjin. The third one was a Kikuyu. The fourth one was a Kikuyu. The fifth one should be from elsewhere. That was our president implied. But you can see the combination of Ruto and Gachagua. This is Kikuyu, Kale, and Kikuyu. This, and I said, I don't want to sound tribal, but I'm quoting even what our president said. It's other people. We have 40 whatever tribes. And not that they don't have qualified people who can be the president of Kenya. They have very qualified people from all over. So let's not get stuck with the Kalenjin Kikuyu Kalenjin, alternating. No, let's change. Finally, Gachagua, okay, he's gifted, he's an orator. But his history, it's all over what he has done. Has even been a bit he doesn't have a national standing, you know. He's from Mathera. That's where I got my girlfriend. I came by my wife. We go there often to see my mother-in-law there. And we changed them the other day, the whole family. Told them to get, they were in UDA, told them, no, get out. This is not the way to go. Okay. So Gachagua, even at the grassroots, okay, he'll make it. But he's even at a mountain area, he's not popular. He can't carry many votes. He'll carry just a few. There, Karatina, you saw people demonstrating for him. No, just there. He doesn't, hey, he got MP the other day. He has never moved from that. But he has been in the system and all that, taking a lot of money. So actually, he's not bringing any votes to Kwanza. But I'm not lamenting. I'm even happy. Maybe Kidiki could have even brought the Merus. So they are doing us a favor by choosing that. Now, I go to the other point or theme of the day. Kalonzo threatens to walk out of Azimio. Bernard and others who were there yesterday, I said, and it applies to the question I've asked, of nagging. I'm really fed up with the Kalonzo. And it will be good riddance if he leaves and go wherever. It doesn't matter if it's Kwanza or in whatever he goes. Instead of him peeing from the inside, let him go outside. Pee from outside in the house of Azimio. Otherwise, the house, if he does it, he has been doing it from the inside. I'm sorry to use that language. And the house is actually now, there's a bad smell in the house because of his doing it from the inside. Should go out and do his stuff outside. So that one relates. What I'm saying, wherever he goes out of Azimio, it will be good riddance. To me, it's positive. Unless somebody tells me that we are going to fall, not win, because of absence of Kalonzo. No, I don't think so. But somebody can convince the otherwise here. Especially, I don't know if he's still here. That was Mr. Who. Where is he? I can't see him. The Kwanza man. Was it? He left, eh? Okay.
Clint left.
Yes. It's okay. Now, the other theme, Baba leads Azimio La Umoja in Kamukunji. No, Wycliffe left, because I had a comment for him. Wycliffe, are you there? Okiero, you are there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you said Kalonzo should stay in Azimio. I say, and stay here. He should just go away. He should not stay in Azimio. Very far from Azimio house. I noted that.
May I comment, Bernard?
No,
please.
Hold
on. Let him finish his submission first.
Yeah, he should go very, very far, maybe into the Indian Ocean. Okay. Now, Baba leads Azimio La Umoja in Kamukunji. I saw it. That was a very good meeting. I wish even tomorrow he should not go to KICC. He should have gone into Moi Stadium or Kasarani to announce the running mate. And that will even be a bigger group because it is something everybody is waiting for. The only fear I have, although I don't know if Mama Selina answered that, in politics, even the sitting arrangement has got a meaning, okay? And even the talking sequence usually has got a meaning behind it. Who talks first, who talks last, who sits next to who sits next to power. Let me say this. Before the rising stars of Mother Karua started rising, actually, the person who had been earmarked to be a running mate was Peter Kenneth. Okay? You people, I told you I know these things. I'm part of the schemers here. But when Mother came in, she overtook, and it was going that way. But today, even where Selina maybe will also chip into that, the sitting arrangement, it looks like Peter Kenneth was being pronounced to something. For example, even the Kwanza, although I don't like talking many things about Kwanza, regarding has even the sitting arrangements, it has been very pronounced that he was earmarked for that. So I don't know if Peter Kenneth or that, but I stand for Mother myself. I said I've been in Jubilee since 2012. There's a lady, she worked in Nakuru when I was also working in Nakuru way back when she was a magistrate. A tough lady she is actually, and a very good one. And I cried last time she stood for president. I said we Kenyans, we keep on crying about corruption. And only person who could have assisted us in fighting corruption was Mother Karua. Then we don't even elect her. No, this is the lady we want. The combination of Raila Amoro Odinga and Mother Wangari. Actually, she shares a name with my wife. My wife is called Wangari. But that's not because I'm defending her. She's a smart lady, tough lady. I said earlier in another presentation, I actually shrank when she ran away. She took off from Moi's meeting, open like that. In fact, I thought she'd be followed and punished, but nothing happened to her. during Kibaki's, the nonsense of corruption she took off. This is a lady. This is the right lady or the right person for Raila as a running mate. As I finish, I think I'm done. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Bernard and Panelist.
Okay, asante. Yes, Mama Selina first.
Thank you so much. Nyumba, unajua leo arrangement watu wengi imewasumbua, but walikuwa nafikiria baba atatangaza running mate. Na unajua kila siku kiti ya president na kiti ya deputy inakuanga empty. So ukichukua chairman, unamtoa mahali unatoa, unampeleka anaketi kwa kiti yake. Ikifika atamu ya kuchukua deputy yake, anatoka hiyo kiti anapelekwa. So Ngilu alikuwa amekalia leo kiti yenye Martha Karua kama angetachwa, Ngilu angemchukua amweke kwa hiyo kiti ya deputy president. So the arrangement was okay because it was Ngilu and then Peter Kenneth and then Martha Karua. Alafu watu wamesema wakati baba aliita watu, aliita Tarus, akaita Sapina Cheke, then akaita Martha Karua, and then wale wengine wote sasa wakasimama. You know, you cannot be deputy president upatiwe kiti uendelee kuketi kwa hiyo kiti. Always wanatoa na kulete kiti kama kuna hiyo kubwa ya heshima. That is how it goes. Huwezi kalia hapo na upatiwe kiti ukiwa hapo, lazima ukue mbali uletwe. So that was the arrangement. Baba nafikiri angetangaza leo, but vile wengine wanasema Uhuru lazima akue, na ndiye kesho itatangazwa KICC kama Uhuru mwenyewe ako. But hata Uhuru mwenyewe, in which hands can he be safe? Kwa sababu sasa ya Gachagua na Ruto, he will be safe kwa mkono ya baba na Martha Karua. Hata kama Uhuru angeona angekuwa na maneno na Karua, but he knows Martha Karua ile mambo ana stand for. So even Uhuru mwenyewe, he will be safe in the hands of Martha Karua and baba.
Thank you, Madam Selina.
All right, Okiero, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Nyumba, what I said is I'm seeing there are tantrums which are being thrown up and everywhere, but they don't meet the threshold to allow Kalonzo to go anywhere. So I only commented that I don't see him going anywhere. I'm seeing him staying, but he is trying to position himself through these tantrums so that he can get what he wants. But I didn't say that we need him much or we want him to stay. I said, I don't see him going anywhere. Yes, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. I think that settles that. Kabla tumlete Bwana Murunga, I want to appreciate all of you that are sharing and inviting people to watch. Please keep doing that so that we keep our viewers high, and we educate the entire nation, not just a few of us as we talk among ourselves. So share in your WhatsApp group, share in the Facebook groups, invite as many as you can. And then if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do. Your subscription counts and it's necessary. That's the only way you will be notified every time we come live. And we are coming live every day on different channels. I mean, same channel, but different programs running at a go. So when you subscribe, you get an advantage of getting the information wakati iko bado moto bila kuchelewa. Let's get this and then we bring in Bwana Murunga.
Asanteni. Nairobi oye! Nairobi oye! Asanteni. kina mama, kwa wanyonge, kwa kila mtu. Hiyo mipango haiwezekani bila kuchunga rasilimali ya Kenya. Na ile timu ni moja peke yake, farasi ni moja. Ile timu iko na kiongozi mzalendo, anaweza kuchunga mali yetu. Ni timu Azimio ikiongozwa na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Hakuna timu ingine. Na muelewe, nchi yetu imo hatarini. Nchi yetu imo hatarini. Mukichagua watu hawaeleweki, tutaanguka kwa shimo, hatutaweza kutoka karne hii. Kwa hivyo lazima tuchague timu ya ukweli, timu inayoaminika, na hiyo timu ni ile inaongozwa na Raila Amolo Odinga. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka. Okay. Asanteni. Asanteni, asanteni. Asanteni, asanteni sana.
Majina ya wabunge. Tusome majina.
Okay. Mama ni kama haya. Bwana Murunga, karibu. Ako wapi Murunga?
Murunga yuko hapa.
He,
Niko hapa.
ulimuturu.
Yes mwana.
Haya, karibu tafadhali. Mbio tuokoe muda.
Habari zenu nyote.
Salama.
Yes, sasa acha nirudi tuongee mambo ya yale yanatuhusu na yale yanatuguza kwa roho zetu. Mimi leo nataka kuanza na mambo ya Kalonzo. Wacha hiyo mambo hiyo ya Deputy President kwa point running mate wake, hiyo nitakuja kuguzia baadaye. Manake mimi hiyo haijanishtua popote. Now, Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is a good man. Kalonzo Musyoka is a very good man. The only problem Kalonzo Musyoka has two people that were assigned to him to ensure that he is actually delivered to Kenya Kwanza. And this is where the problem is. Shida ya Kalonzo Musyoka ni mtu anaitwa Eno Wambua na mtu anaitwa Mutula Kilonzo Jr. These guys were given money. But as I told you the other day, muzigo mbili ilifika. Muzigo moja ndio bado haijafika. Muzigo ya kwanza kufika ni ile kijana ya Mululu, alifikishwa Kenya Kwanza. Muzigo ya pili kufika ilikuwa Moses Masika Wetangula. They were delivered. Malala, hiyo nayo ni heko kwa Malala kwa kufikisha hao. Lakini hawa watu wawili wameshindwa kufikisha muzigo, despite having been given large sums of money. Sasa hiyo mahali shida iko ni hapo. So that's the reason why you hear Kalonzo Musyoka, watu wake, though he has not come out to say it openly, Kalonzo Musyoka himself, it is his boys, hawa kina Dan Maanzo, and you were going by the history of Dan Maanzo. Let me assume certificate haiko na Dan Maanzo hii yetu ya Azimio One Kenya. Kama anaweza kuwa kona fununu ama kujua mahali iko, then we must be sorry to ourselves, because that guy is crafty, he can do anything. Anaweza kuja kesho usikie sasa hatuna certificate, hatuna chama. That's what we are saying here. So the fact of the matter is, Kalonzo Musyoka himself is going nowhere. Kufikia kesho, as Joram said earlier, that mambo ya deadline ya vyama kuruka na mambo ya kuwasilisha running mates ni kesho, kufikia usiku wa manane. Kufikia saa 6 ya usiku, then that will be a done deal. Where is Kalonzo Musyoka going to get it ready to have the party out of Azimio One Kenya Alliance? It is impossible. How is he going to actually get the running mate tomorrow? All these things tomorrow. And you remember, these are Kenyan courts. Under certificate of urgency tomorrow morning, this thing may be certified later in the day. Then there comes printing the order kuanza kuserve. Saa ngapi hiyo bana? Let's agree hakuna mahali Kalonzo anaenda. Na iwapo ataenda, atazunguka tu hapa ndani ya Azimio One Kenya Alliance. So mambo ya Kalonzo mimi najua ni mzigo ambayo haikufika, ndio sababu anatuletea shida na sisi upande wetu. Na Kalonzo Musyoka angekuwa Kalonzo Musyoka mwenyewe is not campaigning for Raila Odinga. He only did it once. Alipoenda Tharaka Nithi, watu wakamshout, wakamshautia kidogo, yeye akaogopa. So shida yetu yenye tuko nayo ni hiyo. So these guys are there, yes, they are going nowhere. Turudi sasa mahali ya appointment ya deputy president, running mate wa William Ruto. Mimi Bernard, ile mambo tumesikia ni kwamba by the time hawa watu jana waondoke waende nyumbani, MPs wote walikuwa wamekwisha chagua nani? Kithure Kindiki. Vile walibadilisha ikakuwa ni Rigathi Gachagua, Mungu ndiye anajua tu. Na hayo mengine yote, yule mwingine hata kutokosa kualika. Kwa hiyo uteuzi ya leo, then that's something that kuna kelele mahali Bernard.
It was from my end, sorry.
Sawa. So what I'm saying is this. Upande wa Azimio One Kenya Alliance sisi tuko sawa. Mambo ya appointment ya Rigathi Gachagua, najua Mount Kenya East hawajafurahia na itasumbua sana. And that is the reason why we as the Azimio family tuanze kuangalia, tujue kabisa, yes, we may be having serious and senior candidates for the running mate position. And Bernard, I still hold the view that if the running mate for Raila Odinga was Peter Munya, hii ticket ya upande wa Mount Kenya East tungesumbua sana. But it's unfortunate the candidate Raila Odinga has already settled on Martha Karua, and I think that is the ticket. But if that was the man, I am sure, because the guy is a good mobilizer, hapo tungeweza contain Mount Kenya East na tungekuwa na uungwaji mkono kabisa. Yes, nafurahia ya kwamba Azimio One Kenya Alliance wamesettle kwa Mama Martha Karua. And as we say this, before Raila Odinga unveils her, let us have her profile. Let the screens run Martha Karua's profile, waonyeshe ulimwengu na waonyeshe nchi. Wafanye comparison. Yani tutaona ya kwamba ni kama ardhi na mbingu. Manake hawa wawili ni vitu mbili tofauti. Tuonyeshe vile walivyo. Na ndio wakimunveil yeye, sasa ionekidhirisha wazi ya kwamba we have a candidate. Mama ambaye anajua mambo ya utendaji kazi, mama ambaye atachunga rasilimali za nchi, mama ambaye assuming leo yeye ndiye anabaki kuwa commander in chief, hakutakuwa na ufujaji wa rasilimali za umma. Huyo ndio tunaongea kuhusu. We need to see her credentials displayed, and let us now see who Raila is and who mama is. Kwa sababu huko kwingine imedhihirika ya wazi ya kwamba wale ni matapeli wawili, magaidi wawili, wale ni watu mimi sitakuwa na uoga kusema ya kwamba kule kuna wezi wawili. That's a fact. I'm not the first person to mention the word wezi. Wale ni wanyakuzi wawili, because hakuna mmoja kati yao hana haja kuwa na kesi za kuhujumu rasilimali mali ya umma. Wote wamekuwa katika hiyo hali, na kwanza huyu mwenye ameletwa ndani ako na very active cases in court. So these are the people we're talking about. So that's why I'm saying mama must be brought forth. Watu wamuone, watu waambiwe mama na waweke Rigathi Gachagua pale, tuonyeshe Wakenya hapa tuko na candidates wawili. You know, we say this, you draw a parallel line, unachora nyeusi na nyeupe. Watu wenyewe waamue kama ni kudidimia ama wanataka kwenda kwa njia ya kuwakomboa. So that's what we're talking about. Kule candidate mwenye amechaguliwa leo, yule hana jina. A man with no name. Remember the man who was a dio at some point huko Molo wakati watu walikuwa wanachinjwa kule. So leo hii ataambia Wakenya nini? So ndio tunasema ya kwamba cases zake zile alianza mbeleni mpaka ya saa hii, the guy does not, and in fact I'm also questioning our institutions that are mandated with investigations. Mbona wamelalia kazi mpaka kuacha majangili wanachukua uongozi wa nchi? Inakuwa ni jambo la kukera sana. And IEBC, if IEBC cares for this country, if IEBC cares and really has people with credibility, they need to stop the running mates alongside the presidential candidates for Kenya Kwanza, so that iwe ni funzo kwa watu wengine. Lakini kama hizi institutions taacha magaidi wanakuja kuwania nyadhifa za uongozi, ili hali kuna watu ambao wako na mimi nasema Bernard, in future hii nchi kuna kiwango kile tutakuwa tunajaribu kuangalia wale watu wanaweza kutumika kuchagua marais wa nchi. Manake if we go and we continue with this trend, we are going to have the worst. We are also it is going to be more worse, because when we have the likes of Rigathi Gachagua being appointed to the positions, higher positions like what the DP has done today, then this country is doomed. And then we have the electorate with nothing in between. I don't let me not use the bad words, but the electorate that is ignorant, they go ahead and rubber stamp that by way of voting. And we have the electoral system that will also aid them in winning that dubious election. So that's what we're talking about, Bernard. We need to really look into this. Another thing that I wanted to point out is the issue of the IEBC. Me, Bernard, I've said this, and I've talked about this thing about IEBC. Yes, it's not among the topics we are discussing today. IEBC still remains the biggest obstacle on our way to the presidency. Hata hii mwaka, IEBC is still the biggest problem we have in this country. IEBC is not the right one. Currently, as is constituted, is not the right one to hold this election. Hawa watu kama kina Chebukati, look at the number of the IEBC returning officers. It is something that is already, wengine wanafikiria ni kama iko predetermined. So hii kitu tunaongea kuhusu Bernard, tuangalie pia na hii mambo tunapoongea hivi, pia tuhakikishe ya kwamba hii mambo inafika katika kiwango cha kuweza kurekebishwa. Manake hatutaki kusikia mambo ingine, tunaambiwa ya kwamba tunapiga kura tena imeibiwa. Because we know very well 2017 Raila Odinga garnered more votes. It's not something we are going to talk about today. Hiyo ni kitu cha maana sana. Raila anapo unveil running mate tomorrow, let us also look at what will be the obstacles ahead. Let us actually handle the shortcomings along the way as we move forward. Now, Bernard, the other issue is...
Bwana Murunga, chunga muda.
Sawa, mambo ya Ukambani sasa. Ukambani vote, mimi niko na imani sana na Mama Charity Kaluki Ngilu, Ukambani professionals, I was in Makueni a few days ago, nilipata nimeona Lord Masika, mzee Masika mwenyewe is the aspirant for ODM in Makueni. I'm happy the people who are there are also able to ensure that Raila gets the vote. Tunajua ile kitu inakera kina Mutula Kilonzo Junior sana ni kwamba ODM iko na candidate pale, walikuwa wanataka wapuwe tu na 100% zoning, na hiyo haijafanyika. Na pia tuko na bwana Musimba ambaye ni independent candidate. Sasa hiyo ni mambo lazima tuongee. Tunajua ya kwamba hao peke yao wataweza kuleta kura. Tunapoangalia ile trend ya ile ilikuweka hapo mbeleni, manake tunakumbuka Bernard, kulikuwa na by election ya Musimba ward, ile ambayo tuna uhakika ya kwamba independent candidate alishinda Musalia Mudavadi wakiwa na Kalonzo Musyoka, Gideon Moi akiwa anajiita Oka, waligaragazwa mpaka wakatupwa namba 3. So hiyo kitu tunaongea kuhusu ni kwamba hao na Raila Odinga maintain hawa governors waweze kuleta hizi kura karibu kwa zote. Na mimi najua Ukambani kuna uungwaji mkono wa Raila Odinga ambao kuna watu ambao sio lazima wawe wameletwa na Kalonzo Musyoka, ukiwemo wale tunajua wengi. So kwa hayo mengi na machache tutachangia baadaye.
Okay, thank you Bwana Murunga, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Naomba tusonge mbele na tafadhali tuchunge muda. We are already crossing over to the second hour and the people have not said anything, so let's be mindful of others. Kwa swali la Mundu wa Nyumba, can Azimio La Umoja win without Kalonzo Musyoka? Yes, and a big yes. Kalonzo Musyoka is important, yes, but insignificant as far as tilting the elections of 2022 are concerned. He has a few people. He's just looking for some negotiating power. Somebody said he probably needs some remuneration settlement, of which, in my opinion, it doesn't stand anything. He has contributed I think, almost nothing as far as Azimio La Umoja campaigns are concerned. Since he came in, what has happened? In fact, we have dropped in our effective campaign around the country since he came in. He disorganized the whole campaign machinery that was sending UDA to, you remember when the president of UDA was away and he left his orphans here and the machinery was on the ground. They couldn't do anything while Baba was also away. So it's important that we begin to look at people critically. So Mundu wa Nyumba, Kalonzo can go anywhere he wants to go. His staying and going means the same, in my opinion. Kura kadhaa kama anataka kwenda nazo hakuna shida. Akienda nazo tutachukua zingine kando. Kwa mama ndio hao wameingia zizi wote 100%. Kuna wamama hata wa UDA wataenda kupigia kura Martha Karua. So sioni kuna shida ya Kalonzo kwenda kula anataka kwenda. Akitaka aende kotini, akitaka aende Supreme Court. Yeye ndio alikuwa wa kwanza kumaliza NASA. Okay? Saa hii tungekuwa tunazungumza masuala ya NASA. Yeye ndio akaanza kukorogana akamaliza NASA. Walipomaliza NASA wakaanza Oka. Wamemaliza Oka, sasa wanataka kumaliza Azimio La Umoja. Hapana, haikwendi hivyo. So wale watu mna sympathize na Kalonzo na mnataka Kalonzo sana, tunaomba muende Saikuru, beba yeye kwa mgongo, peleka yeye mahali popote mnataka. Saa hii atubebi mizigo. Hebrews chapter 12 verse 1, laying aside every weight and every sin that easily beset us, that we may run the race that is set before us. We're here to run a race and win. Na ile mtu anataka kuwa mzigo, tunawekelea chini. Yule mtu anataka kuwa dhambi, tunawekelea chini. Kwa sababu lazima tukimbie hizi mbio na tushinde. Thank you.
Asante Bernard. Asante sana.
Yes.
Asante.
Okay, keep Dave. King Dave. Karibu tafadhali. Chunga muda.
Yeah, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon all. Umenipatia muda mchache, acha niongee lugha yetu ya mama. Leo nilikuwa na tafakari sana kuhusu chaguo la Rigathi katika chama cha Kenya Kwanza. Alafu nilikuwa I was imagining about for instance, if for example, which they will not, for example, they win election, how can they fight war against corruption? First of all, second thing, money laundering, and the same time hao ndio wenye wanaongoza katika hiyo orodha ya corruption na money laundering. And the second thing, it's about president. This is our time president speech indicated about the unfit deputy president to be president. And you wonder now, wamekusanyika wawili ambao ni wako most corrupt people in Kenya, wanataka kusimamia kiti kubwa kama hiyo ya kutawala watu milioni 50 na uchumi ya Kenya kwa jumla. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think if president apatia hawa watu sword, naona ni kama anaweza cheta military sword. First of all, because they are compromised people. When it comes to democracy, they are compromised. When it comes to law, they are compromised. Wakija tena kwenye katiba, wako compromise. It will be difficult for them to get that power. And it's better even president to left that power in military than to left to those people. It's very, very difficult for the kind of search of people to lead country. Okay, another thing, it's about Mother Karua. Today I was watching that clip you're playing there. And napenda democracy Honorable Raila Odinga. He play a mature democracy, but he doesn't play selfish or individual democracy. And I present kwa wananchi or make decision yenyewe. The moment walimkabidhi zile majina manne ambao wamequalify kuwa running mate, the decision ameamua kumake kama jambo aliamua kuichukulia mbele kwanza ni kuipresent mbele ya wananchi wa make decision wenyewe. The same thing alifanya 202. According to his statement, alitoka nje na akasema okay, unaonaje Kibaki tosha? People say yeah, Kibaki tosha. And that was it. And today he did the same thing in Kamukunji. Aliita wale wote wenye wako kwa list watatu, moja baada ya mwingine. Wananchi wenyewe wajaji ama watoe ruling. Wale wawili wote walikuja, lakini watatu hata nyinyi mliona tu. Ni Igwe definitely inaonekana ashachaguliwa na wananchi. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa sasa na make decision kesho. And I'm happy that I'll be so happy to see Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga present Mother Karua as a first female in the country of Kenya, not to be as a vice president, to run as a vice president, but to run as a deputy president, not only Kenyan, but African continent, the first female. So it will be a good picture, especially the majority ya wanawake Kenya ni wengi zaidi kushinda wanaume ni wengi zaidi, na wanawake wana umoja wengine tofauti ambaye eleweki. Hata kama wako katika chama nyingine watabaki tu kumpigia Mother Karua, na Mother Karua amekuwa endorsed na even a deep secret and silent female. Okay, another, when it comes to numbers, nikimalizia, last but not least, kuna complicated kidogo kwa sababu independents wako wengi zaidi kwa numbers. Okay, kwa upande wetu sioni kama kutakuwa compromise sana, even if Kalonzo akisema okay, I'm not supporting Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga this time round, I'm going myself, I'm compromise everything, because ukifuata kwa undani sana as Mr. Is it Wangira? Yeah, I believe it was Wangira alisema ya kwamba Kalonzo ni pesa. By the way, umejua anacheza politics ya broker. He broke. Anachukua pesa compromise everything, which we know about that. So sioni kama kutakuwa na effect kubwa sana akisema anatoka anaenda peke yake kesho, of which ataenda vile huwa anaita press kila wakati, hiyo ndio movement yake, aendi field kucampaign. Hata akiita press, I don't see any effect because this time round Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga atapata kura central, hata kama ni 40 to 50% or let us say 60, we never know. Hiyo atapata, which hakuwa anapata namba kama hiyo, so itakava ile namba yenye itakuwa imetoweka kule nini Ukambani huko. Na pia we know that pia Ruto atapata Ukambani kidogo, na pia kuna independent pia watapata Ukambani, na Kalonzo akiamua kwenda peke yake pia atapokea hizo, but pia sisi hatuwezi kosa kidogo. So hiyo central itakava hiyo kura ya kule, alafu wanawake pia watamaliza show, wanawake watacheza kama hao, na ngoma itakuwa na mapema sana. Sioni kama kutakuwa na runoff. Nasikia watu wanajaribu kupraise history ya runoff, but lilisema, like I said yesterday, this election runoff is very expensive. It's very expensive kwa nchi yetu sana, kwa sababu saizi economy yetu iko compromised, iko sabotage. Ilianza kuwa na first term for sabotage, second term kukakuja COVID, it will be very, very difficult to have a runoff in this election. So let us pray for the best tomorrow when we go there, KCC, and unleash the lions, so that we can start tuanze kwenda kwenye grass na to campaign for better, for worse, like never before, because we cannot compromise our country. We cannot compromise 50 million people. We cannot compromise our sheria na katiba. We cannot compromise our future generation to give certain corruption people. We cannot do that. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, King Dave. I believe that's clear enough. Bwana Mike.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, all.
Good evening to you, Karibu.
Asante. I will start by making an observation on the clip you've played on Martha. Two observations. One, when Martha was being introduced to the podium, a song in her praise was sung. I think somebody has made a song in her honor. It was very, very specific, praising her. But immediately you would notice when she came to the podium, she raised her hand and said, "Let us see the votes of Baba. Those who love Baba, raise your hands." What in essence that did was to remove the attention from herself and take it to the person who matters most on that occasion. This is what a deputy should be. However important, however good you are, never draw attention to yourself. Had it been Kalonzo who had a song made in honor of himself, the man would have been so full of himself. He would have even said he's the savior in waiting, the savior Kenya has been waiting. But you saw immediately, and if you play it, you'll see at your own time, not necessarily now. The attention is she immediately draws the attention away from herself so that she doesn't become the center. She doesn't glorify herself, but reminds people that the most important thing that we should do as a people is to bring Raila to the office of the president. Now that is what I would call a good deputy if I was to choose. I've already given her marks for that, and that calls for a very intelligent person to know how to react even in the gallery, because politicians are easily excited by masses. but you can see such a seasoned politician knows how to behave when duty calls. You don't take advantage of somebody's funeral and cry louder than him. You don't take advantage of somebody's wedding and dance more than him. So that is good behavior for me. I noted that and I thought I should bring it out. Number two, I saw the acceptance speech of Gachagua. I will not talk about his merits and merits. I'll just make very quick observation because there are no merits on Gachagua. He introduced himself as a son of a Mau Mau fighter, which is true. But Raila has been meeting Mau Mau fighters and they have given him all the blessings. And when they did that, we were told that that is history. In this age and time, we shouldn't talk about Mau Mau fighters. We should talk about economic models and changing the economy. The deceit and commanship is new DS just disturbing. You talk about something and glorify it when it suits you. So today you are bringing the topic of Mau Mau when all along you've been telling us that that is history. It doesn't count. But let's also look at the previous leaders. This, again, he said he came from a humble family. They are packaging a narrative that these are people from poor homes. Ruto was from a home where they used to sell chicken, and now Gachagua is saying he's a son of a Mau Mau, crafting a picture of people from very poor homes. But where did Kenyatta come from? Jomo Kenyatta. Was he a son of a billionaire? Moi walked to school, 16 kilometers. Kibaki got his first pair of shoes when he joined secondary, and it is the missionaries who actually helped him get to secondary. As polished as Kibaki looks, he didn't come from a rich family. So these people will not be the first people to get into office from poor homes. That's the narrative they're creating to the very naive young people who are very lazy to read history. We have had 3 presidents who have come from poor homes, poor families, people who walked barefooted. I think Kibaki's father was poorer than Ruto's parents, if we have to compare. Kibaki's brothers are not even fairly rich. They are still very modest if you go home and find out their lifestyles. As we speak now, even after Kibaki was president, they have not changed their lifestyles. So this narrative of coming from poor home, and as a Kenya, poverty should not be a criteria of choosing a president. You cannot tell me that I want to be president because I am poor or I come from a poor home. Neither can you say you want to be president because you come from a rich home. Those are not the criterias. And I don't want to say stupidity because on this forum it will be a very strong word, but the naivety of Kenyans in getting worked on their emotion by using words poverty, humble. It should not be the criteria. What are you standing for now? Not what you used to be. Because if we were to go with what we used to be, all of us have different backgrounds. Some even worse than those people who claim to stand on those grounds. So I would urge Kenyans not to ride on that, and people should not glorify one thing now and demonize it on when it doesn't suit them about Mau Mau and all that. So regard using Mau Mau was not timely. It was ill-advised because the narrative Mau Mau, we have used it before and they told us Mau Mau is a past tense thing. We should never bring it back. Kalonzo threatening to walk out of Azimio, I would want to look at it in a broader way. By the way, if you notice, we are going through a transition and almost a generational transition. And we are going to have people's political career coming up and others dying. And are very specific people. Mudavadi, Wetangula, Kalonzo, if they don't make it in the next government, their political careers are dead. One is in Western, Ruto is going to take over ANC constituencies. As much as they're in partnership, Ruto, with his financial muscle and his mobilization skills, which are far much better than Mudavadi, he can even sponsor a candidate in Mudavadi's village and win. So Mudavadi is going to disappear politically and completely, because his going and coming back has been out of the masses of Raila. Raila has been creating people, babysitting them, and they blow their head up, they become arrogant, but there's coming a time when they'll have to stand on their own, and this is the time. So people's careers are going to be made and people's careers are going to end in 2022. And that's why you see Kalonzo being aware of that. He wants to do everything possible to see how much he can survive, because he's also in the list of people whose careers will end should he not be on the right side of history. And unfortunately, he's making a mistake, and it will cost him for the rest of his life. So it is important that we also understand why some of these leaders are under such pressure to be recognized, to be relevant, and all that. But unfortunately, should Azimio win, I can tell you for free, Mudavadi's political career is dead as a dodo, so is Wetangula's. Kalonzo, because of diplomacy, we shall have mercy on him and maybe allow him to continue going to Sudan and back as he helps us sort out regional domestic issues. I rest my case for now. I will contribute later on.
Asante sana Bwana Mike, we appreciate that. Before Abuya comes in, let's listen out to this shortly.
Gachagua was last night interrogated by DCI officers over the embezzlement and theft of county funds. Gachagua also spent the better part of the day at the DCI offices, where he was questioned over the suspicious movement of over 12 billion Kenya shillings through his bank accounts. Citizen TV is in possession of the investigation report, which was linked Rigathi and his associates to various tenders in several counties and state departments, from where monies were transferred to his personal and company accounts.
Details of the investigation have been captured in a 24-page document which lists several tenders, payments, money transfer and associates since the year 2013. According to the Serious Crime Unit Department at the DCI, the investigations were triggered by the legislators' suspicious dealings at the National Irrigation Board, Nyeri County Government, several county governments, as well as other public entities. DCI has been investigating a total of 22 companies associated with the MP. It has also visited 5 counties and revealed the following. In Kwale County, a tender for 12 million shillings was awarded to his company named Enkata Diagnostic Limited for the supply of an incinerator. The company was paid 10 million shillings when the incinerator was installed in 2013, but in 2019, the incinerator became faulty and is no longer in use. In Bungoma County, a tender was yet again awarded to Enkata Diagnostic Limited for the supply, delivery and installation of medical equipment for a period of 2 years. The company was awarded the bulk of the amount through Rafiki microfinance accounts and thereafter transferred to Gachagua's personal account. The tender awarded by the Bungoma County was 423 million shillings, an item supplied to 4 hospitals, including the Bungoma Referral Hospital.
Yes, Wycliffe, what is it?
As one of the panelists has said, at times I wonder what the entities that are supposed to be doing an investigation, and even the IEBC, how do you clear such person to run for an office? The other day, I had the IEBC chair basing the argument to the Uhuru Ruto case in 2013, So you just wonder, these are our local issues. These are issues that affect our economy. How would you clear such persons to run for offices? You know, these are things that, and yet when I want to look for a job, they want me to have clearance certificate. They want me to have to meet certain, the Integrity Act. But when now we are electing leaders, we get to a situation where we end up having leaders who are really, really, really dirt in mind and dirt in hands. The other day, Matiani also mentioned something that if we don't care this election, we'll have a lot of wash-wash guys in parliament whom will also waiting to make laws for us. So we are in a very, very tight situation as a country, and we need prayers because the entities that are entitled to do the investigation and stop these people from vying are not doing the right job. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you. Where is Robert? Inaonekana boy ametoka kidogo. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Niko hapo, niko ndani.
Uko ndani, kamera imeanguka ama ni wewe mwenyewe?
Mimi niko. Kwani wewe unione?
Robert Abuya, sikuoni.
I am there. Me, I can see all of you. How come?
Okay, go ahead, make your submission. Your camera is giving us your roof, your roof, not your face. That's what I'm talking about.
No. The roof is there, and I'm here.
Okay, make your submission. Make your submission in the interest of time.
Okay. I want to start with the naming of the running mate for Deputy President William Ruto. The choices the Kenyans have been given are very clear and easy now. Yesterday I mentioned that after naming of the running mate, this is when now the real campaign starts. It will be to the advantage of Azimio to now analyze and educate Kenyans, other than their own manifesto, educate Kenyans on who these people are. So I am very, very happy with their choice. It is very clear. I don't know whether the Kenya Kwanza will change their narrative, because recently, not long ago, the DP has been chest thumping and saying that nobody in his government will do business with the government. So with the 47 companies, I don't know whether there are 47 or how many companies Gachagua has got. Do you think he can drop this doing business with the counties and the ministries? No, certainly not. So we are, I think the Kenyans are now well educated on that. And regarding Gachagua himself, the fact that you are a son of Mau Mau does not make you, it is not a certificate of entitlement to be a leader or to lead this country. We have so many sons of Mau Mau, so many sons of, personally I'm a son of an MP, a former MP, but I'm not entitled. So that is totally hogwash. So we'll leave it at that. I don't want to talk much about their pick for Gachagua himself. It is in black and white. We move to Kalonzo. Kalonzo threatening to leave Azimio. We have been talking about Kalonzo for so long that he has become what you call an ISO or an ESO. if you look at what he was posting on his Twitter today, relaxing while Azimio is campaigning in Kamukunji, that is seriously a mockery of a leader who intends to be part and parcel of the third liberation of the country. That is a gentleman who is not serious, and yes, he has his own followers or supporters, but his own supporters should be able to evaluate this kind of person. You know, you cannot claim to be sidelined while you're lounging in your backyard in Karen, while others are looking for votes. That is trying to bring in a sense of entitlement. For him, the political game that Raila and Uhuru are playing are up there. As in, such a person, you simply assume him. You don't disrespect him. You just don't give him your time. He will now realize that he's his own problem. Then he might change. But for him walking out and trying his luck as an independent, bring it on. I don't think, if you look at the mathematics, if Azimio is kept, if Azimio can get about 700,000 votes from the Kamba nation or thereabout, and replace that with roughly 1.2 million from the mountain, that mathematics is enough to deal with Kenya Kwanza. Because previously we know the numbers that Baba has been commanding. There has been more registration in Baba's stronghold after the 2017 election. So the mathematics for me is all is good. I don't want Nyumba Modowa Nyumba to have any doubts about that. So Kalonzo can take a walk and go independent. Then we'll deal with him later. Other than that, Baba's rally, it is self-explanatory. I don't need to add on what they said. It was explosive as usual. The only thing that we need to do is to continue spreading the word. Looks like the Rarua ticket is on. Let's continue spreading the word. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana. Yes, Mike?
Just a quick one, Bernard. I've had two panelists say that how will Kenya Kwanza fight corruption? They have categorically said that it is not in their list of priority. They have no agenda, they have no plan of fighting corruption. And that's what Kenyans should know. Even after the confession of none other than the president that we are losing 2 billion per day, somebody is telling us that they are going to revive the economy. You cannot revive an economy which has very big holes. That is the biggest lie. If you go to any corporate, one of the things they manage is cost. Production is important, but cost is equally important. And cost is what we spill over through theft, through extravagance in government, and through things that we are not a priority to this country. So the question anybody is asking Kenya Kwanza is misguided. They are not going to fight corruption. They have said it in more than one ways. It is not in the list of priority. And that should form the basis of why Kenyans should not vote for them, because our biggest problem is corruption, and yet nobody's talking about it from their end.
Corruption cannot fight corruption. Let's not deceive ourselves. When you send a thief to catch a thief, they will both agree and steal. No thief can catch another thief. So let's not be naive to that extent to think that thieves can help us stop stealing. That is not how it goes. I don't want to go further than that. Wekesa, did you arrive or you just appeared? Robert, rekebisha kamera yako tafadhali, tunataka kuona uso wako. Your camera.
Let me log out and log in again.
Okay.
Because
I think it's just the position of your camera. It's just the position of your camera.
I'm telling you, it got stuck somewhere.
Okay, sawa, thank you. Wekesa, are you there? Okay, Mama Selina, come in.
Yes, Penat, ututafutie hiyo clip ya Eldoret Thanksgiving, uone vile Musalia alikuwa naimba na Mandago anasema UDA na anasema the earthquake yenye alikuwa anasema haikumaanisha yeye anataka kiti, na anasema wamekuwa prepared, wako sawa. Ukipata hiyo clip ndio mtajua mtoto wenyu wa Ingo vile ako. That is what I would say for now. Otherwise, najua Kenya saa hii ni asubuhi, mko na minutes ifike saa 5 vile baba alituambia, na nasikia mnaongea kuhusu corruption, and that is why unasikia watu ya UDA wakikuja hapa wanataka tuchakue Kalonzo, if not Kalonzo tuchakue msichana wetu Sabina Cheke. They don't want to hear that name Muliita Ikwe leo. They don't want to hear that because they know she cannot stand corruption. So they want us to choose somebody like Kiletewa Briefcase, and I'm sorry to say that Sabina Cheke is not among that, but wanaona ako softy, wanaona ako msichana mrembo bado, lakini wakifikiria sasa Martha na baba wanaweza kaa pamoja, na baba amepromise 100 days corruption hakuna Kenya. Sasa wanataka kutufatia njia yoyote, kama kuna ile uwezo watafurahi. Let me tell you, celebration ile itafanyika in case Martha Karua is not in the ballot. Watakuja kututusi vizuri, but today wanalilia Kalonzo day and night. Alafu nimeona kitu anaitwa nani huyu secretary ya baba Mukao amesema njia rais ya Kalonzo kutoka Wiper ni 6 months kama anataka kutoka kwa Azimio, na after election ni 3 months. So anasema but for now there is nothing like that. So hata wakienda kotini, hata wakifanya nini, I think ile agreement ile Penat alisign hiyo agreement bila kusoma, ilikuwa na mambo imefunga watu Penat. So I think they cannot go anywhere. But we are not also celebrating that, kwa sababu badala ukuje utusumbue. Unajua mimba ikisumbua mama na mtoto akui, sometime anaambia baba please wacha tuone hii, wacha tu get rid of it, tubebe mimba ingine. So because mimba yenye uamuki uendi ufanye kitu, so inakuwa too much. Kama kungekuwa na uwezo ya get rid of that mimba ingekuwa afadhali, lakini kwa sababu iko hapo aisuru. But Kalonzo, ulitaka kukuwa deputy president, nini ilikufanya, nini ilikutoa kwa laini? Unajua mimi sijui hata samani unaenda tongoza msichana, wewe unasimama kwa miti, unafika saa 6 unaenda nyumbani, msichana kesha anakuambia kuja tena, unaenda unakuta mwanaume ameenda for 2 weeks, msichana anamwambia nilikuja huku onekana, kwa sababu hakukuwa anataka hiyo msichana. We are tired. Wasichana ni wengi, ule umemwendea mara 4 mara 5 na hajatokea Penat, hakuna haja kungojea. So we are tired. Kalonzo, you wanted to be running mate, na wewe ndio ungesaidia baba, na ulitupromise ukiwa Kasarani ya kwamba umesema baba tosha free, na ukasema hakuna kitu unataka. Now hii miezi yote mpaka 3 months kesho inapeanwa running mate. Where were you? Who was campaign for you? Nani alikufanyia? Kama ungekuwa umetupatia watu ya Wiper, tuone wote wamekuja kufanya campaign everywhere, at least tungesema kitu. Penat, nani anataka kupigiwa chakula mpaka anawekewa kwa kitanda? I've never seen a man anatongosewa msichana na wasasi, akifika kwa kitanda anarudi kwa baba anasema nifanye nini? Kalonzo, wake up. Tumechoka, msichana amechoka, amengoja. Kama angeshika mimba sahi angekuwa ameanza kutapika na wamama wangejua kuna dalili ya mchukuu kukaribia. So kwa sababu umetunyima, wacha tuende mahali ingine kwa sababu sisi tuko na hamu ya mchukuu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcelina. That's clear enough. Let's keep moving. Wekesa vipi?
Niko poa, brother. I was the other side with Masanga, so I came nikapunga hewa kiasi ndio niingie. But we are at a high peak season of politics, and every event that happens, we are keeping our eyes open. Yeah, so I appreciate what has happened. First of all, I heard someone talking about history. Mike, huh? Mike, you said that kuna mtu ana package history as mtoto wa nini Mau Mau. What he forgets that
Mau Mau fighter.
Yeah, Mau Mau fighter. What he also forgets is he's telling us he's a dynasty. And so because every second generation they are calling them dynasties. So is he also suggesting that he's a dynasty? So he's writing on his father's fame, because dynasties come in different shapes. There are those who are riding on their father's wealth. There are those who are riding on their father's fame. So, because we don't know anything Gachagua has ever fought for. So if he wants to invoke the memories of dynasty, then he's telling us, because my father fought for independence, I am worthy. But Uhuru is also mtoto wa dynasty, wa Mau Mau. He was just a first among the equals. So why are you fighting? In one hand, you're fighting Uhuru, and the other hand, you want to take the privilege and also say that my father also was in that league. It's only that he did not manage to convince many to become the leader among those ones. So it's not here or there. The other thing I want to say is the ticket. We have been praying for that ticket to come the way it is. We wanted the corruption pair, the gangster. You see, but let me tell you, somehow, somehow, you see, when there are people, when they moved from Azimio to the other side, they were trying to dilute that concentration of corruption. We start seeing them as Kenyans, maybe with a fair eye. But when you put now the two on the ticket, if they would have put Kithure Kindiki, somehow people would have seen Kithure doesn't have the package. Most people, even most Kenyans, don't know him. So somehow they would see some, maybe this guy will help his boss to work hard. But now we see a whole pair which is completely corrupt. The alternative on that pair was also Waiguru, who was ranked. By the way, just to be specific, Waiguru was ranked with that 1% as the most corrupt. And Ruto was ranked with 33 as the most corrupt. So the first one was Ruto, followed by Waiguru. And I'm sure when they did the ranking, the issues of Gachagua had not come up. If they do another ranking right now, if he doesn't beat Waiguru, he will be the third runners-up. because we haven't forgotten the 12 billion, the dialysis issues, machine in Nyeri Hospital. We haven't forgotten that he was the deal in Moi's era, and in his own time, there were clashes in Molo. So we have a ticket where we have a Kiamba Church elder somewhere there, and then his running mate issues to do with Molo clashes. We have a ticket where I want to use the format Ruto uses in rallies when he's addressing Raila Odinga. Sini huyu mtu tunamjua, sini ule jamaa wa kitendawili. But we also know Gachagua, isn't it? Sini ule amementioniwa kwa death of the late governor of Nyeri. Is the same Gachagua amementioniwa kwa issues ya 12 billion. Is the same Gachagua that has been, when you listen to him speech, yeye na Ruto hakuna tofauti. You can palpate the pain, the anger. So the two can be an arsenal that inaweza lipuka anytime. So we want, if there is if we have a president who is irrational, at least his deputy anaweza mwambia tulia. But we don't want two people who can explode at the same time. So both of them are very vengeful, very bitter, and they are only good on wakikuwa juu ya magari. So you heard him when he was presenting his speech. He's shy. He's okay. He doesn't even look people straight. He was like he was not sure what he's saying, and he didn't bring out the leadership in him. So he is still half-baked. He's just a one-term MP, and he needs time maybe to mature in politics. And in all challenges and riots that have happened on the mountain, you could even hear Gachagua is the one who organized. And they could even get clips of how he was organizing. So he's one man that we don't trust him when it comes to top leadership. I want to believe and pray. Okay, I want to send apology first to our journalists. They had a long night in Karen. Some slept there, but nothing was forthcoming. Why I've said this is because someone confidently told us in the media that kwani issue ya running mate should give us sleepless nights. Then they gave us a very long night and long weekend. So he, in other words, he's also learning that things are not as easy as they think. I also sent apology to my sorry to Professor Kindiki for he was twisted. Those guys who were there says that the majority of the MPs voted for Kithure Kindiki. Just as in 2007, when we went to sleep, Kibaki, Raila was leading. But when we woke up, Tarakaniti has come. So round E, it's not Tarakaniti that came, but it's Tarakaniti that was robbed in a night. So when Tarakaniti went to sleep, he was robbed. So history came in a reverse way. But anyway, as Azimio, we should say, or maybe we were worried we will lose Tarakaniti votes now that zimerudishwa. We are happy. We can fight to have a slice, a good chunk of votes from Tarakaniti. I'm praying that Baba makes a bold choice. I know we have not had a woman running mate, but he should not shy away, because we have 1 woman and a half who can still act as a man because she doesn't fear men. In fact, before that, she had told Uhuru, it's your time to exit. So she didn't fear that he's a president. She was having I would have said the balls, but she had the spine to tell him that it's your time to exit. So that is the very person who can tackle. Gachagua is an industry of propaganda. He's the one who has been manufacturing all the propaganda that KIA have been using. So he needs someone who can look him straight in the eye and tell him, my brother, that's not true. That's not where we are going. And the mountain, my friend, as much as people are thinking that the mountain will sheepishly follow UDA, the mountain is very much awake and listening. And if we give them the right choice, someone who can convince them they want. In fact, the high percentage of the undecided is waiting whoever Raila and Uhuru are going to pick. And 2, finally when Uhuru decides to put his effort towards his choice. I'm one of the guys who said that when Uhuru said sitaachia mwisi kiti, maybe alimaanisha 2. 1, hawezi achia Ruto kiti. 2, hawezi achia Gachagua as the kingpin of Mount Kenya. So ni mwizi in duo. So campaign proper is starting, and we will have a lot of things changing. And Kenyans wazingie baridi na history ya Kalonzo. I can tell you for free, the long time Kalonzo amekuwa kwa media. If you can listen, some of us walk in Cumberland every day. And sometimes we listen to and unconsciously listen to the conversations, because when I'm in the vehicle, I will not talk, but I'll just hear what people are saying. I alight, I'm where Mama Mbogas, I'm in a hotel, I'm in a bus stage. I hear what the conversations going on. So the truth is that vote will not go in one block. It will go in all directions. But whoever will have the government blessing will have the higher chance. That one, not only now, go and check the history of Canvas, how they have been voting. Even when there is opposition, the government has always had a play. And so it happens most of those communities that have been in government for long. The only communities who have stood against government are few from the western part who decided that sometimes lawyers are the one who surprise me. They don't care whether they are in government or in opposition. And our friends from Nyanza. But majority of other communities, because their history, they have been quite long in government, they don't enjoy being in opposition. So if they see that serikali inaenda huku, there is high likelihood. Even if we lost Ukambani votes, we can't go below 40. We can't go there. So let's allow Kalonzo to make his decision. And I've been even telling people, let's ignore them. These guys, we have given them too much airtime. When they want to go to court, let them go. If they want to pull out, let them pull out. Let them use the same process. Because from the time they came, the conversation has always been, unipei, 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 unipei. Kama sivyo, that's not how we build a coalition. And this person is planning for 2027 as we are planning for 2022. We are not having the same vision. Let's allow people who are planning to win 2022 do the campaigns. Wale wa kupanga 2027 tunawapatia, let them wait for after actually 10th August. They can start planning for 2027. They will have a free field. But for now, let's focus with people who are interested to deliver the vote 2022. Yeah, so let me allow other people to contribute. I may pick other issues as we continue. That is all I can say, and I'm anxiously waiting for Baba's announcement. It shall be a big announcement.
Okay, thank you, Ekesa. An interesting way to look at it. We appreciate it. And yes, Mike, what is it?
Bernard, I'm just disturbed. When Wekesa mentioned about Rigathi and his statement, I noticed he said, I will immediately embark on the return on investments for our tea farmers, coffee farmers, Mira farmers. Nothing about Western Kenya, nothing about maize, nothing about sugarcane. And our brother Mudavadi wakes up, stands up and starts congratulating him for a well-deserved office. What is wrong with these two clowns, Mudavadi and Wetangula? How do you praise somebody for committing to do nothing about your region? That one really disturbs me.
Bernard, let me respond in 1 minute. I have said that our brothers are poor negotiators. One thing I congratulate Rigathi Gachagua is a good negotiator. By the way, he would have been duped. That ticket, after all investment and spending cash, he would have been duped. But he stood his ground. Our two brothers, Weta and Madividi, don't know how to negotiate. In fact, I saw Bernard sharing a clip about Mudavadi speaking in Luya dialect, trying to convince Luyas why they should. He cannot be everywhere. He cannot be an ambassador. He cannot be like other people have to be chosen, because he has literally negotiated for nothing for his place. Remember, he's the same guy who threatened us when we were doing the Azimio lineup. Akasema Uhuru is trying to force us tuachie mtu, na akasema anaenda mpaka kwa sijui debe iko wapi sasa, anaenda mpaka kwa debe. Is the same campaign rhetoric Malala has been using. Anasema kina Eugene wako kwa ballot, Mudavadi yako kwa ballot, na ballot ya Mudavadi is waiting for an executive order after 14 days. Now, the reason why I brought that issue is that today is when they were unveiling the lineup. And the best thing Ruto would have done is to unveil the president, the deputy, and the prime minister designate in waiting, because it will just be 14 days. He welcomed him as my elder brother, and that was the end. He never talked about a deal to do with the prime minister. There was no deal to do with the speaker. They were welcomed as elder brothers. And also to shock you, they were never shortlisted for vice president interview. They also had interviews, but they were confusing us with too much noise. In fact, they had 3-4 sittings before they decided on who. But in those sittings, Musalia and Weta, they were never shortlisted for interview. Even they were walichezwa. And do you know why they could not say anything? Is because when you go somewhere and you are welcomed with a cup of tea, and we're talking tea, but in terms of cash, these guys were cashed, so they don't have the spine to complain. When you look at what Moses Kuria was posting, he was not comfortable, but because money exchanged hands, he cannot. When you look at Kaboko, he was not comfortable, but ni kama kuna deni, so wanaenda mbele wanarudi nyuma, unaenda mbele unarudi nyuma. That is the worst thing when you negotiate with your stomach first.
When you sell your loyalty, you can't recall it back. Those Mike calls them clowns. That is the best description. And there is nothing they can cut. It's what is left for them that is given. A beggar has no choice of what is given. He accepts whatever that's left. And as it stands now, it is already done and dusted. The Luya community or the Western region has no stake in the UDA government. Not a promise, not even the 30% is not there. Because where are they going to get the 70%? It's not there. This one of threatening lawyers that he will be in government and they will come with CVs. He has been in government before. How many people has he employed? The Mululu people have not gotten a road. He flies in and flies out. The road that leads to his house is bad news. So if he has not constructed the road passing near his house, is it now employing lawyers he will do? Msalia has lost it. Wetangula have lost it. They will deliver a few votes for UDA, but they will still end up nowhere. They wouldn't make it as a speaker. They wouldn't make it as special minister. Unless UDA is just generous, okay? They can make them minister of an insignificant docket somewhere. That is on humanitarian grounds, not on political capacity. On humanitarian grounds, Gachagua and Ruto can consider them. But since they are not winning these elections, they are all cooked in the same pot. They will go to Sugoi muendelee kukata miti. Now, yes, Mike, what are you saying?
The act of mercy, like that one used by the president to pardon that prisoner, that female prisoner. You can only apply the act of mercy.
It's the act of mercy. Thank you. Sawa. So now, yes, Duke, what is it?
I have a question to Ekesa. From the way he's speaking, he's saying that those two individuals from Western, that is Mudavadi and Wetangula, they are poor negotiators, and they have no stake in Kenya Kwanza. They have not been promised anything. So I wanted to know, what is the share from the other side of Azimio? What are you getting? What has been agreed the Western Kenya is going to get from Azimio? Which positions? So that we can actually have a proper comparison between the two.
I can help Wekesa. Let me go first, if you allow me.
Okay.
Let's go with the history. If you look at the prime minister's composition in the Grand Coalition, there were more than 7 cabinet ministers picked from Western, not the Western region, but Western province, the former Western province. And yet that was half of the government that Raila was running. People like Oparanya were in government. More than 7 senior government ministers were in Raila's government. That shows you the act of how Raila values Western. Look at the half of the cabinet that Ruto was given. 70% were Kalenjins and two Kikuyus and 1 illiterate fella called Echesa. That was the reward Ruto gave Luyas, of giving us an illiterate fella to represent the region. So that tells you already. Let's use the history, because this history is what the UDA people really don't like, because it speaks more of character, of what has been tried and tested. Thank you.
No, that's not a fact. I can
now let's answer you first before you respond. You had asked
because
me,
I have the ministries of all the ministers.
Let me finish. Duke, let me finish first. I think you asked what has the other side been given. We are discussing your side because your side is allocating. Our side nobody has been allocated, not even one. You can ask. So what they decided, they will form the government, and they don't want to share ng'ombe kama imesimama waifukuze waichinja kwanza, and that's what they agreed, and that is what made even kina Mutua run away, because they want wakifika hivi waambiwe wewe unachukua hii, wewe unachukua hivi. They haven't shared, and that wisdom was even shared by President Uhuru. The fact that he has been in government for 10 years, he knows. And he regrets why they did that with Ruto. So they are learning that we need to deliver a government and share the responsibility. So what they say is the government will be all inclusive, but they don't just want people to come and share positions. And we have to change the conversation. So because you guys have decided to share, that's why we are talking about it. If nobody was sharing, we will not be talking about it.
Finally, on the same issue is they are securing the governorship of Kakamega, the governorship of Vihiga, the governorship of Busia, the governorship of Bungoma, the governorship of Trans Nzoia. All of it is remaining at home. What that means is everything is safeguarded. Nothing is going away.
And even the Oparanya is gonna be the prime minister. Tell him that.
Asante Megi, that's a good one. Now let's do this. Because I think you should take over the chairmanship. Are you here to stay? Confirm. Are you here to stay? We wait
not
for
up
another.
to the mornings. Occasionally work day. So the farthest I can go is 2:30 there. I have to sleep at least 2 hours.
Okay, no problem. You can hold on. There is something I'm working on. I'll be within. Just keep on with the sharing. Let's give to Maggie first. Ladies' interest. I mean, gender parity. Then from there is Duke. Then Cheraisi. Then Nyerere. All those people under there have not spoken. Karibu.
Asanteni, habari zenu wote.
Tuko power.
I love the debate. I've really been listening and laughing a little bit, lakini ni furaha tele. I thank God. When Temba told us to bet who is going to be selected for DP in Kenya Kwanza, I said it is Gachagua kwa sababu nobody knew this. I knew it and I saw it yesterday before all these things the wrangles were there. Ruto has been Gachagua's project. He didn't have any option. He had to, because there was elections where the MPs who were there elected Kinditi. Gachagua ended up getting 8 votes and he slapped Kinditi. Kinditi had to go and he took the flag. Now, which kind of a country are we going to be if these people, you take them in? Gachagua, I think, is going to be slapping each and every person and grabbing all our whatever we have. What kind of a country are we going to be? Please,
Maggie, that information you're sharing, where is it from, please?
I have it. I have it.
From where?
Just from Kenya.
Utaniletea matatizo tafadhali.
Sitakuletea because I have it. I also have my.
You have the video. We would want to share the video.
I do. You're talking to a journalist. Yes. So, I have my ways of getting all these things, and I have everything. So I think Azimio people, let us be macho, because we don't want to take this beloved country into the lion's den. We are so bright. We should not be misused by somebody called Ruto and Gachagua. These people. And Gachagua, just the other day, he was being sentenced, I think interviewed, or he was called by the DCI to answer questions of corrupt nomination, let me call it like that, about the 12,000 million, something like that. Please, Kenyans, why don't we be those who are putting Kenya to be a future beautiful land? Everybody were admiring us. But since this corruption started, nobody actually admires us. What can we do? This is my plea. Kalonzo's case, I think that chapter should just be closed, because he's going nowhere. Even the court they are going to, is going to tell them, time bad, you could have come earlier. But this moment, there's no room for you. Nilikuwa ni salamu tu hivyo, bado niko ngangari. Thank you.
You've muted yourself.
Yes, I have. Nimemaliza.
You are done, huh?
For now, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that input. Unless there is a comment, let's have Jerois.
It should be Duke now.
It was Duke first, and then Jerois. Oh, uliniambia ulikuwa umeruka Duke, sawa. Duke and then Jerois.
Okay. For me, what I can say is this. Democracy sometimes is not fair. Basically, democracy is not about who's the best or who's the right person, but who the majority chooses. So, Maggie, sometimes you may view an individual as a bad person, but if most of the people say that is the person, then you have to persevere with that. That's what we call democracy. Democracy is not fair at all, because it's about the majority. The majority may be wrong sometimes. I'm talking that in regards to most of you feeling regard to Gachagua as somebody who's not qualified or somebody who is corrupt, a criminal, to say the worst. But I've said here several times that you have to consider circumstances on the ground. If you want to ascend to power, sometimes you don't have to pick the right person. Or you can't pick, for instance, Miguna. Miguna is actually a perfect person. He articulates everything in a right way. But the circumstances on the ground are different. You have to consider the forts, the regions, and how many forts can an individual bring. That's why we settled that Gachagua, considering the Mount Kenya West, we can actually have most voters are from Mount Kenya West. So picking a person from there, and we want, first of all, we decided long ago that we are going to have our running mate from Mount Kenya. So it was about to choose the right person from within the mountain, and that person was Rigathi Gachagua. So you consider the numbers and you consider the capability of an individual. What can he do? What can he bring? Can you campaign? Can you convince individuals to vote so that you can take power? Having said that, I want to talk about Kalonzo Musyoka. Most of you have been talking here of Kalonzo Musyoka. Many of you are saying he has not campaigned for Azimio. But for instance, if you go to a company and you want to work with a particular company, first of all, you have to agree what's your position, how much you are going to be paid. In other words, what are the terms of the work, the contract terms? So if he came to Azimio and therefore not agreed that we are going to work together, and these are the terms of working together. So you can't expect him to go to campaign. He will be a very stupid person. You cannot go to a company and then start working and then say, when I will finish work, we'll talk about the salary, we'll talk about what I paid. No, that's stupid. So Kalonzo is very right. If they have not agreed which position he will play in Azimio, then he has the right to move out. It's a simple start. That's regardless of also about what I want also to counter what Wekesa said, that we will first deliver the government and then we will decide on the positions the Western individuals will be given. So that's also what the same mistake, which first of all in Azimio we are having mistrusts right now, even in forming a coalition, forming a party, forming a vehicle which you will use to take power. We have trust issues. And here you are telling us that you wait until somebody takes power and then that person decides what he will give you. What if he decides not to give you? Because he has already have the power. What can you do? So,
but Duke, it's the same thing we are promised, that as soon as Ruto gets sworn in, 14 days, presidential executive order makes Musalia Mudavadi prime minister. What if he reaches there and changes his mind? Kibaki did it to one Raila Odinga in 2002.
No, remember in Kenya Kwanza we are talking about what we have agreed with them, and there is an agreement. But from your side, there is no agreement of such.
That does
so
not
we have
solve
agreement with copies all over. So so as your agreement. So that
trust issue is
I just cited 2002. There was an agreement, memorandum of understanding. What are you talking about?
Bernard,
no.
Bernard, Duke, any writing that is not anchored in the Constitution is subordinate. It cannot stand. You cannot hold President Ruto if he becomes president for not choosing Mudavadi as chief minister. It is a gentleman's agreement. Those papers are as good as those documents are just as good as the paper on which they are written on. Beyond that, they don't hold.
But we can use history. We can use history on that. We know that who does not keep promises. Ruto has never promised somebody something and not kept it.
Laptops, stadiums.
No, he's not the president.
Why do you promise something you cannot deliver? If you are not the president, why do you
promise? He has kept. Just tell us one he has kept.
Uhuru will deliver stadiums. Don't say I will deliver stadiums.
Let me respond to that as I finalize. First of all, if we are in a coalition, for instance, say we are in Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, and we have a manifesto, and maybe tomorrow Azimio fails Martha Karua as the running mate, and Martha Karua reads a particular manifesto. 5 years, if that manifesto is not implemented, will you blame Martha Karua or the president?
I agree
so
with you.
There is a person who's the CEO.
That is why Ruto should not have been going around.
Mike, wait. Duke, stop confusing us. when you are talking about issues of trust and then you are running just to score points, can we be very specific? When we are talking about MOU, they signed an agreement and it was not implemented. So what we are saying is that putting it on paper does not increase trust. And on the contrary, even Raila has learned, when he was with Kibaki, he put on paper that it was not implemented. But when he was with Uhuru, they had a handshake written nowhere. But at the time, when the right time came, Uhuru has endorsed Raila Odinga. So that means that trust can be built. So when you don't take, so how do you want Azimio to trust Kalonzo, who enters today and tomorrow he's on his own starts demanding? He was supposed to be in a team to build trust first. Trust is built. It's not bought in the shop. We don't say that there is mistrust and you are the one creating the mistrust. In fact, we impressed him when he came. But after when he started going left, right, center, people started wondering, is this a mole? Does this guy has an agenda or what? Come on.
Lekesa, remind him also about Madimon. It was an
yes,
agreement.
And then that Madimon, you have brought it, I was remembering.
2013, and it was an agreement between what? Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto. That they hand over the ticket to Madividi. What happened in 24
you know hours? Who brings the trust, Bernard, in that link? Uhuru was willing to give Madividi that presidency. Ruto told him, bas, wewe ukimpatia presidency, mi nachukua yako, mimi I cannot do without. That was the conversation that was there. So he's saying he's the guy who duped Madividi in terms of Madimon, but he's coming here and looking holier than thou and wants to look like he has never duped anybody.
No, that's not right. Actually, in 2013, the Mudavadi was an alternative. They said if, for instance, because of the crimes they were facing, if they were unable to be allowed to contest, then they were to pack Mudavadi. So it was like if they were to be unable to contest. So that's. But in short, what I'm trying to say is this: if you want to enter into an agreement, there must be some specific terms of the coalition. You don't expect Kalonzo just to come like that and then to campaign like that and just without any form of agreement. There must be a given form agreement. You have to be honest. For instance, you can say, we are not giving you the running mate.
You're telling the truth. You don't just wake up and go to somebody's house, he has tengenezed everything, and then you say, I want to be the deputy president. If not, it has to be. Please, you can't just do that. You have to follow the protocol.
Was Kalonzo the only one who joined Azimio?
Yeah.
No, the problem is...
came later, and Matakarua is leading the campaign.
Of course.
The problem
the
is...
rest of the people, Chege,
why is the problem?
The rest of the team. Why are they not demanding things?
Yeah.
The problem is this. When Kalonzo came into Azimio, we don't know what they agreed. If we were aware of the details of agreement, maybe he was told we are going to make you a running mate. So come.
Nobody is paying attention to Mr. Kalonzo.
Duke, you have your deputy president already. Can you keep us separate? Don't lecture us about agreement and not agreement. Wait for you have done your part. Wait for us to finish our part. Give us something else. Don't tell us, Kalonzo, it is a deal done. We are tired. We have been listening. You don't have anything else to tell us?
Kenya Kwanza. Talk about Kenya Kwanza.
Sasa mnanipilia hasira ya nini sasa? Let's be orderly.
No, it is not hasira. It is not hasira. Look, Chesire, It is not Asira. If you have a comment about Kalonzo once, and the people in Kalonzo tell you, this is what we feel about our candidate, he has never been there, why are you forcing us? That is what my question. He has done a
Why do you want Kalonzo to be there for? To do for you what?
What time
Tell
is it
him to
now?
go
One person at a
Okay,
time.
okay, ladies, order, ladies. Thank you very much. Your point is made, Mama Selina. Thank you.
We thank you. No, we respect you guys. But the only thing we are saying is this. We don't have ears to hear about Kalonzo. We are tired of that name. Can Duke tell us the good thing about his candidate? Can they tell us how they can win? We don't want to listen. Kalonzo, what is wrong with Kalonzo? He has already moved. He's going to court.
Okay, okay. Can I finish? 1 minute.
Yeah.
You are finishing,
What do you want
and you
for
are talking
Azimio?
about
Why are you campaigning for Azimio?
disturb you. But if
He is
you
the
are saying
topic of
something
the
else,
discussion.
we will listen.
Come on, ladies. Come on, ladies. Take it easy. Thank you.
Okay, can I finish? So what I was trying to say is this. You have been discussing regarding Gachagua. You have been tainting him.
Because he's
so you can't give us boundaries on who to discuss and who not to discuss. Because
Bernard, allow us to rebut here. I think it is becoming more worse. When you let this young man...
Guys. I will give
Tolerance.
you
Okay?
to talk.
Subiri kwanza, wacha make point yake, and then you will respond. If
Lakini,
it's a market exchange, Maggie, please. We don't want to begin to throw you people in the quarantine. Tafadhali.
Lakini,
if you're not listening to the guidance, then you are now messing up, please. Okay? We must have order for us to debate. There are people viewing. They should follow the discussion. Not this market exchange. Tafadhali. Let's behave maturely. We are all mature people. Listen to the person, then you can rebut. If there's something you want to intercept, nyanyua mkono. Don't unmute and begin to shout anyhow. Thank you.
Yeah, and Bernard, as you have said, you guys need to know that in politics you can be hit below the belt. Huh? So you learn to have you need to have a spine sometimes to accommodate criticism. You may not even like it. All of us are supporting Azimio, but it depends on how you have packaged yourself to receive different information from your opponent. I'm very sure. Maggie and Selina, if you talk about Ruto, I'm very sure Duke doesn't like. So he will not like because what you are saying hurts him, but he needs to pick it anyway because that we need to learn from each other. And for me, it's not just about the debate we are having. We are shaping the nation. We want to see the other side. What do they have? Because God forbid, but they can be our next government, or Azimio can be our next government. We have to learn to coexist. We may not get the candidates we like, but they will have to be there anyway. Nobody's going outside Kenya. So allow each and every person to make their points. If you are given time, you rebuttal it. And if we find it's the only thing we will do is if it goes beyond. You see, there are information that are classified under community rules are not acceptable. If they go beyond that, we will stop. But if it's political criticism and whatever, let's accommodate each other. There are things I talk about Ruto that I know and in our kera kabisa, but some of them they have to tolerate. Thank you.
So as I finalize what I was saying, Steve, I was saying that one of the reasons why Raila Odinga has never been the president is because he makes the mistakes of demeaning individuals, very strong individuals. If I give you one example, is in 2007, where Ruto supported him and brought a lot of votes from the Rift Valley. But when there was a small scandal, maybe there was some accusation that this man has been roasted, Ruto was fired and they received the news on the media. and they understand, and that's why they differed with Ruto. And with Ruto's support away, that's why he did not become the president in 2013. So I'm saying he's repeating the same mistake. He's trying to demean Kalonzo Musyoka as somebody who's small and an influencer. So that's why I'm saying that you have to consider the factual circumstances on the ground. Political numbers, you have to accommodate them. So for us, we are celebrating. If we see Kalonzo Musyoka moves out, we know that even if he controls 100 votes,
Duke, let me ask you a question. Duke, let me ask you, between Kalonzo and Raila, who has ever been consistent? And NDBC, wait before you answer, who has ever been consistent? Because issues of trust has also to do with character and consistency. We can trust you, you can trust a seat when you normally sit on it and you know you can't fall. But if there are times you sit on a seat and you fall, before you sit, you will check. So when someone says this in the morning and in the evening he says this, and the other day he says this and then his lieutenant says the other thing, how do you trust them? Then all those guys who are accusing Raila of trust, they came together and they left the man they don't trust. They came up with something called OCA. In OCA, they started building their movement, and they were to anoint a presidential candidate. Before they reached there, they scattered all of them. And they were not, the first thing Mudavadi said was an issue of trust. So when you run away from a man and you accuse him of trust, it's just like you're moving from one relationship, accusing someone of something, then you go in another relationship, you accuse another person the same thing, and then you call another one you accuse. So people will look at it and say, are those people the problem or you are the problem? So when we look at OCA, we can easily conclude that those guys who are preaching about trust actually had a character issue. And that's why they could not even a coalition did not last even 1 year, because they could not develop that coalition. So kindly say things but prove them. If you are able to prove that Raila was the problem and not the other guys, I will be very happy.
Okay, let me prove that. First of all, actually, Kalonzo Musyoka has sacrificed more than what Raila Odinga can sacrifice. Remember, you talked about MOU in 2002. And you can see Raila walked away from Kibaki even before the first term. You see that? But here we are talking about Kalonzo Musyoka, who has supported Raila twice, 2013 and 2017. If Raila has not been consistent, the reason why me as a person I'm not supporting Raila Odinga, because he is not consistent. For me, for example, in 2007, he won. But because of him not being consistent, he was not sworn in. In 2017, he told us he has won. He said Chepkat is a thief. People died. We were fighting for electoral justice. And then within a short period of time, Chepkat is good. Uhuru Kenyatta is good. He's calling him the president. So that's when I turned against Raila Odinga, because it's not about his consistency. If you say, but you have affected us been stolen, you have to mean that. You don't just say that 1 month people die and then you turn. No.
Duke, wait. I want to bring in people to ask you a question, but I don't know. You are citing wrong examples. We are talking about MOUs and the consistency of it. And then you are citing issues to do with winning and losing elections. Honestly, can we have, we are talking about how people signed MOUs and when they honored them or not. Now you're completely running away and discussing something else. You are now taking us to another topic that we need to discuss.
That's what I'm telling you. Raila Odinga has not
not
honored
only
full
that,
MOU
not
for
only
Kalonzo
that.
Musyoka.
How did Raila walk out of the government in 2002?
Yeah, I was just skeptical
No,
because
let
another
Duke
issue.
defend that. Let Duke explain how Raila walked out of the government. Was he sacked or he walked out?
First of all, it was trying to, what I can say is this. For instance, Uhuru Kenyatta promised Ruto that I will support you after maybe 10 years. The same thing which Kibaki did to Raila Odinga in 2002. But immediately they formed the government, Raila became like a bottleneck. Kibaki was unable to govern. So that's why he was able to disband the cabinet.
Bernard, you have asked him a good question.
Duke, I know the reason why you're avoiding to say that, because we are having the same scenario, only that Uhuru has not responded the way Kibaki did. Okay? The truth is, it was Kibaki who became insecure with the presence of Raila Odinga. He sacked Raila Odinga and everybody who opposed the referendum. That's what happened. It wasn't in 2002. It was later on in the day.
But Bernard, even you are going very far. MOU. Let's say what happened on the MOU. They agreed, and you can play the clip of the Minister of Justice who was Kiraitu Murungi. They had agreed the same way now Ruto is promising Musalia Mudavadi. In the first 100 days, we are going to amend the constitution and create a prime minister post, and Raila will be a prime minister. When Kiraitu Murungi was asked, you guys said that you will amend the constitution in 100 days. What happened? This is how he answered. We never said we will do the constitution in 100 consecutive days. So that means the 100 days can spread within 5 years. You see how he answered in a very sheepish way. So now, who breached the trust is the guys who allowed Raila to campaign for Kibaki on a wheelchair. He wins, and then they breach the trust by not implementing the constitution as they had promised him. So don't tell us issues of trust and you don't know where the mistrust began.
But who opposed the initial changes to the constitution? Who opposed the initial changes to the constitution?
2005. 100 days from 2002 is when. So instead of doing that, they changed and gave him a ministry of roads. Okay, now Selina, you have a response.
Thank you so much. I don't know why we are going back up to 2005, 2017, 2013. We are in 2022. Who are we reminding all these things? Na itatusaidia nini? Things that it has happened. Mtoto alisaliwa akakufa, wengine wakasaliwa. Why are we going back? Where again? You are talking about Kalonzo. Then now we have to go back to Raila. And then we have to go back to Kibaki. And then sijui tuende kwa nani. The only thing ningeuliza Chuki is this. Kalonzo, na ningekubali vile Bernard ama wewe ulikuwa umesema ya kwamba Kalonzo alikuja kama already Azimio inaendelea. Na hii mambo ya Kalonzo, it is not even Raila. Alienda akasaini na Jubilee. So angerudi kwa Jubilee, kama Jubilee ingekuwa na kiti alikuwa amempromise, it is not Raila. You know, kama Bernard, baba yako ameenda engagement, amelipa mali, na wewe uko ng'ambo, alafu unafika nyumbani anakuambia nilikuletea bibi. Hiyo bibi unaletewa, hata ujui vile anafanana, it is not your, unanyamaza tu kwa sababu, so ile kitu ningefikiria tunasema today is, it is little too late. Asubuhi inafika. Ikifika, baba na Ruto amemaliza kazi yake. Now patia Azimio their time. Ya mwisho, Kalonzo hakusign any memorandum na Raila. Alisema kasarani kabisa ya kwamba Uhuru Muigai be on ukue katikati yangu na Raila, negotiate between me and Raila. And then wakakuwa na hiyo Oka na Martha Karua. Martha Karua wakakuwa na Gideon Moi, kina Mudavadi wametoroka. And then wakati walisign, wacha sasa niwaambie. Martha akamwambia Martha, you know, you have to say I'm the candidate. Martha akamuuliza, do you hear my name? Hata wewe umesikia jina yangu imetachwa? Kalonzo told them, no, it is me. So wakati Kalonzo walienda, Martha Karua asubuhi akakuja akaingia kwa baba. He never signed with Uhuru. Na Kenya ikanegotiate na nani? Na Martha Karua. And then Martha Karua say, kwa sababu wamefunja, walikuwa wamekubaliana one of the candidate ama one of the party ikipull out, hiyo story ya Oka iliisha. So when Martha Karua came kuwa na baba, there were nothing like Okoa coalition to kila chama ilienda kifyake. So what are we saying now is Kalonzo hajakubaliana na Uhuru ama Uhuru alimwahidi, we don't know. Baba wakiwa KICC wakakaa 6 hours kama watu wanawangojea. What was the message? Ati Kalonzo alidelay. Mara Kalonzo akarudi akasema hapana ni baba. Several times Kalonzo amesema muniitie Raila tukae chini, tuongee na Raila. Raila is going round campaigning. Wewe Kalonzo unakaa chini unangoja akuje mukae chini. Mwisho akasema I need mkutano ya Uhuru equal, nataka mkutano ya Raila equal and me Kalonzo. Nothing like that happened. Ile kitu tungeomba is imefika mwisho hata inasema
Selina, before you conclude, you have to tell Duke when he came and he said he was a presidential candidate, aliambiwa, in fact that day they were to announce the presidential candidate, they had to push for, was it 2 weeks? Then they said that they go around, then whoever will be picked by Kenyans, they come and they do the last meeting and endorse him. Kalonzo pulled out of that arrangement.
And he has never come out up to date. So when we are discussing, sisi ndiye tunakuwa na shida kwa sababu why are we even talking of Kalonzo? Hajatusuia na baba hajasimamisha campaign yake. When Martha Karua and na Kenya say we are in Azimio, the charity Ngilu, wale wakina Kifuta Kibwana, they move with baba. Kalonzo wakati alikuja akatuambia anataka viti 3, ile kiti ya Waluya ile ya Wakale ya viti 3. Sitaki viti 4. Then akalete shida. Ngilu, if she was not a strong person, Kifuta Kibwana, if he was not a strong person, angekuwa wamekimbia vile Mutua amekimbia. Amekuja kulete damage kwa Azimio yenye ilikuwa smooth. We were enjoying it. The governors were doing wonderful job. But now Wekesa, up to tomorrow is the last day. See tomorrow, hapa kwetu America, it is already today, 11 baba alipromise. Na hata ungeona sitting arrangement ilikuwa leo Uhuru Kamukunji. Kama Uhuru wangeingia hiyo mkutano, wangetangaza hiyo running mate. But kwa sababu wanataka kupatia pia chairman ya Azimio nafasi, ndiye baba akasema mnataka nitangaze lakini mniwachie mpaka kesho. Na ukiona arrangement ya viti vile imewekwa Kamukunji, they were expecting ya kwamba maybe rais angekuja ama something would happen. So what we are saying is this. Now our brothers wangetuambia tuko na nyinyi mumekuwa na candidate central. Na sisi pia most likely tunakuja central. The argument sasa tungesema leo Wekesa is how our two running mates, how do Kenyans feel about them? Hiyo ndiyo kitu tungetaka kusikia, not about Kalonzo because he's not there. Lakini kama Tuke angekuja kutuambia leo Kenya Kwanza wamechukua Kirati Kashaka, alafu na sisi ni kama tunawafuata, that is something tungediscuss na tuulizane maswali. But you cannot talk of something ila kuna baba alipeaniwa China 3. Kalonzo has never been there. Watu yake wanasema wanaenda kotini. Cheraisi, I would like to say candidate ya Martha Karua na candidate ya Gachagua kwa Central itatufanyia nini? Ili to discuss kitu yenye hata Kenyans wakisikia watajua we are doing something. Lakini kukuja kudeal na mtu hata anaenda kotini, you don't know kama atasimama. Ya pili, kama wasichana wanaolewa ni 5 na wewe unalalamika every day, bibi yenye bwana akiingia analalamika, hata hiyo mwanaume hawezi lala kwa hiyo nyumba. That is why there are so many men, they run away from their houses because of what? Kelele ya mwanamke, unaingia kutoka kasini ni kelele, kelele, kelele. Na hiyo ndiye Kalonzo amelete kwa Azimio, mpaka ile watu hata hawana uwezo wameritika na yeye. So can we please,
thank you,
can you please talk to us, Duke, tunakupenda. Can you tell us now, okay, tumepata running mate ya Kenya Kwanza.
No, hii hata tumemaliza.
Yeah, so but now asiturudishe chini mpaka huko 205. Are you imagine? Ndiye aendelee kuongea what? Uwezi amusha kinonda imepona. That is my argument.
He has 1 minute to conclude, so he has to touch on a different issue in 1 minute, and then we go to Cherais. So you can touch on other issues because it was not just Kalonzo. There are other issues. There was a rally. There was also in Karen. You have not told us about Kindiki and the future. Was there trust because he was leading in yesterday and today he was nowhere? So tell us, was there trust issues? In 1 minute, we go to the next person.
What I can say is still saying in Kenya Kwanza, we picked the best candidate. As much as Kindiki was highly qualified, we considered circumstances on the ground, and that is we considered the Mount Kenya West, which is actually brings the highest number of votes into the national basket. That's why we preferred Gachagua than Kindiki from my interpretation. What I want to conclude is
let me ask you on that Mount Kenya West. Do you have a problem with the same ticket just flipped? 2013 to 2017, it was Kikuyu Kalenjin. Now it's Kalenjin Kikuyu. Do you have an issue with that? It's merit.
I have an issue with that, but I don't have an alternative because I will prefer somebody actually from my perspective. I wanted Ruto to pick Musalia Mudavadi and Raila to pick Kalonzo Musyoka so that we can actually shift the power from Mount Kenya. You know, Mount Kenya have been in power for actually the Kikuyus for more than that 5 years. If you add the 10 years of Kibaki, 10 years of Ruto, and the 15 of Kenyatta, that's that 5 years. That's fair and fair. But considering that we don't have the president.
When you say the Kikuyus, I'm sorry, can you tell us the Kalenjin, 24 years, and then now deputy president 10 years, and then now another 10 years? Can you also say that?
Yes, also that's unfair. But if you consider the other side of Raila Odinga, that's Azimio. From my own interpretation, is actually going to make even Mount Kenya retain more power presently and in the future. You know, they have very high stakes and they have invested a lot in Azimio. This they will have a lot of control of the government.
Okay, sir, this
And
one is not telling us
provided that
about
Raila
the...
Odinga may be
Why is he
one-term
coming
president.
to Azimio? He has to tell us, you tell us one Kenya
Duke,
kwanza first.
yeah,
You are running away.
Selina, wait. Duke, you are the same guys who are telling us that Ruto has, in fact, high chances of being voted on the mountain. So how does Azimio retain power to the Cukes when you guys are saying you are the ones dominating the mountain, and actually you have an upper hand? So it is you, and it's your ticket that has been flipped. Usitudanganya, you need to face it. If you had a problem with that, then the alternative cannot be the flipped ticket. It can be a third person coming in. Raila is not coming in as the second on the ticket. He's coming as a third, someone outside the two that has always occupied the throne. So
Yes, that's a fact.
You cannot argue it away. You need to face it.
That's a fact. The issue is, as a person, I believe that Raila Odinga will be micromanaged, or actually the real power will be
that's not an issue. Let's talk about wachana na micromanaging.
Let him finish. Let him finish. We go to somebody else. We don't want to deal with things Raila or us. We are asking him atuambie mambo ya Kenya kwanza. Anakataa kusema alafu anataka kurudi kwa Raila. Can he say, give it to somebody else, please? Let him finish.
I have 3 hands. Personally, I believe debate ikikuwa hot ndio mzuri. I have 3 hands. Kamau, then Maggie, then kuna Cherais, then Maggie. Waulize maswali yao.
Yes, me hata ni one of the statement Duka said there imenifanya nikajiuliza, where are we in the same level of argument? Are we really analyzing issues the way they are supposed to be analyzed? Because what Kenyans are looking for is change. When you see a woman in leadership, that is change. When you see another tribe in leadership, that is change. What we don't want is volleyball. We don't want volleyball. Ati sasa ni wakati wetu tuwapigie mpira. Next time tupigie mpira. Sasa ati somebody is imagining in his house that now the president is going to be a Kalenjin and the deputy president Kikuyu for 5 years or 10 years. And then they flip again, like table tennis. Now it is Kikuyu, Kalenjin. We need inclusion. And inclusion means women. Inclusion means other people from other communities. Period.
Thank you, Cherais.
No, mi sina swali.
Alikuwa Nelson.
Unless it's my time to present.
No. You are coming. We have Nelson. Was it a question or a comment?
Yes, just a comment about with the Duke statement that the Duke is making. First, I must say thank you very much, Mr. Duke, because you are one only supporting one Kenya. However, the only thing that I'm stranded with as we watch, watching this from the US, and one thing that we are stranded with is how loud the Kenya Kwanza is talking about Azimio, which is not their problem. How they are suggesting for Azimio to do what they want. So we don't know what the interest is, why they concentrate so much on what Azimio is doing, but they are not concentrating on what they are doing. That is why it's stranded. You cannot explain exactly what is happening in one Kenya, but you can explain better what is happening in Azimio. I know that the issue of Kalonzo Musyoka is a big thing and people don't want to listen to it anymore because it's misleading. Look, if someone would suggest that Ruto would have chosen Mudavadi. Mudavadi has been with him, campaigning with him all along. But what has Kalonzo does? He has only come standing by the door and knocking with the condition, I want to sit on this side. I want to eat this and I want to do this. If you don't, then I'm not coming in. And causing commotion in somebody's house. Even if we go back to the history, Raila has been making his own party. He has never gone to anyone's party. And the people who think that is powerful has always been coming to join him so that they can gain the power with him. So when you go to someone who has already made something, it's always good to be courteous and ask to be given, to be welcome, and be given a portion that you need to play. But not coming in and dictating your terms and conditions when you have gone to someone's house. And I think this one would be very healthy. And this is pushing out the whole concept of Kalonzo Musyoka being campaigned for by the One Kenya line, or by the One Kenya, who are trying to make him be the running mate of Raila by force. I don't know the interest that they have. Otherwise, Raila and Azimio have got a good vision, and this is what we are looking at from outside, which is going to heal our Kenya. And we want to advise each and everyone listening and watching, such leaders who are not committed and are not even focused on what other people's interest is, should not be the people to be chosen. And I believe and I hope that nobody is going to follow Kalonzo wherever he's going to go to, whether he's going to stand as a president or is going to join One Kenya, because there is nowhere is indicating that he is a good leader at all. And we want to educate our Kenyans so that our Kenyans can make a right choice whenever they are voting or making any decision in these matters, because this is our lives and we have to be very careful with our life. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that substantive contribution. But this is a disclaimer I want to make to my Azimio friends. When you find people like Kina Duke are not exploring their side, it's our duty, and it's your duty to dig deeper. Don't give them chance. Dig, because akihepa unarudisha. We have to tell them, because there are issues happening on the other side, and these guys are taking advantage. You know, they are smart in propaganda. So they come, they will never discuss their side, they will jump on the other side. So the best thing is, even when you are given chance to ask questions, you have to dig deeper in the other side. You have to bring out issues. Otherwise, we don't blame them. They will always, they know how to skim in a debate. Marky, what do you want to say?
Thanks, Eric. What happens with Duke, I do not understand, because what he's asking about Azimio or Raila if he chooses Martha from the mountain, already their Ruto has chosen somebody from the mountain. Why can't they talk about that, please? And again, I want to beg you, Mr. Eric Wekesa. He has taken too much airtime, and so many people are still here waiting. Nelson is waiting, Chesirai is waiting, Urunga, Kamau. When are they all going to talk? Please, jump him and give to another person. He doesn't have anything to put on in the table for us. Neither have I also finished. Please, let him rest a little bit. Maybe he will come later with all those he is thinking against Azimio. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, we may talk about much time, but we are the ones actually interrupting with questions. So I will say this: if you don't want someone to take much time, akipewa tunyamaze. But if we all jump on him, I will allow him to respond. You cannot, all of you, 3, 4, 5 people.
Okay, Mr. Let me tell you something.
That is how we moderate.
I know you're going to throw me out. Let me tell you what we should follow.
Kindly, Maggie.
Time.
We are here for debate, and
he
let me
cannot
tell you, we only have one person.
he's going to
We
come
only
back.
have one person representing the UDA. So he's the only person who will answer those questions. And
Cherais
he
is
not
here.
set
He's
for me rules on how to
representing
moderate this debate. We are here. Some of us sacrifice tomorrow. I have to go to work, but I have to share a meaningful debate. So if you find you are able to moderate, you can come and do that, because I have nothing to lose. So what I'm saying is, if we raise issues, and the debate has to be debate, whether you like it or not. I am a Raila supporter, but I have to agree that other people have dissenting voices. And if we are smart enough, we will learn from what also they are saying. And I have been even telling people, the problem we have with Azimio people, even when you go to social media, these guys are smart in terms of propaganda, as we are smart in complaining. Why? We need to take charge of this discussion. Me, if you come on my page, people will talk, but I will be focused on dealing with my opponents. We have to be strong. We cannot always appear to be on the defense side. We should be the one provoking them. We should be, in fact, tilting the debate in their court. On the debate, there is a way you can tilt the discussion to go in your enemy's camp. But you guys are playing the defensive, and that's why you find like Duke even is laughing and relaxing. So we cannot take our own debating weaknesses and start blaming Duke. Me, I like the way he's bringing out issues, and I want sharp and sober debaters. So let's have Jerais somewhere.
I'm Jambo Nashukuru. Thank you so much for leading, Mr. Wekesa and Bernard. And thank you for everybody. Salina, Hapo, Otiambo, Maggie, Murunga, Kamau. So mine, I'll be brief. I'll follow the outline, which is showing on the screen. I'll start with the DP Ruto picking Rigathi. I'm talking from the side of Kenya Kwanza. Yes, you can see it's a UDA. So I'll just make 2 points. Yes, in politics, there's the perfect utopian candidate, and there's a candidate that can get you to win. The main objective is to win. If we had to go to my perfect world, me, myself, I would have gone with Mudavadi. But to where? Going with him to where? The destination is the State House. It's not the beauty contest. It's not the beauty pitch chant where we say, "Oh, that candidature was excellent. They look good, but they didn't win." So ours was the math, and math and math and math. Yes, Kindigi was great, but when we plugged in the math here and there, in chess or Nikama chess, the other side is to name their running mate tomorrow. So we had to do our math. So our math ended us with Rigathi Gachagua, due to his abilities, mobilization, and all. And then the numbers he'll be able to bring to our side. We are assuming that's what he will bring, but in August. So that ends the DP choosing the running mate. I go to Kalonzo to go to court tomorrow. Since, as I said, I'm following what's the guidelines here. I've been consistent on Kalonzo. Even on our side, I will not wish Kalonzo on anybody. That guy speaks. He can even oppose himself. At that, even if he runs tomorrow as a presidential candidate, he will end up the next day saying, "I'm not the one who ran yesterday." That guy. I think he needs to get out of Kenyan politics. But let him compete with Abdul Badida. He's not. We wish Kalonzo, if he would have stayed in Azimio and stay, or either stayed in Oka and stay, or decide to come to Kenya Kwanza and come. But anyway, for us in our side, we are happy. We like it because politics is all about optics. What is seen right now is that Azimio is, is basically making our point. We always call you guys your group ya utapeli. So we will be able to use it for a few days. I don't know whether few 3 to 4 months, that mulitapeli Kalonzo and stuff, and it will stick to a lot of people. Kwanza mashinani, what is making the point kwa mashinani, ma WhatsApp groups niko na karibu 2,000 ndani ni wametapeli Kalonzo. The point is that he was a presidential running mate for Raila in 2013 and 2017. So what wanasema, if he was good then, why is he not good now? So those common questions, those common sense questions in the village. But otherwise, I don't want to waste time. As Salina said, I don't want to waste time on Kalonzo. Let him follow Kotini. Ile Kotini itamwambia, let him be, because he's a senior counsel. He could not have signed something he didn't read unless he's a fool. You cannot just go there, say, oh, I signed an agreement, I don't even know what it is in there. You are a senior counsel. It's like the level of James Orengo. Orengo will not tell you, I signed something that I don't know. I'll doubt you from day one. Anyway, wajana na Kalonzo. Let's go to Baba leads Azimio rally today. I watched it. It was electric. It's Nairobi, it's Kamukunji. I call it Baba grounds. So, but I'll use Azimio talking points. They always say the crowd doesn't translate to anything. When Ruto pulls a crowd, wanasema, oh, that crowd is meaningless. So I'll also say crowd was meaningless today. If it's meaningless when Ruto pulls a big crowd, then it was meaningless today. But anyway, Nairobi will be a battleground. So far, my own opinion, I might be wrong, I think Raila has an upper hand in Nairobi, probably 52 to 48, or it might even be 54 to 46. We are on Kenya Kwanza side, will not give you Nairobi for free. We'll fight constituency by constituency, Langata to Dagoretti to where. We'll not give you for free. We have our governor candidate who is very vibrant, and we have our senator candidate, very vibrant. What we emphasize on our side in Nairobi is teamwork. We want to work as a team, because even the weaker side, who is very organized and they work as a team, they'll win. You don't have to have the numbers to win. You have to be very organized. You have to be organized on the messaging. You have to be organized to seem to be organized as a team. Wananchi in general like people who project leadership. So on Kenya Azimio side, so far, you're not projecting leadership. You're projecting that you're losing people day in and day out. Mutua came to our side the other day, crying the same. Kalonzo is here doing the same. So it's our advantage, Sisi wengine. So we will not give up Nairobi. Yes, Raila had a big rally. Tomorrow, Raila will unveil the running mate, which I think will be either Karua or Sabina Chege. Since we were wishing you people name Kalonzo, but looks like he's out. Nobody will even name him. He will not even name himself. Anyway, it will be Karua or.
Why are you pushing that?
Huh?
Why are you pushing for Kalonzo?
We were wishing because Alilia, I was running with Raila in 2013. I ran in 2017. Why
didn't you have sympathy for Mudavadi?
Mudavadi never asked for running mate ever. Huh?
No. You remember the conversation. In fact, Mudavadi ndiye alianza kuleta shida mpaka aliandika barua akikuwa America. Then you guys mkakuja mkatuliza Malala mkampatia governorship.
No, when Mudavadi was in America, I was with him every day. He didn't write that.
His camp, we forget about that. His camp, we have.
Yes. I remember. Yeah, I remember. I remember Malala. I remember Malala saying that. You know, when Malala said that, Malala was screaming for his position, your governor. He wanted concession from Uyo Jamana to an bullfighter. That's what he was looking for. He was not. It was just politics. Yeah.
So mbona Mugurumia Mudavadi is an elder?
Oh, Mudavadi, I talked to him.
He was not even shortlisted in the first place. He was not shortlisted for the interview.
Mudavadi was not his agenda. Mudavadi came here. Number one thing he came for Kenya Kwanza. Number one, he said he's coming here because he's looking for where his ideas and everything can be respected. He feels like this is where he can make a significant contribution to Kenya. He has been with Raila and he knows it.
Now, secondly, why did you guys deny Kithure Kindiki? And remember, you went at Tharaka Nithi, and then you told him not to run for governorship because you are going to make him useful at the national level.
He's going to be useful.
Wait, I finish, and then you respond.
Okay.
Now, when the guy has become popular and he was supposed to be given the running mate position, even up to yesterday, he was the one in front liner, but ni kama vile Kibaki alifanyiwa. Raila alifanyiwa wakati wa Kibaki. When we slept, we wake up is a different person. Why? What happened? And why did you have to dupe the professor?
You will agree with me. You will agree with me even from Azimio side. You have a lot of candidates, very good ones. You know, you have Sabina Chege, you have Martha Karua, you have even Charity Ngilu, you have many more, very qualified. Any one of them can do. But based on the matrix, based on the matrix and calculations,
thank you. That what matrix? Now wait, that what matrix is the one all of us are using. Na musitulete mambo ya Kalonzo.
So
we also have matrix, and we know who is our best paid.
That's why I'm just saying we wish.
Gachagua, our best paid is not Kalonzo.
So that's why I'm saying we wished, but you know, you make your own decision, you know. But what else was I going to answer?
Are you also, now be honest, are you also suggesting that you wish that Azimio had the best team to beat you? Are you suggesting that Azimio, you wish that Azimio had the best team to beat you?
Of course, you know, it starts from the top. We don't think Raila will beat us anyway. You know, even if he picks two presidential candidates, he will not beat us. Raila, for some reason, I have a theory. I think we call it fatally flawed. I think kuna shida iliuma Raila. You know, he always does the wrong.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
Okay, what's the question again? Emphasize.
Yeah, I was asking, were you advising us to have the best team to beat you? Or why were you advising us to choose?
No, we were.
Why
okay, let me answer real quick. We were advising because, as Salina said, or somebody else said, there's a chance you might win, and we want a better Kenya. You know, we thought if you could win, you know, with Kalonzo, it would be a good Kenya for us too. It's not like lazima to win. You can win too. But if you win, it should be habitable for us. And we thought maybe Kalonzo, based on his historical record, it could bring a lot of difference to that camp.
Selina has a question.
Yeah, Wekesa, I want to say the way Cheraisi, you know, this is what we want. Tunataka tipet kama hii, ya kwamba you are not far from what is happening, na ninakubaliana na yeye vile anafanya, kwa sababu kila nyumba lazima anataka masuri kwake. Cheraisi amesema ndio alihurumia Kalonzo na walitaka kutusukumia kwa sababu ya hata hawa wangetaka Kalonzo. kwa sababu ya hiyo usumbufu bila the behaviors. Nimekubaliana na Cherasi ya kwamba KKA wamepata the best candidate, na pia kwa upinzani vile amesema this thing can go either the way. Tukikuwa na the best candidate itakuwa mzuri kwa Kenya. Ile tu nataka kuuliza Cherasi ni kwamba Cherasi, if we go for Martha Karua na Baba, is it okay? Are they like kama sasa nyinyi mko na Gachagua, all of us tumeenda mountain, yes, but now tunasema hapa tunaenda na Martha Karua na Baba. Martha Karua amekuja na nyinyi mumeenda na Gachagua na atakuwa na group mingi ya vijana. Sisi tumeenda na Martha Karua na tutakuwa na constituency ya wamama. And then nilitaka kukuuliza Cherasi, candidature ya Raila na Martha Karua, how do you see it? Are you supporting it, or because some people are saying no, we want Sabina Cheke, wengine ya Kenya Kwanza wanataka Kalonzo because they fear something. I want you as a genuine person, because I know you are a leader, and I know kwa KKA you have a lot. I know you can talk even with the owner mwenyewe. Unajua sisi wengine ni supporters, we shout and our shout men ifiki mahali, but for you I know you pick the right things that inachenga ile upande ingine, and we pick from you that itatusaidia sometimes. So I'm asking that question. Could you please tell me?
Me, as far as Martha Karua and Sabina Chege, I'm personally, I'll admit, I'm very conflicted, because Martha Karua is a personal friend. You know, he's somebody I've dealt with, you know, over a long time. You know, we invited her in 2009 here. You know, we had a conference of, if you know, we had a Kotapa conference. You know, the only person who came over was Martha Karua. You know, I'm the one who received her. They used to accuse me of Mr. grabbing the skirt. They said I used to grab Martha Karua's skirt all the time, because I used to call her the only man in among the many men, but she was the only man. But anyway, you asked the question whether she will be good for Raila. It will depend. You know, the problem with Martha is she's a strong-headed person. It's obvious she's not. She's strong. Ni kichwa ngumu sana, you know. So I don't know if she will really listen to Raila that much, because she's very principled. She's very strong, you know. She comes across as very strong, but it is good. That's good for Kenya. The question is, will she be able to bring the women on board, as you said? You know, if the objective was for her to rally the women vote for Raila, will she bring that? I don't know, you know. Number two, when I compare her with Sabina Chege brings the youthfulness. She's very likable, you know. I will admit too that, you know, doing opposition research, I've dug against Sabina Chege. I could not pull anything. But when I was digging on Martha, I found a BAT corruption case that she was mentioned, you know, on both sides, to not dig chafu kwa kila kona, you know. When you give me Raila, when you accuse us of corruption, for example, I dig whatever I can get against Raila. So I could not find anything against Sabina, honestly.
What did you get about Martha Karua?
I found a BAT case of 2015. She was accused of having received bribes, you know. But that's in the newspaper. She was not taken to court anywhere. But for us, anything we can get is good, you know. So we can be able to, when she screams about the corruption, we can be able to hang that on our face. Like, is that Martha Karua the same Martha Karua you're talking
only
about?
one. Okay, that is fine. Hiyo ni moja.
So,
lakini
yeah,
umetuambia Martha Karua is very strong. Na
She's
Baba
very strong.
anataka very strong candidate. wewe ndio umesema, naenda na vile umesema.
Now she's
Umesema
very
Martha
strong in
Karua ni
another way.
strong.
I've not even added one thing. She has run for presidential office before. You'll never take anyone who has done that for granted. Even Abduba Dida, you know, anybody who has run for that campaign, and she ran strongly. Even in Charity Ngilu too, you cannot take her for granted. She has run a presidential campaign. She's good, and Martha has run for governor. I'm sure she was strong even as a governor, except that the ground was Jubilee at that time, and she was doing a NAC Kenya. And another problem I have with Martha is when she quit halfway. You know, she was the cabinet minister in Kibaki regime, and she just walked away one time with just like that, you know, without a good reason. So I doubted her emotional intelligence
That
there.
is why we are saying even Ruto, when he get part with Uhuru, the best thing ukifanya kazi na mtu na uone auko satisfied ama. In terms of Martha Karua was like this. She went to Geneva. She came back in the morning. The charges were in State House. They wanted to swear in the charges. And Martha Karua said, look, 3 of those charges were not qualified. But because of the system, they put them in. Martha Karua say, I will not just rubber stamp the people who are corrupt with the good people, because there were 9 charges. So 6 of them were good. 3 of them, they had corruption cases. I was with her because we received her in the morning. She came from Geneva. Akafika Harambee House, akaambiwa unatakikana State House. The reason the judges are waiting to be
sworn in.
Sworn in. Martha Karua say, give me the list. She was given the list. And then she say, then if we are to swear these people, can these 3 judges get out there? Then the Mutaura and the crew refuse. Then Martha Karua say, well, I'm not part of it. And she says she's not going, and she never go. We went to Cove Club. She stayed there, and then in the evening she went home. Kibaki sent a lot of people to talk to her. She say, I cannot. That was not our agreement when we were supporting you in the government. So tunasema hivi, hata akifanya na baba na akifanya na mtu yeyote, tunataka mtu ule ako principle. If it is a principle, it's a principle. Na ndiyo sababu unasikia Raila anasema, nimefanya kazi na Martha Karua in opposition. Na Martha Karua ameadmit, amesema Raila alikuwa minister of roads, amekuwa prime minister. And both of the Martha Karua amesema, Raila amefanya kazi yake, tumemunyima, hakusema tumemunyang'anya, alisema tumemunyima kukuwa rais ya Kenya, anaanguka, anajipangusa, anaangalia Kenya. So we need leaders. Tunataka viongozi. Yeah, I'm finishing. Tunataka viongozi. Tunataka viongozi wale wako na msimamo. Like today, deputy president, wakati alikosewa, if he was a straightforward man and the work out of Uhuru, let him do his mess. Now he's carrying the mess of Uhuru. Na yeye alikuwa amewekwa kando, but he's still the deputy president. Kama usuri inafanyika kwa serikali, he is part of it. Ile ubaya imefanyika ndani, he is part of it, because alikataa kusema, I'm not doing this, I bet up, I go. Hiyo ndiyo shida. Tunataka principle people kwa serikali wale watasema.
Thank you, Selina. You've met the point.
Okay,
Thank you.
To finish up, yeah, I'll just add one thing on Martha Karua. I was concluding, yeah, since you asked me, yes, when choosing a presidential running mate too, you want to pick up somebody who, you know, in case something happens to the president, she or he can take over, can be presidential and can lead. So having 2 of them, you have Sabina Chege and Martha Karua, you know, as a Kenyan, you know, not as a UDA or whatever. I'll go with Karua.
But I would rather you have more time, because We will unveil ours tomorrow. You guys have unveiled your candidates today. And all the time you have taken, you have said zero about your candidates. It bothers me.
No, as you know, I was answering a question. Okay, let me say about my candidate.
Yeah, but you mention it in passing. You cannot make it the main subject. You see, the debating rules, when you come, when people are diverting from the debate, you mention it in passing. But you guys make minor things become the major in the debate, which lack in our skills in debating, guys.
Thank you.
Don't measure. Someone can divert you and you continue. I was told, if Bernard would have been here, he would have told you. When a pastor is preaching and someone shouting at the corner, he doesn't leave the pulpit and go and start fighting with someone at the corner. He tells the ushers to do that, and he continues with his mission. You handle a diversion quickly, and you focus on the debate.
Thank you. Let me focus. I think I finished mine. On Gachagua, we chose the best. He's going to be the best mobilizer. Will be better than anyone that will be chosen by Azimio. We cannot even compare. You know, we can as well say this thing is gone. So bring it on tomorrow. Twende kazi.
Thank you. I like the way you guys summarize your issues. Munapitanga hapo mbio tu. You fear talking about your own candidates. Mr. Kamau, how are you?
Because they know their candidates are very corrupt.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Kamau, I have Nelson. Nelson, then I come to you. Thank you. I think
Okay. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Bwana Wekesa na wana wote ambao wako kwenye mjadala leo. Mimi sitasema mengi, bali ombi langu ni moja tu. Naona faces mengi sana hapa ni vijana chipukizi. As we discuss all these things, I want to give us ourselves a challenge. We are having this debate so that we can educate people listening and change Kenya to be a better place. And as we want to change Kenya to be a better place, Kenya is not going to be changed by politics, but Kenya is going to be changed by leadership. Let us continue with this debate. And even after the election, let us continue with this debate and educate our youths so that the next election, we can talk about leadership. We can tell people about leadership so that we don't go and use profiles, those who can mobilize, those who can make noise, those who can insult to be our leaders. But we choose people who have qualities to make leadership so that our country can change. This is what we are praying for. And this is what I wish that we put as our agenda here and educate our young people so that our Kenya is going to be delivered only when we get leaders, but not these people that we talk about famous because of how hard they can talk, how tough they can talk, and how like I saw people choosing people because of their hooliganism. You look at people like Sonko were voted in as governors in Nairobi. Even now he's coming back. We want people who can lead our country. Ladies and gentlemen, let us focus on this, and our future debates should go towards this so that we can make a platform that can change the country. Thank you, Mr. Wekesa, and the people who have made up this platform. I will give back the debate to someone else. I would have very less to speak. Thank you so much.
Okay, so which is your ticket?
My prayer is for Kenya to have a leader. We are looking for leadership. I don't have a ticket and I'm not going to vote, but I'm praying that we get a way that our Kenya will go towards proper leadership so that we can change. We are outside Kenya because we don't have jobs in Kenya. Because the Kenya is, even if you get a job, the money that you are going to be paid is not there, but we have money, like Raila is saying. We have money in Kenya. This money is going to some
Let me
other
ask you,
people's pocket.
let me rephrase my question.
Yes.
You see, because you don't say that I'm outside and I can't vote. You can, do you know the people called opinion shapers?
Yes, I know them.
People vote even more than those who vote, because those who vote one. But opinion shaper can vote 100, 1,000 votes.
Yes,
So
I
when
agree with
you
that.
stand and you say, I've studied this candidate, and I think for me, if I was to cast my vote, I will vote these qualities, you are directing. I know you are praying, yes, we have
But he
good
has
leaders.
family back in Kenya. He has
Yes.
friends, he has children, he has brothers and sisters.
It's
Akikaa
true.
katikati hivi, even the family will be in the middle because you are a breadwinner to people who are in Africa. Some of us, we are not
And
voting. Yes, I
Selena,
will vote one vote, but home we have people.
and Selena, we
thank
have
you.
a very huge chunk of undecided voters. They could be following this channel. And your right opinion helps them. But if you leave them in the middle, they remain undecided. So
I agree
tell
with
them,
that.
I have assessed the situation and I think this is the direction we need to follow.
I'll take your advice and I will vote. And this is why I am here, because my family is in Kenya. My brothers and sisters are there. And that is why I'm concerned. And that is why I'm here. So I'm with you. And what we see sometimes is not leadership that we want. And that is why I long to be in a forum like this so that we can make a way forward and shape Kenya.
Let me tell you, I'm a Kalenjin, but I'm in Azimio. There is so many other people who are other tribe that they support another tribe. That is why we are saying we need people to know our stand.
Selena, you're not clear.
If you support Ruto kwa Kenya Kwanza, you say I'm from this side, but I stand here. If you support Baba, you say I'm here and I support here, because we don't want to be watermelon the way we are talking about Kalonzo. I better lose and I know where I stood. I better lose and I know people will say Selena was in this Murengo, but she stood the right. Or you say, because if you became watermelon, your people will be watermelon. Because you are not telling them where to go. That is why we want to know, are you in Azimio or you are in Kenya Kwanza? Or you are with this man watermelon disturbing us?
Or among the 48 independent candidates, maybe you are with my brother Kukubo.
Yes.
Among all the candidates who are there, Raila is the best out of all of them. But then we need to focus on, does not mean that is one who is going to change Kenya. We need a change from all these stories or history of people who have been there since the beginning of Kenya up to now, and Kenya is not moving anywhere. So despite the fact that I support him, does not mean he's the best. We need to move on. Thank you.
Well, Kesa, give me one minute. So thank you because you support Raila. But if you support Raila, you need to support Raila and shape Raila with the people who are within Raila. That is why we are here. We are trying to get a best running mate. We are here. We are trying to, because we have to go. Lazima tuonyeshane msimamo ya kwamba, okay, Raila can be there as a good person, but tunataka yeye akuwe na team. We need him to have good people so that he can liberate this country. Baba has done enough. Ni sisi tuliambia simama. He was not ready to come back, but Kenyans cry for him. That is why he had to go all over the country asking. And people were saying, Baba, please, kuja saidia sisi. So as we are talking now, you see we are quarreling, we are going back and round, is we want him to have the better people who will work with. And you will assist us. If you tell people in Nyanza to vote for the right people from MCA, women rep, member of parliament, a governor, and then we go to Baba. That is what we have been doing in this forum. It is not only the talk. We are
Thank you.
telling our people to vote from the crown.
Thank you. Let's have Mr. Kamau now.
Thank you, Asanteni Sana. I think it is it's a good forum where what has really saddened me is when Nelson said he's not going to vote. You know, voting is a civic duty, and being a civic duty is one of the things that is basic in showing that you are interested in the good of a country, because you cannot just speak about good of a country without participating in it. And I will say this: if you cannot vote, that's as a basic requirement, then you have no authority or any, in fact, mandate, or you don't even have the what do I say? For lack of a better word, you don't have. You should not participate in any talk of democracy and good governance. So number one thing, vote. And if you cannot vote, please enhance or tell the people that are around you to vote, because that is a civic duty. But having said that, I want to come to the topic of it today. I want to say this on the issue of the running mate. Where we believe that the running mate of Raila and Karua is an exciting running mate. It's very exciting, because for the first time we're going to have the first ever, and I hope it's gonna be Karua, because or Sabina, but Karua more, the first ever deputy president, a woman deputy president. And that will be a very exciting, to be a fresh air. It will be a new way of doing things. And again, it's going to someone said that is Karu going to bring votes? I'll ask also the Kenya Kwanza people, is Gachagua going to bring votes? Because Gachagua has never brought vote before. In fact, he joined politics in 2017, so we do not know which votes he has. All we know is that he speaks a lot. Like today, he had an opportunity to give the maiden speech. Do you know what he spoke about? Things that affect Central. As if Central is, or Mount Kenya is Kenya. You know, when you are deputy president, you want to become the deputy president of Kenya. And you cannot talk on other people. There are people who deal with fish. They're in the lake. There are other people who deal with goats and cows. They are in the North Rift. There are people who deal with cotton in the coast. You cannot just come and you know, you have that mind. You see, if you're going to be the deputy president of a possible president, you are the pretender of the presidency. In any case, anything happening to the president, you become automatically the president. And you cannot go with that selective mind telling us that wengine wanajengewa nyumba za ghorofa huko, sisi tumeachiliwa, that you're going to depend on your. No, that is I mean, he started on the wrong footing, and that candidature or that ticket of Kenya Kwanza is a disaster for Kenya. It reminded me of a person called Wanogo and Washosho. For those people who have been older, they know the terror that was taken by those people in Kenya. They terrorized this country. We cannot, and I usually say, if the deputy president was one day a minister of finance, a minister of agriculture, he was in charge of a granary, and the granary, he could not even arrange the granary. He could not. Everything was going haywire. How again do you want me to give you my vote to take care of the public coffers, the treasury? That would be so sad. Are we losing our mind or something? What are we discussing here? So I can tell you, and this is for free, that is a disastrous ticket of Kenya Kwanza. It is dead on arrival, because I can tell you Gachagua has no what we call leadership qualities. Somebody said he has leader. He doesn't know how to address people with decorum. You know, those levels of maturity, self-actualization, those levels of where you get to a point you can address both your enemies and your friends. He has no that capacity, and therefore on the issue of running mate, they failed. And again, I said here before, this country is bigger than Mount Kenya.
Kamau, sorry to cut you. The Dio, wakati ya Moi, Dio was our yani like they were coming to pit you. So a Dio is a Dio. Iyo ni wakati ya Moi, not Dio of these days.
Yes. So thank you, Serena. And I like you because you have a lot of maturity and knowledge that you give many people here. In fact, the first time I listened to this program, you spoke so many things until I said, no, I should be now also be participating in digesting and, of course, elaborating the issues that we talk about. The issue of Kalonzo, I see here in the whatever, the topic. Kalonzo is messing the Kamba Nation, and I wish the Kamba Nation can listen, because you cannot be in between. You have to decide on where you're going to be. You cannot sign an MOU and again negate on it and threat to go to court, because the Kamba Nation now will be at the periphery. These are people, and I thank God for people like Gilu. Gilu shows leadership. She doesn't flip-flop. She's in Azimio, she's in Azimio. If you want to go to Kenya Kwanza, go to Kenya Kwanza and fight for it like that, like hell. So Kalonzo is story ningumu, na he should now make a choice on what he really wants for his people and himself, so that we move on together. Me, I had actually said, even if they choose Kalonzo, my vote doesn't change. I'll still be undermined and vote for Raila Amolo Odinga for the first time ever, because I think he represents the safety of Kenya. As I finish, Bwana Wekesa, because I also don't want to take a lot of time, I want to tell people that somebody was joking today.
Now, as we finish, bring in what are the chances of Ricardo bringing the mountain to Ruto, and can he become a kingpin to displace Uhuru Kenyatta?
Zero. That one, even there's no debate. Rigathi represents the fanatics, the people who wants war. The language he speaks is war. He abuses the president, for example. He says that he is being followed because he is Ruto side. Let me ask you, is Kindiki being followed? You see, I wish they even chose Kindiki because it could have brought sanity to that ticket. Kuonekane kuna usafi kidogo. But you cannot say that you are now in problems because you are in Ruto side. No, it is because you have a problem. We know him as a person who took advantage of his brother when he was dead. And he has a court case. So these are things that you cannot say that we are not blind in Mount Kenya to follow such a person. Anatupeleka wapi? The character is terrible. So na mwingine alikuwa anasema hapa, I don't know whether it is here or somebody was telling us that bibi yake ni bishop na bibi ya Ruto sijui ni nini. You know, if they don't preach to them and change before they become, I mean, how do you tell us that you're going to change us if you yourself are not changed? So taachia hapo na Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you for that perspective. I want to make sure people who have come here wameongea before we do something else. Andrew. Andrew, how are you?
I'm good, Wekesa.
Yes.
Long time. Yeah, I've been behind the curtain for a while due to work issue. So, but I've been following up. And before I go, yeah. So let me greet the panelists. I can see Duke is there, the debater for our opponent, and Miss Selina, Kamau, Chakelu, Is that Jakelbe or I'm growing old now, you see. Evans, and the rest, and the viewers, actually. It's a great forum that people are finding it useful, and my take to tell our friends. There are some things we talk on this panel that sometimes misleads people or does not add value. I could laugh, even me, what I could say, I better talk in my house, not in this panel. So whatever you bring up, let it be something good, something positive, both sides, whether you are for that, but be something general, as anyone can reason. Just even argument, let it have some pace. An argument has some pace, some merit, something at least the truth. That is, yes, like generally, he tried very well. I never support him, but today he came up openly, and that's what we need. We need to look at it positively, because at the end of the day, this is our Kenya. So far, I would only talk of according to the topic. Today, our friends from UDA, they have chosen their ticket. For me, as a footballer, I look at it, I say it's a good game to win. Why? The number 5, Gachagua, he has an injury, knee injury. He has not recovered. So we'll take advantage of that very early in the morning. Otherwise, he will run for 30 minutes, they will replace him. Why? What is happening with Kalonzo is going to court. And if we want to run as an independent, what do you think? Is someone is backing him as an independent candidate? What do you see? And if that was the plan A or plan B, could be things are going behind the scene and we don't know. So maybe the court may, or another question I can ask Wekeza, between now and about today before midnight, can they change running mate? Maybe Kalonzo goes there and become a running mate of UDA. Who knows? So nowadays cards are done below the underwater, in a match. So we know how things are working out, because who has been supporting independent candidates all along during Jubilee time? We know always independent candidates, they have who supports them, who backs them up. Everyone knows. So even what our friend is doing, there's some force behind it. Because you can see what's going on. Sometimes you wonder, what is the problem? So with our Azimio ticket, we have Rarua. So we want to Rarua that game very early morning. Like what happened the other day, Chelsea and Liverpool, and the cup is gone already. And that's what we are seeing. So on about threatening to walk out. Well, for us, there's no problem if everything is under policy. This agreement is done. There is a way they joined in agreement, and there is a way to go out. So everything is done, paperwork. As a senior counsel, he knows. And there is one thing I've remembered about the not reading the agreement. This thing, it did not even come from here now. Remember, during BPI, Judge Ranora asked senior counsels, please read the judgment. If you are keen, you followed it. He reminded counsels, they don't read. They don't read. That is a fact. He told them, counsels, please read judgment properly. Because they don't agree on issues. They pick, copy, and paste things. That's yes. Yeah.
You want to buy that hoax as they didn't read.
No,
These
they
guys
read.
even know. Wait.
No, I know. Okay.
Wait. These
Yeah.
guys even know the deadlines of when the independent council should do. They have already done every other summary. They know the law. They
I
know
agree
it.
with you.
So
I agree
how
with you that
can they tell you that they never read? And they
no,
know
it's a
the
fun. That is a
route.
fun. You know, I say it's a fun because it's a fun that we didn't read because it was even mentioned the other time. I just make a contrast that they you know, you can't believe these are a league of mind. Senior council, how can you do that? And if that is the case, how do we trust you for this office? There are some things which will be done and without being or they passed without which is at risk. You know, that's what to give you a picture so that you can know whom to choose. So it gives a clear who is supposed to go for this. Simple as that. You don't even say, oh, so and so we will miss this. No, it is already clear. They will say, if last time they won 2 times or 3 times, yes, the things change. And because the Kalonzo 10 years back, he was not speaking like this, but the way he's speaking, it scares everyone. See, that one has changed already. So it gives somebody else room to take over, which is very clear. Simple. You don't need someone to tell you that this is the thing. So we cannot only be going back and follow the records of the old things are keep changing. Society is static, it keeps changing. So if it is changing, accept. Let somebody else do that job. Why should it be that it should be so and so? No. You can take another post or office. That's what I can say. So that one I just make a fun that if it was mentioned like that, can it be true? That you know, some people also believe they have read. And the people who have read, they never go back to the notes. They already have everything. That is another way you can look at that.
Let's have a short clip,
okay.
Then you come.
Okay.
Wakasa, as you go, after you and the story
been joined by His Excellency the President. So I believe he also brings in some numbers. So to cut to the chase, Sophie, so that we don't even start talking about what we plan to do tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I think the position that we have taken is a firm position that if His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka Senior Counsel is not the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga, as we had agreed with them, then Wiper is out of that conversation. It's as simple as that.
It's either Kalonzo or you're out of Azimio, as you've talked about, or and he's running it alone. He's going it alone as a presidential candidate. I mean, is this the way to really be in a partnership or a coalition where at every turn is a threat or an ultimatum or do this or else? Do you see where your partners would get to a point where they're like, all right, go if you're going?
Yeah, go if you're going and then you will go. What's the problem with that? There's no problem with that. I mean, the thing to say is, we are not the people that have created this crisis. This crisis has been created by our partners. And in fact, I would dare say that my friend, who is actually my mentor, you may not know this, Sophie, the man seated next to you is a man that I have a lot of respect for. I've worked with him many years. I edited his columns when I was at the Nation Media Group, and when I moved to the Standard, I moved with him. So he is part of this team that has created this crisis. And so we say we have been invited into a crisis, we'll get into it, we'll deal with it. For now, what I can tell you, Sophie, is that Wiper is back to factory settings. All the options on the table.
Senator, for joining us. Wish we had you in studio, but perhaps next time. Thank you for speaking to Checkpoint this evening. Kitui Senator, that is Enoch Wambua speaking with us this evening, saying that the Wiper Party is back to factory settings. It's
okay. Yeah, see. Now,
yeah,
this is the disaster. Now, this is the disaster. You know what? It shows clearly Kalonzo knew before that Raila has already chosen a running mate when he was outside. Now he's fighting in through all means, through his advisors, until the last minute. You see now, even they're saying we are ready to move. This is already noticed. It was already planned. It is like because of the way things started from the beginning. Now it was like, let me go in with an intention. If they accept it, then he will dismantle the house. That is a strategy. Now that's what happens. Now he's putting at the last minute. Why? Could be he's already registered in another or is going for somewhere else. It's like having two employment letters at the same time. Now you know if I do this one, I will take this one. Now you are trying to compare which is the best. If they don't tell me this, I will go this. If they don't give me, so that's how. If he had only one letter, he can be just humble under one HR, say all his weakness or his strength, everything. He will say what he has done. He could go for interview without being pushed because you needed his job. But if you had two letters, you say, if this one goes, I will go the other side. And that's actually exactly what I was saying. Yeah, so it's like, as I see behind, I'm not 100%, but I can see from
Yeah,
this, like,
but
he realized that.
we should also destroy this myth that I have supported Raila 3 times.
That is, yeah, that's
When
what I
people
say.
when people call in a coalition to form government, everyone is
Yeah.
coming with their own interest. The first thing in a
Yeah, exactly.
you know very well you don't have votes to be the president, so you look for the
Okay,
next available seat.
Suppose
Maybe you want
we
to
can
be
also say why it did not come to Urpak during sharing in. Yeah, that's another question which you cannot enable on his face. He didn't show up. Now he's going through the president and saying, I will not talk to Raila, I don't talk to the president. Go to the president. Then where Raila comes in. So you see, those are all scenarios which shows that from day one, he understood. That's why I say this is Irarua ticket. So for Mr. Our Vice President, with due respect, senior council, please, you could have won independence earlier again and ask our friends from UDA. They are very generous. They could have supported, and actually, I know they will support it as an independent country. They are very wonderful people, generous, with a lot of due respect. I know Duke is also will be the best campaign.
Thank you.
So, welcome. Yeah. Any question, even somebody raising something up, you can.
Okay, let's have Jakosoko. Jakosoko, who around? You're on mute. Huh?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Me, I only touch on some few things. I want to start where Mr. Andrew left. With Kalonzo, I think now it is too late. We can't do anything. Kalonzo has to part ways. Because even what happens today, these people had a rally in Kamukunji, and Kalonzo was not there. Even if Raila has a loyal supporters, you can't convince them that this guy is a guy whom we have to just bring him in to make him feel good. When he doesn't feel good or things are not working. And from the statement, even what the MP Manzo was saying, Kalonzo was playing it cards open because Kalonzo took his name to IBC long time ago, like he did to Etangula and Mudavadi. Remember, one Kenya alliance was reserved at the registration without Mudavadi or Etangula knowing. So Kalonzo is a very cheeky guy, and the person who had dealt with Kalonzo that far from 2007 or even earlier, Israel Odinga. And to my thinking, this time around, Raila didn't want anything to do with Kalonzo, but Uhuru was looking at the bigger picture and looking at the numbers. He thought Kalonzo could play ball. But Kalonzo is not easy to deal with. Even if you are in a negotiation, we have very good players in Azimio, but you have to negotiate, or if you are giving threats, do it silently. Let nobody see the cards you are playing. But if you openly tell people, if you don't do this, I don't do this, which means the rest of people are just followers. They don't have any brain of themselves, or they can't do anything. So to me, Kalonzo is a gone case. I think Raila should just move on tomorrow and name his running mate. Now on the running mate, I have some little issue. The people who are remaining there, Peter Kenneth, Martha Karua, and Sabina Chege, I don't have any problem with them. But the little thing I'm seeing with Martha Karua is like somebody who is so I might call so strict, or somebody who has an independent opinion, and it takes time to maybe convince her to think otherwise. Why I'm saying that is because Raila has promised to revive the BBI. And you remember when these things were in court, Karua was on the other side. But that thing is not a big worry to me at this time, because we want to move on. Raila can just go ahead and choose her, because the ultimate, the only person who makes a decision on the deputy president is Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why Uhuru Kenyatta sent 2 names as a part of Jubilee to the panel. So Uhuru, I think, when they settle on Karua, and I think they have taken care of about the issue of BBI, because BBI is the main thing. We want things to be in the constitution. We don't want things to be just a promises. Because today we have Raila, tomorrow we don't have Raila. Today we have Uhuru, tomorrow we don't have him. And if these things are just good things for the country, but we just put them as promises, or put them in the manifesto after the election, we trust them, that one will not help us to grow. So my best bet as an individual, I go with Sabina Chege. She's young, she's a mobilizer, and you see, this is the first person, even before Martha Karua came in, if you remember, the first person to go public and say that I'm not ashamed to campaign for Raila Odinga in central Kenya. From there is when the likes of Kanini Kega and the rest came in. But she was the first person, to my understanding, maybe somebody can refute that, who came out and said, I'm for Raila and I'm not ashamed to campaign for him. But things keep changing. But the main thing, the people from Central, especially Uhuru Kenyatta, will make a decision, and the person they will give us tomorrow, which Raila Odinga will be comfortable with, I think that is the choice we have to go with. Because we have to, even though we say that Gachagua is somebody who has several things in the closet, the guy is a good mobilizer. So we have to get somebody, even if that person is not at par with him, but somebody who can also pull the rug under his feet. I think that is my contribution, unless somebody has a comment or question for me.
Kuna 2 hands, kuna Robert and Andrew.
All right, I'm ready.
And also Fred, huh? Thank you.
Who's next?
Yeah, I mentioned Robert, Fred, and Andrew. You had questions. Ask.
No, I wanted to make a contribution.
No, okay, for contribution, wait, let's. Okay, so.
Question.
Andrew and Fred, you had a question.
Oh yeah. I have a question for Jakosoko. why is it that you are comfortable with Sabina Chege compared to Martha Karua? Because on my side, I see that Martha Karua has experience when it comes to politics. To be honest, Martha Karua is when you go to the track record, especially when it comes to issue of corruption, that lady is clean. There's no day you have had Martha Karua being implicated in any event or in any case that he has stolen public money, something like that. And I think it's gonna be a good pair between a good pair of Raila and Martha Karua. The reason being that they're gonna work because both of them is like they have the same ideology. You know, Sabina Chege is good. She's good. She's young. She's energetic. She's a good mobilizer. But I think if we wanna make, if we really mind Kenyan people or other Kenyan citizen, we better have Raila and Martha Karua. Then with the Sabina Chege, we're gonna give him a. The Azimio is a big house. We're gonna give her something else to do in order to contribute towards Azimio government. But for now, and hopefully, and this is my prayer, that tomorrow, in order
the question of making a contribution.
No. That's why now my question is coming up. That's why I want my brother Jakasoko to explain.
You are asking and answering yourself.
Okay, Jakasoko, why are you that comfortable with the Sabina Chege compared to Martha Karua anyway?
Oh God.
Mungeuliza wote hiyo maswali na jibu yote pamoja.
Okay, yeah, let me just so that you can answer them all. That's a better way. Mine is just only not really a question, but something that related what he's asking, that why Martha Karua is that you know, as we grow old, there's our standard of toughness or whatever, somehow in any office you go, you find the other structures. So you go by that office, the office itself will make you, with even your stand, be able to switch and throw other things and adjust. So we don't always look back and trying to say, oh, she was that. That time she was young. Now she's changing, and now actually you would agree with Selena that the younger the lady, the expensive she is in terms of, look at it that way. Then you will understand that now, as she has grown that much, she has already understood. Even if it was yesterday, yesterday and today, there will be a big change. You have already seen the way you saw things.
Are you answering a question on behalf of him or asking question?
I try to assist him. I try to assist him.
All right, can I answer the question?
Answer question, we move.
All right. Generally, maybe they didn't just get me right. I don't have any problem with Martha Karua, except my fear was a BBI. If she can clarify her stand now, since she's joining Raila and Uhuru team, that I'm okay with that. But I was just fearing a scenario of another Ruto coming up, because Martha is not that an easy person to deal with. So I'm looking for a scenario where we don't have another, when Uhuru and Raila revive the BBI, then we have another Ruto coming up. So if she's comfortable now because she has changed her mind, because I don't know the reasons why she was opposing that, and she was one of the people who were representing I think it was called Linda Katiba. But the main thing is, to me, I'm comfortable with both of them, but I was looking for somebody who can easily give Raila a little bit of good time to work. But I know, and I believe that the choice for the running mate is not just for Raila. People from the mountain has a big say on it, and they have a bigger a big chunk of it, a big chunk of the decision to make on that. So I know Uhuru or that group has made their mind. If they say it is Martha, I'm comfortable with Martha. But the person I'm not comfortable, even if he changes his mind and come back, is Kalonzo Musyoka. This guy, and even he promised that immediately after the election, he will start campaigning for 2027. So somebody has showed you his cards, and then you now try to drag him along. Maybe for them to get a good number of votes from Lower Eastern, maybe that is the reason. But as at this point, I think and I believe the train is good to go. Tomorrow, the running mate, whether it is Karua, Sabina, or Peter Kenneth, we should be ready to go. Thank you.
But on that issue of sometimes I find it not a premature judgment when people say they are comparing Karua and Sabina Chege. If you ask, the way you have outlined, when you are asked to outline about Sabina Chege, you only tell us the history, the way she has done the campaigns. That is with, and then when you go to Karua, someone has not kindly mute. There is a
okay.
Yes, mute. I ask you a question, then you unmute to respond. So mute first. Your mic has having echoes. I don't know. Someone else is also having echoes.
I think Fred. Oh.
Kindly, all of us, let's remain mute. Okay. So I'm saying, for Mother, you are going up to 2007. And for Chege, you are giving us a history of the campaigns. And you think that's a clear comparison of how this person is principled and this one is not? I think, to me, that is unfair. In fact, for me, they say better the devil you know than the angel you don't know. The reason why you are talking about Mother Karua and stands because she has been in different portfolios, so you can trace what she has stood for up to now. The reason why you cannot point out issues with the Sabina Jacob is because you have never seen her in different dockets and how she performs. You are only rating her with the campaigns. So what you're bringing out, some people may say you are bringing out inexperience. You are bringing out that you actually don't know the candidate you want. That this person you are purporting to be good is like a girl you have met in 2 days and umekula na yeye chips and you think she's the most pretty girl on earth. And you have a problem with a lady you had related for 5 years because unajua her in and out. So I think you have a point, but you need to put it on a fair scale. Fred, you had asked your question. So what is
just a minute, Wekesa, please. One thing, please.
20 years. Aida Odinga said 20 years when Baba was in prison. Martha Karua was the young lawyer, and he was a lawyer for Raila. And then when Aida was home, when Raila was in jail, Aida was the one person when Moi was taking Aida to jail and out, Martha Karua was their lawyer. So it is more than 20 years and they have been in opposition together for a long time.
Also to add on that, Selina, you see people, I find Mother loyal. When she was working with Kibaki, in fact, she was the one defending Kibaki the most. You see, loyalty also manifests not only in following orders, but also in defending your boss, standing with your boss. That is part of loyalty. She defended Kibaki to the to the last minute. And when she disagreed with Kibaki, she did not fight Kibaki in the public. She decided to take a walk. So loyalty doesn't mean that you agree everything your boss says. But even when you disagree honorably. And she did the honorable thing and decided, me, I cannot continue. So Fred, what was your question?
Oh, okay, sir. You know, there's a point Jakasoka has said there, and is like we are not you're not putting more emphasis on it. Martha Karua is good. Everybody right now is for Martha Karua. But now, will Martha Karua play politics as per what Raila and Uhuru are after? You know, that's a question. Because one thing you should know, after after election, BBI gonna pop up. Eh? That's the end result of this election. You see, and Martha Karua opposed BBI. You see, eh? And if I don't know, that's that's the question. All of us we need to take care of it seriously, because I'm going to see rebellion between Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, because the game plan.
That is the negotiation. That is the negotiation.
Okay,
they
but Selina,
Martha Karua. Let me tell you, that is what they asked Martha Karua before they sit down, Baba, Martha Karua, and the president, and they say, "These are our position, and what is your position?" Being the running mate of Baba, you know, Martha Karua was not just to pick on the street to be the running mate. She has to ask you some questions. I'm telling you, they ask her
Selina,
questions, and she
Now,
Fred,
you are
please
not
have a chance to give
Fred,
our opinions or contributions, please.
Fred, you are not listening kindly.
Okay.
Okay, Evans. When someone makes a contribution, we give people to rebuttal. If you have not carried up your hand, how do we give you a chance? Because there is the chance for rebuttals and there's chance for contribution, which is moving the way people came in. So if you don't have a rebuttal, you wait for your chance. And we
But I have
cannot.
raised my hand so many times. Maybe it was not seen, but it's fine.
All right.
I haven't seen.
Okay, so let me
I've
finish.
been giving all the people chance when who carry up the hand. And do you have?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
What?
So,
Wekesa,
Fred, you finish
can
in
I
1
finish?
minute. We move.
All right. All right. So, Mama Selina, I'm happy. I'm happy. At least you have talked that maybe they have negotiated with him, because Martha Karua is the most hard person to deal with. That lady is not that easy to bend. That's one thing we should know about Martha Karua. Martha Karua is that's why she's called Iron Lady. You see. So if hopefully, because we don't want to go Uhuru Ruto scenario again. Because it has been another thing which people doesn't want to see again. Hopefully, if she gonna play by the script, well. But Raila and Uhuru should be very careful with Martha Karua. Martha Karua doesn't play some monkey games here and there. You see, I'm done.
I'm saying this. I was with Martha Karua and Baba in Washington, D.C., and we talk a lot, and those are some things I was also worried and say, Mom, what will happen
Noisy
in case
background.
of this and this?
Selina, wait. Kuna mtu akona noisy background kabisa. Ina bring echoes. Thank you.
Can I talk?
Kama ni yako?
No.
Kuna...
Oh yeah, maybe it is me.
Fred, mute your whatever. Fred.
Oh.
Mute. Sorry.
Okay, I was saying, I'm talking about this because I was with Martha Karua and Baba when they were in Washington, D.C. And I've been talking to her, and those are the questions because I'm a North Kenya person, and I'm in the neck of North Kenya as a national deputy women leader, diaspora. So most of the things they decide, I'm part of that neck. And those are the questions we ask Mama. And let me tell you, Martha Karua was approached by Ruto. And even I was called and I asked her, Where are we going? Are you selling our party? Me. And she said, who says so? I say, you are supposed to have a meeting with Ruto on Wednesday, and they have told everybody in Kenya. And Martha Karua said, no, I better go for Kirinyaka governorship than working with corrupted people. So when I say this, is I'm in that net meeting of NAK Kenya, even though I'm in diaspora. I'm a member of NAK Kenya.
Yeah, and I think as I want to bring in Evans, it's good to have principled people. And Mother Karua opposed BPI because she's a lawyer and she knew there were pitfalls. And if it collapsed, she had a point. And they knew that the process was wrong anyway. BPI has good intention, only the process that was wrong. And it will be brought back through the right process. And if it goes through the right process, she will give it thumbs up. So remember, she supported Kibaki on issues to do with health. And so you don't have to just generalize that Mother Karua is being principled is an advantage. It's never a weakness. And
that is why the other
Evans,
side, they would like you to leave Mother Karua alone and go for other people, not because of what? Because they know she's a principled person. She will deal with people with corruption, and that is what Baba is dealing with. Thank you. I'm sorry to disturb.
Let's have Evans now.
Oh, thank you so much for according me this opportunity, guys, gentlemen, and Selena, my sister here, Maggie, Andrew, Jokosoko, Wekeza, Revi, na Fred, Robert Yabuya, and Wycliffe. Thank you so much. Good evening. I want to say this from the word go, that me, as Kenya Kwanza supporter, I'm very happy for you guys for taking Martha Karua as Azimio running mate. Because we can't change anything here right now. It has been decided. But that's what we wanted as Kenya Kwanza, so that you lose. Because there is a question which we asked someone here at Raisi when I was watching around, that did you want us to get the correct candidates who would make you lose? That is the worst part which I could like from my side. I want you to bring out people who will bring you down in the morning so that we can win. I can assure you, and I'm saying this, being the truth, no matter what is happening, you have your what you see and what we see. A footballer, the one who's at the bench can see better than the one who's in the game. Let me tell you, the votes of Mount Kenya at the point which we are in now, if Raila gets 30%, God would be so good to him. But I can assure you, if they had this and they gave Kalonzo Musyoka the running mate, the 2 million votes of Ukambani plus the supporters of Kalonzo, I am sure Raila could have gotten them. But that's good for us. And I thank you guys. And to me, I'm very okay with the Martha Karua. Just go on. Let me go to the point. Gachagua, Rigathi Gachagua, he has been an MP of Mathira in Muranga. At the point of time, before he was elected, he could talk about Muranga and the Mathira people. Now, from now henceforth, he will now try to practice on how to speak on behalf of all Kenyans. And it's not wrong to talk about the Kikuyus. What do you take of a president whom you are now praising so much, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who goes to a meeting and speak in Kikuyu? That is not the values, the core values of a symbol of national unity. Then he ignores that there's no other group there, tribe in Kenya who wants to listen to that. He speaks. I don't want to dig into this so much because it doesn't make sense to me. But what I'm saying, as in Kenya Kwanza, you have laid your bed, and you are going to sleep on it. Let me tell you, the problem with Azimio La Umoja is only one. They wanted to delay. One guy said about Kalonzo Musyoka being a senior counsel and all those things. My friend, Wekesa, you reminded him that they have read it. They know that the time of that running minute ends at 11:59 midnight tomorrow, or today. So anytime you can come out. Kalonzo already has been submitted his papers to IEBC as a presidential candidate before. So the only thing to do is to take the running mate. And what they are running about after is that they should not be locked out, not to surrender their running mate in time. And that's why, Azimio, because they want to do this deceitful politics, they want to delay to the last minute, then they lock him out. And Kalonzo is trying to play it safe. So now, on my part, Azimio has failed. They have failed themselves. And this is where the numbers are going to beat them. You wanted us to choose Kithure Kindiki. You know, in politics, you look at who can bring more votes. Kithure Kindiki is a fine man, yes. Kithure Kindiki could have maintained, even as now, as we elected, or as they gave Gachagua. You saw from yesterday, there was a lot of commotion in the Muranga, whatever side, and Nyeri, about no Gachagua, no Ruto. It's a reality, and that's what people look at. Because right now, we have gone to Mount Kenya, we have quenched that fire that was there, and Gachagua is going to mobilize more than Kindiki. Kindiki is a fine man. He can get, the country is big. If the Kenya Kwanza government wins, he will definitely have something, a share somewhere. But the truth is, what we are looking at is not about how the values of someone at this point. At this point, we are looking at what do you bring in numbers. I am assuring you, Martha Karua will never ever bring more numbers than Kalonzo. But because we cannot make any change here, you have dumped.
Why are you mixing your debate? You are discussing Kindiki and Gachagua. You should have told us Gachagua will bring more numbers than.
Yeah, you know, I don't have that much time.
I don't know why you are rushing away from your debate, because I think tomorrow there will be
no, there is no change. The only way forward, the only one here front is Martha Karua. There is nothing. So whether you bring Martha Karua or you bring this Sabina Jege, we are not now. I could not be interested on the two because of what will they bring us in pertaining numbers. Because it's all about winning fast.
Are you suggesting that Mount Kenya there are no votes?
There are votes. But the votes of Mount Kenya has already been divided. If you want to be sincere to yourself, the majority of the votes.
Guys, you have a problem. Yeah,
no.
This is how you will lose Mount Kenya. You guys think you already own Mount Kenya, and whatever Mount Kenya can do, they cannot do anything. That you guys have the votes.
Well, Kesa, I want to give you a very good example. We have had some elections.
Do you have the voting history of Mount Kenya? Do you have the voting history?
There is nothing to do with the voting history here. We are going to elections.
Because when you look at the voting history of Mount Kenya, they make decision last minute. That is it.
Yeah, it's okay, Mr. Wekesa.
And let me also ask you, do you think Uhuru Kenyatta decided to join Azimio, put his name as chairman, only to have he will be leading other communities and his community will not be in Azimio? You think he's just that dumb? You're not thinking? He knows how the game is played and when it is played, and that's why he's so relaxed. Actually, he will be the most desperate guy as a chairman of Azimio when all his community is out. And you are not thinking that way? And you think he doesn't have that intelligence?
Wekesa, are you asking me a question or you are
I'm
giving me a point
provoking
of
you to think because what you are telling us doesn't make sense.
It's okay. For now, it cannot make sense because I started by saying the one who is in the field or in the playground playing might not see. Because right now, when you are focused and saying, and this is what is killing Azimio so much, you think that the votes are going to be commanded by Uhuru, and then you have stopped
It's not
even thinking
killing
by
us.
yourself.
You are having a half debate. That's why, because when you come here, you're discussing Azimio, you're not seeing your problem. And we are here to provoke you to think inside. This is what you told us with your PR. That, okay, we are just okay. We don't need, we cannot burn midnight oil to look for a running mate. When the time came, you kept us the whole night, even up to the following day. And your
Kept you
backyard,
for
there
what?
was backlash.
Kept
So
you for what?
don't try
Why
to
were you
make
waiting?
PR. Don't try to create PR. You are discussing about Kalonzo, but you cannot discuss about Kindiki. You think that problems are in your neighbor, but in your house you ignore. And that's why we are
Mr.
pushing you
Wekesa,
back. We are pushing you back to discuss. You bring out issues on your side
Mr.
also.
Wekesa, us in Kenya Kwanza, we looked at someone who can mobilize the votes and bring them to the basket of William Ruto. I did not say that, and that's
Does
why
he have a
we have
history of mobilizing?
So why are you not happy for us to lose? Why are you fighting so hard for us?
I started by saying I'm so happy. Selena, I said
If
I'm
you are
so
happy,
happy.
be quiet. Don't lecture
Why should I
us.
keep
We know
quiet?
what you are doing.
Why do you want
Don't
the problem that you have in this forum? You don't want a divergent opinion. You just want to keep quiet. What do you want me to keep quiet?
Talk about your party. Tell us the coup of Gachagua. Tell us how
I
you
am
win the
saying,
vote.
and I'm saying this, Serena, please
Why are you telling us
respect
about
me.
Kalonzo? Why are you
Respect
telling us
me.
about Kalonzo?
I
You are
respect
telling
you.
us
The
Kalonzo
bottom
has
line here
already...
is,
Look, listen, you are telling us Kalonzo has deposited the papers. You are telling us Kalonzo is ready. We need that. We don't need it. If you want to take it, if he has already asked a candidate, if he has running mate, we don't care. So now you are coming here, Matakarua, you are coming Gachagua, you are telling us Kalonzo, give us your side, and then we give us our side. That is what we want a good debate.
so what is it that we are what is it that we are debating
Okay,
about?
Selena, let me
Are we not?
ask him a question.
No, hold on, Mr. Wekesa, 1 minute, please. Are we not debating as in Azimio and Kenya Kwanza? And I'm giving my part. I'm also discrediting your side. You can also give your side and discredit me. I'm not having any problem with that one. But Serena, don't be angry at me.
No,
don't be angry at me. I am just saying.
Angry for what?
It's okay. Relax, guys. Guys, relax.
Angry for what? I'm just saying a question. I'm
Selena,
not
relax. Selena, relax. So I'm saying this issue you are digging in our side are existing in your side, and today was your day.
Why don't you dig it also?
Wait.
Now I'm digging your side.
Did not show up. Kindiki did not show up. Why? Why didn't he show up for the running mate unveiling?
Why did Kalonzo didn't see? Why did Kalonzo not show up? Everyone has got his own reason. But the way you can put it,
we are unveiling tomorrow, not today.
No, you know what? What I'm saying is this. Let me just put it clear. I will never stop criticizing you,
No,
Azimio.
we are not saying stop. We are only telling you
I could request you, Azimio people, to take my point and criticize me being in Kenya Kwanza. Tell me the wrongs which you see, or if you don't want to tell me, it's okay. But I started by saying, as we are okay with your decision of Martha Karua, because that is how we are going to beat you in the morning.
Decided tomorrow they can bring even Peter Kenneth. Just as the way we expected Kitura Kindiki and they brought Gachagua. So we might be playing with Karua and we show up with Peter Kenneth or Peter Mudi.
I said this. Please get this point clear. The votes of Mount Kenya, if they were to come to you, let me just give you a very simple example. You said Uhuru as its own roots in Mount Kenya. If they were to come to you, let me just assume like that, maybe you had them. You could have hunted for what is outside, that is Kalonzo, so that you can come with those votes and add in your basket so you can win. But because you don't want to think like that, I'm saying, whether you bring Karua, you bring Sabina Chege, or you bring this guy called Peter Kenneth, you don't change anything. The votes that you are going to get from Mount Kenya will remain the votes that you will get. But you have left the bird that's in the bush, which you could have kept more.
Discussing as if us we don't have people on Mount Kenya we discuss with? Ama ni nyinyi tu mnajua watu wa Mount Kenya? We have these conversations on Mount Kenya every day. So
no, after all this, Mr. Wekesa,
are you the only one
sit back.
Are you from
After
Mount
all
Kenya?
this, the time is coming.
Kenya? Are you from Mount Kenya?
I'm a Kenyan.
No, but you brought the issue of Mount Kenya. Are you from Mount Kenya?
I'm a Kenyan, Mr. Wekesa.
Okay, now let's have people.
Tupatie nafasi Wekesa tuweke huyu jamaa kwa laini.
Okay, so let's have Maggie, Richard, and then Fred. One questions as we move forward.
Evans.
Yes,
why
madam.
Are you other people always being cheated that Raila can only pass with Mount Kenya Kenya votes? You know, Raila won in 2017 without Mount Kenya, even a single person voting for him. This time we have Sabina Chege will vote for him. Peter Kenneth will vote for him. At least we have some 10 votes, plus those Raila has been getting. Why are you always so optimistic about what Azimio is going to get? And again, why do you other people want to decide for us our DP? Our DP is our DP. And yours is yours. You had nominated yours yesterday. Why don't you just tell us more good about what he's going to do and what the agenda he has on the table for Kenyans, the what and what? Because surely criticizing so much on whom we are going to elect or on whom we are going to nominate, I think it's becoming too monotonous. Please, you guys, just tell us what Gachagua is going to do for you people. And even as we're still waiting, hanging there, waiting, who is going to be given to us? But we are so comfortable with whom is going to be given to, be it Peter Kenneth, be it Sabina Chege, be it Martha Karua, even that Kalonzo you people are talking too much about. Whoever will be brought for us, we are going to take. I think you are really making this show become so unfair to some people. Please don't decide for us and tell us more about Gachagua, because Gachagua, even last week, he was called by the DCI for interrogation of the 12 billion Kenya shillings, which cannot be said where it went to. Please tell us more about that. Thank you.
Okay, Moraes, and then Fred.
Okay.
All right.
My friend Evans, one question I want to clear whether that is what you meant. That the president, who is a national symbol or national unit of the country, spoke the vernacular. If he has one vote, now, if you feel it's an issue that is spoke in the vernacular to one vote, are you saying that the one who are listening to the vernacular are the votes which are going to tilt your veto? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. What made me to talk about that is about someone who spoke about Gachagua speaking about Kikuyus or about Muranga. That's where I was coming from. How do you compare Gachagua speaking about of his people, whom he has been, even now he's an MP for Madeira, when a president whom you embrace and you really make the person of great interest to you stands in a podium in Kasarani and speaks in Nairobi, for that matter, and speaks in Kikuyu alone without caring who is there, and you know that's where that was coming from.
So he was speaking to voters, and that's good. Who can understand the language, what he wanted?
Mr. Murias, let us not make this an argument because it cannot take us anywhere. Maggie asked the question here that.
And then we bring in another person. We have Fred. I want Fred to ask so that you answer all of them. We need to go to the next contributor. Fred.
Okay. Asante Wekesa. Maina, one thing I wanna tell you about this platform. Hapa hivi bro kikuja just wewe to convince watu wa Azimio tuingie hiyo UDA yenu. That's all. Hakuna biashara nyingine hapa. Convince us. You see, kama mimi saizi I want to convince you usiku mchana before 9th ukuja Azimio because you need your vote. You see, that's the thing I want to tell you, bro. Just mark my words today. Wekesa kila mtu. Huyu jamaa 9th tumleta hapa hivi. Gachagua doesn't command in Mount Kenya. I'm telling you this thing. Gachagua came to political limelight 2017. Get bro, tumezaliwa Kenya. I'm in diaspora but tumezaliwa Kenya, we know everything. You see? Gachagua tumeanza kujua Gachagua juzi brother yake akikufa ndio jina Gachagua ilianza kusikika mpaka venye amekuja kunini kuwin election ya Madira. You see? You can't go wakina Peter Kenneth were there. You see? Tuko na watu ambao wanasikika Mount Kenya. You see? Don't think, Wekesa told you, don't think Uhuru Kenyatta is stupid. And one thing you should know, Uhuru Kenyatta is the most shrewd politician since baba yake mpaka venye Kibaki amekufa hivi. That guy is very quiet but he's dangerous. He has a very, very, very wild card he's going to play. You people, you wanted us to pick Kalonzo Musyoka so that mtake advantage mweze kutubomoa. Tunaweka a lady. And that lady, all women, even women in UDA, they are going to vote for her. Just, I want to assure you that thing. Unaona? Lastly, because thank you Wekesa, I've talked kitu ingeniua man, singeka ingelipuka man. So kitu ya mwisho nataka kukuambia my brother Evans, hii mambo ya UDA kutuambia oh central is our central nini na nini whatever. I'm telling you that we are going to get 40%, 50% za kura kutoka Mount Kenya. Kwanza acha nikwambie kitu moja. We don't need all nini, we need Mokorino. You know what we call Mokorino Church, Mokorino Society. Hiyo peke yake. Kesho Uhuru Kenyatta ete Mokorino State House, that's 1.6 million votes. Na ukipiga percentage mzuri sana. You see? Already we have the votes. Na hata kama hivyo, don't joke with deep state. I'm sorry to say this, deep state exists. Hiyo unapiga kichwa na mkia bado ni hai. Ukikata mkia bado kichwa inakuwa hai. You see? Well, that's one thing you should know. Mtacheza, mtafanya kila kitu tarehe 9 baba, utakuwa hapa hivi na tutaonana na asante.
Usiweke siasa kwa roho. Stop being emotional.
Usiweke kwa roho. Mkidungwa na usiweke siasa kwa roho.
Okay.
I want to move to the next person.
Wacha niseme hivi. We can raise our timbers and the pressure here for no reason. The time is coming, the reckoning time. That will be the 9th of August. You know, right now here, we are all, in fact, we remain Kenyans, even after these elections. But what I'm telling you is one thing, that as we go into these elections, you have said about Gachagua coming into 2017, Mr. Momanyi. I don't know whether he's there. Sabina Jege he just came also in about that time, but he's there. So let us not argue of when did Sabina Jege come. Young people have been born who are very intelligent than some of us who were born long time ago. So you cannot compare when were you born and when was this one born, then you say this one can deliver than the other. But what I'm saying is this, the reason as to why, as Kenya Kwanza, we wanted you to nominate Kalonzo Musyoka. We wanted to challenge you so that you remain where you have remained now. that, oh, why are you pushing Kalonzo to us? So that you read those votes out, and then we see how you move on. Number two, about Martha Karua, or about the numbers that we are talking about. Raila, Maggie said, Raila won in 2017 without the vote of Mount Kenya. Do you know that when Raila was winning in 2017, he had Kalonzo with him? Do you know that time he had Mudavadi with him, he had Wetangula with him, he had King who gave all the votes of Kilifi to him? So let us not lie to each other. Numbers will shame you guys. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Let others also give their views.
And on your parting shots, you are selective in your own parting shots. You forget that
I have to be like that. I have to be like that, Mr.
You have done your part. Let me answer you as we. You have done your part. You have told us that Raila won with Kalonzo, with the Musyoka, with the Kingi, and you deliberately. Let me speak. And you deliberately don't tell us that Ruto has never run for election. He's assuming that Uhuru's votes are his, because the 2013 and 2017 votes were Uhuru's, and Uhuru gave more than Ruto. And so you are assuming that whatever Uhuru got, Ruto will get. And you so don't try to count our chicks, and you don't have even the chicks yourself.
Mr. Wekesa, the ground for Uhuru and Azimio is too slippery. Wait and see.
And why are you worried for our side? And
I'm not worried. I'm happy. I'm not worried. I said I'm happy. Did you hear my? I'm so happy. Wekesa, you know, this guy said when let me just a second.
Being happy is not the way you
just a second, please. This guy. Listen to me. 1 second. Just 5 seconds only. Just 5 seconds, please.
No.
Just 5 seconds.
No. Let's move to the next person.
Please, I want to air something for 5 minutes.
Let's move to the next
person. I'm just requesting for this 5 seconds, please.
Let's move to the next person. Telling us you are happy, it's not a point. Let's have Abuya.
Jambo mingi, nawasalimia. That was quite some heated debate. Yeah, anyway.
Sometimes we allow some heat, but people need to control themselves.
Yeah. Now, I'll start with Kenya Kwanza and the running mate, Gachagua, who Evans has been defending very well. And there is this notion that a few leaders have votes in their pocket of their community. That is not true. Kalonzo also thinks that he has them in the Kamba vote in his pocket. Gachagua also, like what Evans has been saying, thinks he has them in his pocket. But there is one thing that most people don't realize. There's a difference. There's a very big difference when Mount Kenya have a candidate and when Mount Kenya does not have a candidate. Gachagua, he might be a good mobilizer, but that is not motivation enough for Mount Kenya to come out in numbers in the magnitude that they would have come out like they did with Uhuru Kenyatta. Secondly, this man called Gachagua, the Mount Kenya people are not blind to the fact that this gentleman was a Moi stooge and did very bad things to his own community. In Rift Valley, particularly Molo, Londiani, that area where he was the district administration officer or something of that sort. They are scars that he left there, and I don't think overnight, just because of being picked as a running mate, they would forget that. These are people who have are very historical. I mean, they keep their data at the back of their mind, what they have gone through, and that was the basis of the Mau Mau, movement. And to portray himself like some kind of liberator, that he is Mau Mau, is not going to sell some quarters in the mountain. And we all know that the mountain itself have got their own division, not actually clanism, but they have the people from Kiambu, they have the people from Nyeri, and that is where it comes into play, because if you look at the internal politics of the mountain, there was a time it was said that leadership will not cross River Channel, but it went to Nyeri, Kibaki. How sure are you that the people who were saying that are going to back Gachagua's candidate vis-a-vis what Uhuru Kenyatta is telling them to do? So that is neither here or there. So the mountain vote is open and up for grabs. Remember, UDA or Kenya Kwanza have been campaigning for 4 years, and and you can imagine they are still on panic mode. If Raila was campaigning for 4 years, I don't think we would be talking about an election anymore. So I still feel that they still doubt themselves. They are not sure. Yes, they think that they have the Mount Kenya vote because they have been having a few rallies where they are giving handouts for people to come out. But it tells you that these people are so unsure that what will befall them the next day. Secondly, I want to say that there are times when I feel like I'm ashamed of being a man, because when I look at the ladies in Martha Karua, look at the lady in Sabina Chege, Ngilu, Gladys Wanga, name them. They are leaders who are very astute, and when you see leaders like you compare them with leaders like Kalonzo, Mutua, these are men who cannot make a decision. Number one, these are men who are actually there is something they lack in a man. You don't go fighting in the public domain. These ladies, despite the fact that they know it's only the position of running mate is just one, have behaved themselves. They have not brought up this uivu, and normally we know uivu inakuanga kwa wanawake, lakini hao wanaume wametuleta down. Hapo lazima tuseme kwamba hiyo tabia wameleta ni kitu chafu sana. Martha the other day was talking about yes, if she's given an opportunity, she will welcome, but any other person whom she mentioned, she didn't mention whether it is male or female, of which she was accommodating even Kalonzo. She has no problem with that. But when you look at the behavior of one Stephen Kalonzo, it is so pathetic, and I wouldn't want to discuss it. And to add on that, the clip that you played about Wambua talking,
The beginning of that clip, Wambua says that it is not in the interest of Wiper to walk out of. It's not the interest of Kenyan for Wiper to walk out of Azimio. Then on the other side, he says, yes, we will walk out. You know, he's speaking with both sides of his mouth, and they seem not to have confidence in themselves. And I realize that the reason why these tantrums are being thrown by Wiper side is that Raila has already seen, Raila and Uhuru have seen this thing. They have ignored them, number one. And Uhuru is in government and in charge of government. It is not a coincidence that they decided to give people like Mutua a deaf ear. They are now giving Kalonzo a deaf ear. These are people who, Uhuru is somebody who has the machinery. He has the NSIS. They know, they definitely know. If you see Uhuru giving you a deaf ear, there is something they know about Kalonzo. He is double dealing. And if he's not double dealing, he has some skills. Because he can't do it alone, he must be talking. And he must be talking to people. So there's something they have known about Kalonzo and decided to give him a blackout. If he wants to stay in Azimio, let him stay. If he wants to leave, let him leave. It is definitely not a coincidence. So this Kalonzo is definitely a double dealing. That is not it's not in doubt anymore. And I think I'll leave it at there. Maybe I'll contribute as we carry on. Thank you.
Thank you for that point you brought out about double dealing and intelligence, and I've seen also. That's why sometimes we say, okay, as much as we support Azimio, let's stop being anxious. Don't you think Uhuru, they know even the backyard of Ukambani? You think they don't have intelligence? Even if you threaten them, I'm going away and I'm going with all the votes. You think they don't have intelligence on the ground? And they know you might shift some votes, but not all. They know it. So you also said that he's bargaining backward and forth. Why? I think what happened yesterday is what have triggered this. When they saw, and you see, Gachagua could even be stage managed. When they saw Gachagua having some demonstration, then today is named, they think that maybe they also twist Raila to give them that post. That's why they're giving threats. They might go to court, but you see, as a senior counsel, he knows that the ruling was made when Alfred Mutua went. The same ruling applies to Jefferson Kingi. The same ruling applies to Kalonzo. He's a lawyer, he knows that. He's not special. So what they are doing, these gimmicks of, we are going to court, is either they are given threatening Raila and trying to blackmail him so that he gives in, or they want to blindfold us as they continue finishing their plans to go independent. But how it will work, you see, sometimes you plan, the way Musalia planned to get out of NASA and Oka and join, he didn't know the backlash. He didn't know that after he announced the earthquake, the rest of the people will walk away from him. So you might decide to go independent, that these people umewachia party, wananunuliwa na party, you will never recover your party. You see, you cannot leave someone's party at to enter independent thinking that he will be a good custodian. These people can skim you out and think you are very useless let's take over the party. You will never recover it. And for me, I doubt that Kalonzo can resign from the party because he is always insecure. He doesn't trust even these guys who are pushing him. Anajua wanakulia kwa jina yake. He knows these guys talk to Ruto. These guys are paid. So there's no way he can resign ati waachie party ati niende kwa Ruto nijipange, alafu mambo ikikuwa mzuri tutatoa party yetu. My friend, in politics, if someone gives you a foothold, you sway everything. So I don't think it will happen.
Yeah, to add on that, it is not a coincidence that yesterday at Karen police station, at the parking lot, Kalonzo happened to be there, and there were UDA MPs, or rather UDA aspirants, top UDA aspirants, happened to be there. Even if we are politicians and we keep talking, that vicinity of Karen, it becomes suspicious because
no, yesterday they wanted to pull a surprise. They wanted, but you see, let me tell you one thing. Gachagua is also he's a tough negotiator. If Gachagua was weak like Kindiki, these guys would have duped him. They could even bring in Kalonzo and dupe him. They were looking for someone, and that's why they were telling us about earthquake and a bombshell. They thought they can fix him. Now that the whole deal failed, that's why they just they decided to name him today. But yesterday, the tricks that were going on there, they were looking for someone to fix there to shake Azimio.
And what about the rumor?
Gachagua is not only looking for a deputy president. He knows he will not get it. He's looking for an avenue to be at a higher bargaining power on the mountain, even if he's in opposition.
What about the rumors that, how true are the rumors that Gachagua slapped Ichungwa, and that is why he had to leave in a half? Is there anybody who has this intent?
Yeah, there was a heated debate. We don't know because it's not confirmed, but it was not good. Huko mambo ilikuwa moto. Let's have Levi. Had you met your contribution?
Not yet, not yet.
Now it's your time.
Thank you so much. And I'm very happy because of the articulate submissions over here. Now, starting, I think what I want to say, just to go quickly, because kila kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema, kila mtu amesema. So, first of all, let me start with the William Ruto, the unveiling of Rigathi Gachagua. I think Rigathi Gachagua could have been the most preferred candidate, potential running mate for William Ruto. Contrary to the opinion polls and the popular choice, because Rigathi Gachagua, and it has been said before, he has been the face and the power behind negotiations of William Ruto and the other like-minded people who have joined him, the likes of Mudavadi and Wetangula and all those. And also William Ruto, from the time aliingia to the DP position, the ambitions vile alianza, he was salivating on the Mount Kenya votes, of course, and that was his aim. So looking at who can increase his grip on the mountain, for me, from what I saw, Rigathi Gachagua could have been maybe the preferred candidate for Ruto. Hata kama opinion poll ama the popular choice was Kindiki. From the obvious reasons, mmesikia ati Rigathi Gachagua is a mobilizer. He is a staunch person who can mobilize votes in the mountain. And why is the mountain so important? Because we are meant to believe that Mount Kenya votes do decide our elections. Right now the registered voters, they're like 19 million, ndio, and 5+ million come from the Mount Kenya region. So that is why the Mount Kenya region seems so important to these candidates, and that's why to Ruto, he gets a good grip of the mountain, he sees that he has a better chance of maybe clinching the presidency. But let's look at this perspective. Someone said this: the Mount Kenya voting pattern is somehow unique because it is different when they have a kingpin or they have a candidate of their own versus when they don't have. So I think the Kenya Kwanza perception is that since William Ruto has this populist idea that he has this grip in the mountain and ameka Mount Kenya kwa mfuko, that gives him this big confidence that Raila cannot go to the mountain, and that's the idea they're trying to sell, that the mountain is too slippery for Raila, which I don't think is the case. Though yes, Raila has been getting this relatively low votes in the mountain, but this time I think it will be a different case for Raila, because now we see the Jubilee gang is here, you see the NAK Kenya gang is here, and also the backing of the presidency. That's something that you cannot assume. Being ukiendosiwa by the incumbent president, that is a very big plus for you, especially now that Uhuru is from the Mount Kenya region. Again, for the Kalonzo for the Kalonzo thing, I think it has become redundant talking about Kalonzo. But again, let's look at this perspective. I saw this MP from Wiper. I don't know what is his name. He is a lawyer. He said that they are going to court. Dan Maanzo, yeah. He said that they're going to court to withdraw from the Azimio coalition. It's practically and legally it makes no sense, because by tomorrow midnight, every presidential candidate should have unveiled his running mate. From what I see, for Kalonzo, he will, he'll get these consequences of his undecisiveness. He's being undecisive. And right now, it's a little bit too late for him to make a choice of whether to exit Azimio or not. If he was to make a decision, make your decision kitambo sana, na ingemsaidia if at all he wanted to run for presidency. But as of now, going to court and maybe withdrawing from Azimio and maybe contesting, I don't know, an independent candidate, I don't think it will work. And now for Kalonzo's case, it's just a case of as Steve Ogola said today, is doomed if he does and doomed if he doesn't. So I think it is neither here nor there. For now, I don't see he is likely to be chosen as a running mate for Raila. That is out of our minds. Let us see the Martha Karua ticket, and I think it's also my preferred ticket, the Raila Karua ticket, because Martha Karua, we know she has a very rich history, and these people saying that Martha Karua cannot mobilize votes for Raila Odinga, and maybe trying to discredit her, that she akikuwa deputy president, she'll be maybe defiant ama aende against the wishes of Raila. What I want to say that having a deputy president, you don't have to have a deputy president that you can control like a remote, and you don't have to have a deputy president who is semeaje hana kazi, ama you have to have a deputy president who is qualified to be a deputy president. Unaona, somebody of the caliber of Martha Karua, she's someone who has a rich history, from the the second liberation, fighting for multi-party democracy. She has been in this stage for many years, and she has the credentials. She has the guile. She has the craft, the style of leadership. And these people saying that she's staunch. That is the positive side of her. She cannot be compromised, and that is why these guys are pushing so hard not to get her, as the running mate of Raila Odinga, because she is someone who stands for what she says. Akiamua ni hivi, and she is somebody who cannot be compromised, or maybe change her stand on what she believes. And I think that the perfect pair, especially in the fighting of corruption. And as Raila said, just to finish on what Raila said, tunajua kwenye pesa iko. He has been the prime minister for 5 years, amekuwa MP, and he knows where the money is. So people saying that, Raila has been in government and he's done nothing, nini. Raila has been in government and he knows where the money is, and he knows how to seal the loopholes and divert the money to useful things. Na hawa watu wengine hawawezi, as Baba said, I'm just waiting in 100 days. Tafadhali hawa watu wameiba sana, waende kamiti na shimo la tewa. I think that's all for now. Kila kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema watu waliisha maliza. Unless someone has a question or a reply or a comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've seen the hand of Robert. As Robert comes in, Bernard, I allow you to take the seat. I have to retire.
Okay, thank you. There's that issue of Martha Karua, and there's a gentleman who had said that she's a hardliner, she might bring problems. One thing about the history of Martha Karua is very well documented. She's loyal. She's a tough negotiator, yes. And if you look at the positive side of what might be, people might be thinking that she's a hardliner, she's uncompromising. At that particular time, if people could understand Karua very well, in 2007, Karua was sticking to the old constitution, and that's what she was using to defend Kibaki. She's a flexible lady because she has recently, she was interviewed, I think about a month ago, and she was asked why she has decided to join Raila, yet she was a proponent of, she was among the people who were against the BBI. And she made it very clear that, yes, the BBI has got very good items in there, but those are issues that can be discussed, and a few changes can be made. So trying to depict Martha Karua as somebody who might pose any problem in the Raila government is not true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who is next? Is that lifting hand, or it is somebody flexing his muscle?
Yes, Bernard, thank you for this time for letting me air my views, but I'm great. I've been trying to get into the studio, but as long as I'm in there. So I appreciate so much for the contribution of my fellow Kenyans, and I'm happy about that. And this to those guys who listen to it, that's why my proposal, and I had Selena say, we have at least we have a channel whereby viewers back home there can be watching. At least they can they can achieve something from what we say. Though it is not 100% that what we say will help them, but I see that there's something out of what we're doing. Now to come to the point about people say about Kalonzo, about all these guys who have been proposed to become deputy presidents. Okay, they are all Kenyans and we appreciate their leaders. But there's something we have to look at. And I've said this before. Like in a class, we are taught by teachers same subjects, same everything, but we don't score the same. When we come to these leaders, we look at their achievements. And I appreciate so much to our Vice President Ruto. It's good in speech, very good, excellent, but in action, zero. So we have to grade our leaders according to what they do, the achievements, what have they offered to our country in the side of prospering. We can't do like, because back there, I was in Kenya, I told you the other, like a month ago, people are given money and they're singing. They don't know what they're singing about because they have been given $100, 100 shillings, 2,000. They just sing UDA. They don't know what they're singing about. And I'm happy of one of the leaders, let me say his name, Sankok. He was in a meeting in one of the places from his area. He was saying that it's better Ruto anaiba anatuletea wewe Raila utuletea hata 1,100. So is that the kind of people we want in the country? I do watch Manyora. Manyora has been analyzing, and I saw him on the TV. If in the real truth, people can follow what these guys are saying, we are saying, and another person is saying, we have this freedom of airing our views about our country because of the Laira, whatever he did, and they changed the law, whatever he did in 2010. Now we have that freedom. Before, more era, and that's where, I'm sorry to say this, or we are Kenyans, we know. Ruto learned from Moi. It is money. It's not what you offer to people. It's just money. And Ruto, and your man anasema alijipanga. So ukiingia anakupanga, because it's not bad to say about that, because anasema anakupanga. So we don't want the kind of leadership. Sisi hatukatai. Nimesikia watu wakisema about Kalonzo. Kalonzo, okay, that's good. People walikuwa wanampenda. Lakini mbona usikuwe na msimamo? Mbona kama unatetea watu wako, leo unasema hii, kesho unasema hii, kesho ingine, kesho kutwa unasema hii, this unasema hii. So why can't we kuwa na msimamo? Ukisema, okay, mimi naona hao viongozi, they are the one who are wanna contribute to, they are contributing towards tribalism. Sababu wanasema watu wetu tuko na, we have numbers, and these numbers now one which is killing their country. Why am I saying this? It's like now Kalonzo anasema niko na kura, nikitoka Raila huwezi chukua. That's tribalism. And Mudavadi anasema sisi tunakura. Kalonzo yeye ni peke yake. Mudavadi, hao viongozi wote wakitoka wanatoka peke yao. Hawatoki na watu wote wa kusoma kutoka pande wanatoka. That's why one time I said, the time they were launching PPI, Murkomen alisema wewe umetoka kabila kidogo, hata mwezi kuwa na kiongozi kutoka huko. Mimi nilikuwa nangojea nisikie nani atakumchukua kotini for what he said. Which, if you go to that clip, mnasikia vile alisema. So we don't want to hear kind of speeches like that. Sisi ni wa Kenya, hata kama ni kabila yako mko watu 10. If we qualities of leadership, kama mwenye anatoka hapo, that's all we need is progress in our country. So all these guys, the way they say, wote ni wezi. Nilisikia Manyora akisema wote ni okay. If amesema wote ni wezi, somebody ajitokeze, amwambie kwa nini umetuita wezi. He can prove. You cannot work
5 years you have 100 billion. Hata ukifanya kazi you getting 10 million per month, uwezi kupasanya hiyo pesa, uwezi kupata. You can't get that money. You can't make it. Hata kama ni biashara, you cannot make 200 billion. Hiyo 200 billion Kenya itachukua wapi? You know, nimeona watu wamechukua kotini. Wakichukua kotini, mtu ameingia NSSF, yasa mahelikopta, manyumba nini, but akifika kotini kesi inaahirishwa. Kesi kama ya samba, for example land ni kitu, land services kwako, wanaenda kotini, wanasema okay, proof ni wanaleta ile mabu, wewe uko unafaa kuwa na ile land ni ya serikali ama umenunua kihalali, but kesi kotini haiendi. Why? Because of corruption. If God willing, na sisi wananchi ndio tunafanya, the common mwananchi analia, is just crying and is the one who's leading all this. Unasema okay, I've been given money, I'm voting for this because nimepata sukari. Na this sukari hajakulipia fees, hajakulipia hospitali. So let us look at things they go are. So mambo ya another thing, there's this tribe, the Kikuyus. Let me talk about the Kikuyus. They are playing game on these other tribes. Unajua wengine wamejigawanya, waingia kwa Ruto, wengine wameingia kwa Azimio. So they are popularizing themselves because right now they don't have a good candidate. So they are popularizing themselves so that in the future, maybe Raila vile amesema ni miaka 5. So Peter Kennedy is there, this one is there, Gachagua is there, Nani, all those who are being mentioned. So they are just bringing these names to the map. So that time when it comes, so you will see these names there and say, oh, he was there the other time. Kikuyu is not Kenya. Kenya is everybody in this Kenya. So why are they running? Wanaambiwa kama huwezi kuchagua Mkikuyu, then Kenya is not there. It's not that the vice president, if the vice president is not coming from Kikuyu, is that it doesn't necessarily mean that if Kikuyu cannot become president or vice president, Kenya is not there. Kenya will be there. Those leaders who are there can be watatoka, na wengine wataingia, hata kama ni wa Kikuyu, hata kama ni wa Kalenjin, ni wa Somalia, ni wa kutoka coast, wataita wherever, watatoka. All we need, how our country is moving forward. Tusianza kuangalia mtu wetu Kindiki atachukuliwa, mnaandamana, Gachagua mnaandamana. So does it mean kama hata madiviti yuko Kenya iwezi kuendelea? They say mimi I'm not bigger than Kenya. They are bigger than Kenya. The way they are behaving, that one reflects exactly what they are. They are promoting tribalism. That's what they're doing. Chini ya maji. Let us face the truth. Sisi wa Kenya, wacha tuambiane ukweli. Mimi, like so many projects, like 100 billion. Ukiangalia kazi imefanywa kwa 100 billion ama 100 million, ni ya kazi ya 1 million. So let us not deceive ourselves tukisema sisi niko mrengo hii, sisi ndio tunaweza kukua hivi, sisi. Nimesikia Maina hapa akisema vizuri sana ati kura za Mount Kenya, kama ni Gachagua ako na kura 2 ama 1, 3, 4 ya bibi yake, na Wakikuyu wengine sio wote wataingia kwake. Kuna wengine wanaingia hata kwa Nyoro, kuna wengine wanaingia kwa wote hao wako huko kwa Sabina Chege, kuna wengine wote wataingia huko. So we don't say that sasa Kalonzo analeta kura zote. Kalonzo doesn't have the kura yake ni moja. Rais wetu alisema vizuri sana, ako na kura moja, is reducing other votes, aongeze kwa yake. So akisema mimi nimetoka, Raila hawezi kuchukua. Nani alikwambia Raila hawezi kuchukua? Raila amekuwa akichukua hata kama huko si ulitoroka. Just keep off. Kuna Wakenya wengine wanataka Kenya yetu iende mzuri, wataingia kwa ile mlengo, wanaona hapa kuna ukweli, kuna usawa. So let us not deceive ourselves ati nani akitoka kura zimeenda. Wacha kina nani watoke. Wale watu wanatoka Mutua watoke kama wanataka. And I appreciate so much. Raila is taking
Henry, mind time.
Okay, I'm sorry for that, but let me wind up by saying Wakenya tuangalie sio kwa kabila, sio kwa everything, lakini tupige kura kwa kuona pale tunaelekea. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Let's quickly bring in Wycliffe. Let's mind time so that everybody gets a chance to make their submission. And if you have a question, you lift your hand. You don't shout. Thank you.
Thanks, Bernard. I hope you can hear me well. I've been having mic issues before.
Wycliffe, your volume is very low. Increase your volume and move closer to the mic.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I've been having mic issues. I hope you can hear me now. Yeah, so just a few comments in terms of the session. I think the debate is a very helpful one. We've had quite a number of comments from the previous speakers. Unfortunately, most of the speakers we have now are aligned to one faction, so it may not be fair from that point. But all the same, I think there's still value in looking at different perspectives of the conversation. The other comment I would like to say is the moderators, please, try to regulate in terms of time so that everybody who is on board is able to give their opinion, whether it's accepted or not. That gives us a chance to interrogate different points of view, and in fact helps build what we're trying to do, which is enhance democracy. So on to the issues of today. I think the first question was regarding Gachagua's nomination as a deputy president pick. I think my view to that is on a number of fronts. Judging from the way the announcements were done, people were kept waiting for a very long time for this decision to come through, and that tells you that there's a lot of haggling behind the scenes to try and end up with that final decision. So that speaks a lot to what goes behind that selection process, and even the body language during that announcement process had a number of undertones to it. If you could read keenly, Ruto wasn't in his normal a charismatic and vibrant nature, and that is something that if you're keen enough, you would pick from that. And that tells you a lot that this might have been a compromise candidate, in my view. So he might have been held by the balls to be able to settle on this as a candidate, given that earlier on the indication that was given that Kithure Kindiki was already selected for that position. So that speaks a lot to the fact that this may have been a compromise candidate, given on how much stake Gachagua has had on Ruto's campaign in general. So that's my first point. The second point with that is regarding the hustler narrative that has been propagated by the UDA folks. If you are for the people and that is what you stand behind, the fact that you are not about positions and you are about serving the people, even the venue for that announcement becomes a subject of criticism. And so where they chose to do this announcement, it does not resonate with the Wanjikus or the hustlers they've been talking about. And so even the people who are present in that kind of an announcement becomes an issue to me. Are we trying to integrate the people we are fighting for from a UDA perspective, or it is always about positions and we are using you as a bargaining chip to get to that position that we desire? And so I'm thinking that Ruto has been held at ransom, and so that is the compromise he had to come with in order to make things work for the Mount Kenya region, picking Gachagua. That said, the second portion, and I'm happy to take questions or comments after this. The second piece regarding Kalonzo has been there since Kalonzo joined the Azimio La Umoja movement. It first started with him insisting there was a One Kenya Alliance name that needed to be added to the Azimio name. And so that in itself spoke a lot to the fact that he joined this without really admiring the aspirations around Azimio. And so, even that in itself speaks a lot to the kind of personality that we've known him for. He signed a document, purportedly, the deal that brought him into Azimio, that clearly states, I was listening to Makamutua's commentary this evening, which was earlier on in the night, your time, and he mentioned that in the clause for exit in that deal, you are supposed to leave 6 months to the election or 3 months after the election. So technically that locks in Kalonzo in the sense that legally there's no way he can leave. So the only way he would be able to leave that coalition that he joined is, politically. So image-wise, I think this really destroys his value, even though he's trying to use his threats to raise his stakes to have a bargaining power. But that being said, I think, our politics has gone local to a large extent. And so the governors who traditionally did not have a lot of stake in local votes right now control a lot more votes. And that could be, the kind of vote taking away that is happening within his region. And therefore, he needs this kind of theatrics to remain, in control of the Ukambani votes. And therefore, that's a wait and see whether or not he decides to go as an individual. He will only have the Kamba votes behind him, and to that effect, maybe just a fraction of that. So it may not mean much in terms of him politically. It may be a political suicide step that he's taking, but hopefully, given those limitations, he may not be able to move. And then lastly, with regards to the Azimio rally today, I didn't get to watch much of it, but the few moments that I looked at, it sounded to me like these guys were testing ground for tomorrow's announcements. They wanted to see what the reaction would be. In addition to that, I think in my assessment of the clips that I watched, they were looking at, parading the Nairobi leadership that they've selected for their Azimio tickets, so that, the people get familiar with them. They are able to see how much traction they can gain between now and the August elections. Otherwise, the critical piece that came out to me in that sense is they were trying to appeal to the youth, who, of course, form the larger section of the voting bloc this time around. They're trying to appeal to the youth, but also trying to counter the hustler narrative, which, I'm talking about the Juakali sector, talking about the youth and their as their key voter target, especially in Nairobi, where, there's a ton of that. And so, in my view, that rally in Nairobi today was, one, to test the waters for tomorrow's big announcement, and then second is to popularize the leaders that they have chosen for Nairobi, as well as look at, how to bring that agenda down of, we are working for the youth. We want to address some of the practical issues that are being experienced by the Kenyan folks. Otherwise, I think those are my comments, but I would add that we keep it short, keep it precise, and then we can talk on those particular issues. Over.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wycliffe. We appreciate it. Roba has a question, Roba?
Yes, just a question. I wanted to know, I also didn't follow the Kamukunji rally keenly, but I've read on Twitter, and I have reason to believe that Igathe was there. Was he present?
Jeshi lote la Nairobi lilikuwa.
So Igathe was there with Kaloki?
Did that?
Kaloki, the running mate.
He was with the running mate.
Yes, they were both
there. There are some of the comments that I've read on some other forum is that if Kalonzo should bold, then we should strip Kaloki. People are suggesting we should strip Kaloki, the running mate of as deputy governor, but that was just a wild thought.
Definitely, that is going to happen. That's not a wild thought. Because if Wiper is going because it wants to spoil for Azimio, we give him all his children. Let him go with the children wherever he's going. We are not keeping anybody's children for him.
Nice one.
Yes, Levy.
And I think just reiterating on what Wycliffe has said, right now Kalonzo doesn't even have the right to be named the running mate, because you see the guy has brought more damage to Azimio than good. Hata sahi, hata akijaribu kujiredeem, there's nothing he can redeem himself about. See, the guy imposed Sonko in Mombasa, and you see the chaos Sonko, what chaos Sonko is bringing in Mombasa. And again, as I said earlier, for now, legally speaking, although I'm not a legal mind, but legally speaking, the binding that he signed in Azimio coalition, it constrains him to the Azimio coalition, and now he cannot leave. So as I said earlier, it's a case of doomed if he does and doesn't. And I think part largely that is why Uhuru and Raila have given him a deaf ear. And and even Alfred Mutua, because they know these are people who can, wake up in the morning and say anything. Look at the kinds of Mutua who are just waking up and running to the press. These are people who you cannot trust. Part of why Raila has never even responded or talked about the issue. Again, about the Kenya Kwanza agreement, they are saying that Madividi and Wetangula should deliver 70% of the Western vote. I'm meant to believe that Madividi is the 70 and Wetangula is the percent. Now I don't know, but we wait and see. Thank you.
Bernard, can I say something?
Yes, Mama Celine.
Yes, when they were in, there was, I think there is one member of parliament, I think it's for Wiper, he wanted to say Kalonzo Creed, and then he was shouted until he left it. Not the deputy governor. There was one man, I think he ran in a seat in Nairobi, I don't know which constituency. And then he wanted to talk about Kalonzo. Oh my God. He was shouted and I don't know. Yeah, can you check and see?
He is a Wiper aspirant, I think, in Nairobi.
Yeah, he was shouted because he came and wanted to talk about Kalonzo, about Wiper. Oh. It did not get good reception about it.
Okay, thank you. Everybody, let's get this video and then we bring in Lee.
Sauti za Wakenya kuhusiana na uteuzi wa Rigathi Gachagua, lakini hebu nikuregeshe hatua kadhaa nyuma. Na jana kuanzia saa 4 asubuhi wa Kenya walisubiri kwa hamu na ghamu matangazo ya mwaniaji mwenza wa naibu rais William Ruto, lakini matangazo hayo hayakufanikishwa siku ya jana. Lakini baada zaidi ya saa 17 mbunge wa Mathira Rigathi Gachagua ametangazwa kwa mgombea mwenza wa Ruto. Katika muda huo wote ni mambo yapi yalitukia, masuala yapi yalikuwa yakijadiliwa na mazingira alikuwaje huko Karen? Nuru Abdulaziz anaarifu kwa kina.
Baada ya zaidi ya saa 17 naibu rais William Ruto akatangaza mwaniaji mwenza wake.
I present to you the Kenya Kwanza running mate candidate, my brother and friend, Rigathi Gachagua.
Matangazo hayo yalikuwa yakitarajiwa jana saa 4 asubuhi katika makazi rasmi ya naibu rais, lakini NTV imebaini kuwa kulikuwa na mvutano. Mbinu kadhaa zilitumika kuamua ni nani anayefaa kuwa mgombea mwenza wa Ruto, ikiwemo matokeo ya uchunguzi wa maoni ulioendeshwa na chama cha UDA. Utafiti huo ulimworodhesha seneta wa Tharaka Nithi Kithure Kindiki bora zaidi. Hata hivyo, wahusika wakuu wawili kutoka Mlima Kenya, mbunge wa Mathira Rigathi Gachagua na seneta wa Tharaka Nithi Kithure Kindiki walitofautiana na kuondoka. Ingawa mapema wiki hii Ruto alisema kazi ya kuteua mgombea mwenza wake itakuwa rahisi, kibarua hicho kiligeuka na kuwa sawa na kuushuka mchongoma.
Issue of the running mate is an important one. But that issue doesn't give us sleepless nights.
Baada ya kama saa moja hivi, wawili hao Gachagua na Kindiki walirejea. Ruto alilazimika kutoa nafasi kwa wabunge wa ndani wake kutoka Mlima Kenya kupiga kura ya siri hadi mwendo wa jioni. Katika kura hiyo, Kindiki alimshinda Gachagua, jambo ambalo halikumfurahisha Gachagua ambaye alizua upinzani mkali akitaja alivyojitolea tangu mwanzo wa chama cha UDA kabla hata Kindiki kuamua kujiunga na chama hicho. Hali hii ilipelekea wakazi wa Mathira kuandamana. Kindiki ambaye hakufurahia jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa yakienda, aliondoka mara ya pili na hakurejea. Na baada ya hapo ndio hii leo mwaniaji mwenza wa Ruto ametangazwa.
We have seen the successful conclusion of an extremely robust and intense consultation that I believe leaves no bitter grapes in anybody's mouth.
It was a very hectic couple of days, and in those days, I'm sure everybody knows it wasn't easy. We thank very much our party leader for his patience, his endurance in leading us in this process.
Last night, I enjoyed the marathon of 17 hours because it was down my alley, discussing development, discussing how to change Kenya for Kenyans, not just for a few.
Nuru Abdulaziz, NTV.
The government spokesman is back. Oh, good.
It's always a joke.
What kind of development was being discussed? Who is he trying to fool?
You know, and it's funny how when he was decamping to the other side, he said that sasa nimekuwa na Ruto, sasa hizi wafanyia kitu mbaya, eh? This guy likes presses. He was a government spokesperson, so he's used to the press, and the PR stunts, the PR theatrics that we are used to.
Okay, so let's share one more video, and then we
Live in one of his very first interviews since he was selected as the Kenya Kwanza running mate, Mathira MP Rigathi Gachagua. Mheshimiwa, thanks so much for joining us. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Were you aware that this was actually coming your way, Honorable Rigathi?
No. You see, many people do not understand this process. The picking of the running mate has been a continuous process for the last 6 months. And it has many parameters. And there were many things that the Deputy President has been quietly looking into: mobilization skills, civil service experience, ability to articulate issues, oratory skills, interpersonal skills. And the process yesterday was just seemed to hear the leaders. The ultimate decision was his, but he needed also to hear leaders from the region. We had Speaker Justin Muturi, Moses Kuria, William Kabogo, Mwangi Kijuri, Mithika Linturi, and he said, I want to hear what are your views, so that I join them with whatever else I have
and then I'm able to make an informed decision. And I have done a lot of research, and there are many things that I have for each and every candidate, but I decided that it is only fair that I also get your opinion, so that whatever decision that I make, we carry everybody along.
And yet, Mheshimiwa, it took what, 17 hours all of yesterday?
Yeah, because you see what was happening is that other than listening to the members of parliament, the deputy president made 30 calls in each of the 11 counties and talked to different people, women, youth, and collected their views. You know, so it was a marathon exercise, because he didn't want to make a mistake. You know, a running mate, you must get it right. You must get somebody you have similar chemistry, somebody whom you share policies, somebody, you know, whose working style is acceptable to you, somebody who also understands you, somebody with the right temperament. There are many, many parameters. It's not just talking to leaders. And I can tell you, he was making calls and putting on speakerphone. People from Kiambu, what are you saying? People from Nyeri, people from Ranga, people from Nyandarua, people from Tharaka Nithi, people from Meru. And after all that was concluded right at night, then everybody told him, you're our leader. Your work is to make decisions. We have made our, input alongside what else that you have, using what you had previously, and adding to what we have said and our opinions. We think you have sufficient information to make a decision. In fact, that decision would have been made last night, but he thought it was inappropriate to make such a momentous decision at night, because it would have negative connotations. So it was agreed that it goes forward the following day. But all the leaders present were in agreement that the running mate would deputize William Ruto. And it is his decision. Yeah. It's only that he invited them to give input. It is not that their input is binding. It was just complementing whatever else that he had that would assist him to make a decision. And unlike in Azimio, where there are committees doing interviews, the decision in Kenya Kwanza is the presidential candidate, because ultimately that will be your running mate, is a man who is supposed to assist you. People cannot choose for you, because people can meet and give you somebody that you cannot get along, or somebody who doesn't share your vision, or somebody who doesn't complement your positivities, or somebody who doesn't have the capacity to match your passion and zeal. Those are things he was looking at: passion, zeal, ability to wake up early, drive hard, come to vernacular station, defend positions, articulate the bottom-up economic model. All that is what he was looking at. And the exercise that was going on those 17 hours, it was not to decide who is the running mate. It was just to complement and empower him further with extra information, join with what he has, and then allow him to make a decision.
And you mentioned some of those MPs, their input was not binding, it was simply complementary in terms of his final decision. But in most of the voting cycles, they were not voting for you. They voted against you. That still says something. I was not privy to the voting because I was not there, and I was not bothered. See, there was no election. An election, the 2017 Maraga ruling said that the outcome of the results is as good as the process. An election has a date and a venue and a campaigning period. There was nothing like that. I was not campaigning because there was no election. He just asked, what is your opinion? And that is the opinion of members of parliament. Those are members of parliament. But it is the people of Kenya that you would consult. And he has consulted for the last 6 months. It's been a continuous process. That was just the tail end. And he thought it's appropriate to just call the elected leaders. And even all those leaders were there. We were with them today, there, saying this is the right choice, because at the end of it all, William Ruto is our leader. And the people respect him, and especially his decision-making process. And everybody knew he would make the right decision. And we told him, and it was in unison, it was unanimous, that our leader, whatever decision you make, all of us go along with it.
Mheshimiwa, let's not forget, you still have corruption allegations hanging over your head.
Oh yes. Those are allegations. Allegations is not a conviction. The Kenyan Constitution is very clear, Jeff. that you can only be barred from running for political office when you have been convicted and you have exhausted the mechanisms offered by the law for appeal. Let me tell you, these cases are as old as history. Nelson Mandela was jailed for 27 years in the Robben Island for terrorism. He came from prison to be the greatest president South Africa has ever had. Jomo Kenyatta, the father of our president, was jailed in Kapenguria on the trumped-up charges by the colonialists. He came to be the president of Kenya. My friend and brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, had cases against humanity, serious issues. But the people of Kenya elected them as president, as deputy president, and the cases were dropped. What has happened, Jeff, and it's good we put it on record, is that our government decided along the way to use the criminal justice system to stifle dissent, to force people to follow what the president wants. And when I was intimidated to support the handshake and I refused, the criminal justice system was set against me, and everybody knows. Because, Jeff, previously, my money I made during the reign of President Mwai Kibaki, and that's why many Kenyans made money. Between 2013 and 2017, President Uhuru Kenyatta was my buddy. We were always together. Nobody raised a finger as to what I own or where I got it from. But the minute the handshake came and I was uncomfortable with it, and I started saying publicly, I don't support the handshake, I don't believe in it, because it's a fraud. I was intimidated, I was called, and I was told to support the handshake, and I refused.
So you're saying the corruption case is politically motivated? It's
politically motivated. And I want to tell you, it is 1 year since they arrested me. Nothing.
But
they say the cases will be...
Are you concerned about perception even still?
Doesn't matter. You see, if it was practical and real perception, that would be worrisome. But
perception
everybody
still goes
knows,
a long way, though.
It doesn't matter. Everybody knows all the highly publicized cases went nowhere. People were arrested, taken to court, newspaper headline, the matter is there. Because it's political. Mine is political, just like so many others. And the people of Kenya knows about it.
But much more, let's not forget, you're comparing yourself with the likes of Mandela and Jomo Kenyatta. But they weren't convicted or they weren't charged with allegations of corruption. They were freedom fighters.
I'm saying cases are cases. Doesn't matter the nature of the case. I am saying these are trumped-up charges. They have no substance. That is why the case has never started, because the state has not been able to provide any evidence. The fact that you arrest somebody in a high drama and publicize headlines doesn't make him a criminal. It is something that the state has been using to intimidate people. And I can tell you what has happened today. At the tail end of the president's tenure, people now have become stubborn. They are no longer threatened. That's how governors are joining us. Previously, no governor could come to William Ruto or his team because they would create charges immediately against them on false charges. And many people fear. Many people may not be like me. I don't buy fear because I'm a son of a freedom fighter. But many leaders had problems coming to join William Ruto. Why you have seen so many governors now coming is because the president now is lame duck. And you know the director of public prosecution has issued a circular saying he's not going to take anybody who is seeking for political office to court because of the perception. Because he is aware that Kenyans know many people who have disagreed with the president and the government have been arrested on trumped-up charges and taken to court to be punished, to be intimidated. Gachagua is a victim along that line. In the fullness of time, we are around, Jeff, and God willing, giving us life and good health. You tell me, since they took me to court, it's 1 year. Every time we go, we are not ready. Every time, why were you arresting somebody, sending 50 policemen to arrest him when you don't have evidence? That idea, and this is something our government, our new government will not allow. Nobody will arrest you and take you to court unless you have concluded investigations. It is against the Constitution to hold somebody on suspicion. First conclude the investigations. When you have a watertight case and it has been approved, arrest somebody, take him to court, and start the hearing the following week. But you don't arrest somebody and then you say you are looking for the evidence on mere suspicion. All these cases are political, And that is it. We are not bothered.
Yeah.
The people of Kenya elected Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto where they had crimes against humanity because they knew they are fabricated. The same will happen to me.
All right, Madera MP, Rigathi Gachagua, thanks so much for your time. We wish you all the
Okay. Yes, Andrew.
Hey, yeah, you can hear the auditors and the same chemistry. Sharing our vision, active passion, zeal, mobilization skill through procurement to deviate money to other areas where they are not supposed. See, that is exactly what you speak, what you are. That is it. No, it is very clear. And they say he asked fairly. There is no fairness, justice. You see justice. Why you say fair? There's nothing like fair. That was it, justice. Thank you.
Bernard, is that the kind of lies we are going to be led with? Because now he's going to be the deputy president, and he is going to be the deputy president with all those lies. Oh, please, God.
No, he's just a running mate. He will not make it to deputy president. Don't worry.
A running mate is the deputy president. Yeah, let's say Ruto wins.
There is no winning for Ruto, please. He will just be a running mate. That's the end. That's the best he can go.
Which Kenya do we want? And which direction are we going? Oh my God. Oh, this is absurd. Oh.
So let's listen to Juice. Juice first.
Bernard, how are you guys?
We are great. We are great. How are you?
I'm fine. I've not been here for some time.
Karibu.
So nimeona hayo yote, nimesikia hayo yote na nimesoma hayo yote. Kwanza kabisa nitapongeza Kenya Kwanza Brigade kwa kuchagua Gachagua. I call it a big step progress for our country. Yule anasema Ruto hatashinda ama nani hatashinda, hiyo ni shauri yako. Mimi ninajua kila Mkenya ana kura moja. Ongea about your vote, sio kura ambazo ziko kwa mifuko ya Wakenya. Jambo jingine, nimeona vile Gachagua ameongea. I have looked at your faces and the way you have responded and reacted, body languages. But I want to tell you one thing. Gachagua and Ruto is a winning team. There is no question about it. It's a formidable team. There is no question about it. So I just wanted to talk a little about that one. I want to assure you guys this. It's either Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwanza and Kenya Kwanza. Thank you.
But Juice, you're not giving us reasons. You're just telling us Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza. What is Kenya Kwanza in the first place?
This is the reason. Look at Azimio, all the problems that are in Azimio. Kwanza kabisa, you have not given us a running mate. That is the first thing.
Juice, you have not told us what is Kenya Kwanza, not Azimio. Azimio is not Kenya Kwanza.
Yes.
You tell us Gachagua Ruto combination is a good ticket because Ruto represents corruption, Gachagua represents procurement cases and all that. You give us reasons why the ticket is good, not Azimio. Leave Azimio.
Bernard, about corruption is your perception.
It is not corruption. I was just giving you an example.
That is your perception
of how to debate. So if you want to defend corruption, tell us is the true face of corruption. Kenya really needs somebody who is corrupt to be able to fight corruption. It gives us reasons like that. Don't tell us about Azimio.
You see, there is no corruption I'm defending because there is no corruption. I've told you it's a perceived corruption, perception. It's a perceived corruption. This is a winning team. There is no question about it. It's a winning team.
No loss of 2 billion shillings every day. There is no Roar and Camorer and all the Western Hotel. Nothing is wrong with Kenya.
Those are perceptions.
No corruption.
Those are perceptions.
Just make believe. Huh?
I'll say that's a perception.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow. That's a good
one.
These are corrupt.
Which part of Kenya are you? Which part of Kenya are you?
This is a winning team. It's a winning team.
Which part of Kenya are you?
Does it matter really?
Because you have no idea of how bad corruption has run this country down, and you are telling us corruption is good. It's just a perception.
So when you say that I've said that corruption is good, unaniekea maneno kwa mdomo yangu. I've only said this. That's a perception.
So corruption in Kenya is a perception.
Your perception, you, Bernard, your perception.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it is not there. It's just me perceiving things that don't exist.
Sasa kila mimi nitasema. There is chapter 6 of their constitution, and IEBC is waiting for them. If it clears them, we are going through. If it doesn't, then we will start from there. For now, that is a winning team.
Okay, thank you for your winning team.
Thank you.
All the best as you propel corruption. Wycliffe, go ahead.
Like a small baby. What's wrong with you? What's your problem? Atuti.
Oh. It's okay. I think that is his perception, and that is fine. We should accept it for that. I'm just disappointed that he's not able to defend that position. I think that's what we are all looking for. It would be good to see sense from the other side on what some of these issues are. But I think just going back to the video you shared, there are a number of things that, caught my eye. Just like you said, just like Gachagua said, the first thing he started with is that the selection of the deputy presidential candidate started 6 months ago. And so in the same sentence, he goes and says, the MPs and all of these calls, the 11 counties that were called, the over 30 calls that were made, were to add on to that process. But at the same time, he dismisses the fact that the votes which were actually cast by the members of parliament who were present in that selection process did not matter. So it kind of tells you the kind of conmanship that we're dealing with. And that is what is perceived as not straight. On the contrary, for Azimio, they went with a selection panel. We know that as an input into their selection process. It may not be the end of it all, but at least there is a process, and it's creating a structure to our political growth moving forward. But if you look at the UDA side, first they said there's no methodology to it. This is a prerogative of the party leader, and he will make that decision. It was going to be a simple decision. That did not come to pass. This Gachagua said there's going to be input from selection, different selection methodologies, and that input has not been taken into account. And so that, I think, clearly highlights the fact that, we are dealing with people who make decisions on the fly, and there's no structure to that decision. And I think that's one of the key things that brings us to the bigger picture that we need to be looking at is where do we want to be as a country moving forward? And once we answer that question, then we can be able to start building processes towards that. What kind of leadership are we looking into? The kind of leadership that is able to have a structure and a process towards something, the kind of leadership that is able to articulate issues and address them based on the needs of the people they are serving, and the kind of leadership that has aspirations as to where we want to go. And I think that is what is lacking from the Kenya Kwanza perspective. They have gone with the flow of, we are working with the hustler, but the hustlers themselves, the younger people themselves, like myself in this case, do not understand what that means. And people who are crowd mobilizers like Gachagua can excel very well in the crowd mobilization aspect, in the rally pulpits, but are not able to articulate those issues so that they make sense or transform our lives. Over.
Okay, thank you, Wycliffe. Now, my only wonder is one. Gachagua is one person who does not believe in banking money in the bank. So, when he's deputy president, how is he going to work with the Ministry of Finance?
So that's why I'm talking about issues around structures. So if we do not have structures, if we do not have systems, and we don't believe in them, then there's no way we're going as a country, and that's one of the challenges that
so
is there.
Even bottom up will be translated through mattresses. Because these people don't believe in banks.
Well, dishing out money is an alternative, right?
God come quickly and save Kenya.
Unajua, as you keep saying that way, I'm only giving you one challenge. Give us your running mate. Tukutane kiwanjani jamani.
It's not what I am saying. Your running mate was on national television. He doesn't believe in banking. He doesn't believe in keeping money in the bank. The government works through the bank. So when he's deputy president, even his salary, will it be given under the mattress? You people are really confusing us with Jose Karibu.
And I think just one thing before I go, I was just gonna say to Jazz, I think let us look beyond the numbers. Yeah, UDA might win this election, or Azimio might win this election, but what are we looking at beyond the numbers? Gachagua may bring in the votes you need to clinch the ticket, but then what do we have after that? I think that's the bigger question we need to ask ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
I have said here before, and I want to say it again for the sake of everybody who is here. I've said this. It's unfortunate that every side, whether it's Azimio or it is Kenya Kwanza, nobody is perfect. Bernard, I've said this over and over again. Nobody will pass chapter 6 of the Constitution. Nobody, including Raila Odinga himself, the one you say is clean. Nobody. So don't defend one side, which is your side, just because we are not on your side. What we have right now is, give us your running mates. We have given you ours. Let's go for the election.
Yes, I'm not defending any side. I've just stated facts. According to your running mate, the running mate you are bragging about, on national television, he said banking is useless. He doesn't believe in taking money in the bank. Now he's made running mate to end up as deputy president. What kind of government are you going to run? Are you going to be carrying money in baskets and wheelbarrows? I mean, it's crazy. But
even salary.
All the same, let's hear from Jose. Sorry?
How is this man Gachagua going to earn his salary if he doesn't believe in the bank?
Just how has he been earning his salary as a member of parliament?
Where will
when
he
he
go
doesn't believe in banking. Jose Karibu, please. Unmute.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to you, Karibu.
Yes, I don't know. Is it morning there? This side it is evening.
It's morning in Nairobi.
Okay, nice to hear from you all. I think there are so many confusing issues going around now. I'm not even sure which one should I start with. The issue of picking the running mate for KK. I think some time back, earlier on, I'd seen a clip about what happened yesterday. For whatever reason, the team that was settled at Karen conducted some voting. I do not know whether you people are aware of that. And interestingly, Kindiki was the winner. Now, how the tables were turned again, I only pray that IEBC would not do the same when the election. I do not know whether they had the help of IEBC when they overturned Kindiki's. Anyway, secondly, these are basically just my comments. Then during the announcement for the running mate, all these various speeches that took place there, I think they all left me confused. So does it mean that all the other parties were not taking part in this KK nomination for the running mate? Was it purely a UDA? Does anybody know whether it was purely a UDA affair? Well, I also saw another clip from, I think, Tharaka Nithi, where these people were, interestingly, were saying that no, Kindiki, they go to Raila. There was a clip on earlier in the day, I think, on the same, and they did indicate that Kindiki cannot now go for the governor's seat that he had wanted to go. How are the facts? If anybody knows that, then maybe a clarification would do. Secondly, I also saw in that clip there some people trying to mention that Kindiki should now be the speaker. Well, I think the speaker had been promised to Wetangula and to Kingi. So looks like Azimio might get some votes unexpectedly from Tharaka Nithi. Now, on the other issue regarding Kalonzo, there's a lot of these rumors in the air, and it looks like Wiper is still pursuing naming a running mate tomorrow. Now, I was just wondering if that is the case, then what does, if anybody understand, maybe you could clarify. What happens? Does it mean that Wiper can actually present a candidate for president? Then the last one is to do with the naming of a candidate tomorrow by Azimio. I think from the news it is planned for tomorrow. Does anybody know whether President Uhuru Kenyatta would be attending? That's all I can say for now.
Okay, who would want to respond to that? Where, Juice, you want to respond on behalf of Azimio? How?
I want to respond because it started with the Kenya Kwanza, so I will have to respond. I want to say this: the choice of a running mate is exclusively the presidential candidate's choice. So it's William Ruto who chose. He was given 2 names. Wherever you are talking about the votes, I don't know them because I didn't vote, you didn't vote, you are not there either, right? So William Ruto was given 2 names.
Just Kabogo
He
told
picked
us.
one.
It's
He
Kabogo
picked
who said
one.
so.
He picked one out of them.
Excuse
And
me.
he's not obligated to pick the name that you want.
Excuse me.
He's obligated to pick the name that he's comfortable with.
Excuse me. The issue of the voting was mentioned by Kabogo, who attended the meeting.
But I've only told you William Ruto had 2 names, and he was not obligated to pick one of them. He had a choice to make. He had a choice to make. So he didn't have to be confronted or intimidated or dictated on
Okay,
who to
thank you,
pick.
thank you. I think you have given your answer. You don't have to deny what was the person who was in the river came out and said there was voting. You are not there, so you can't deny it. On the issue of Kalonzo, Wiper running, Wiper cannot run. It's locked up in Azimio. But Kalonzo can, if he has played some fraud. Fraud meaning he registered with IBC on a different political party that is not in Azimio, or as an independent candidate secretly, that he may be able to remove that card right now. He can make it to the ballot if he gets a running mate by midnight tonight. So that possibility lies there. Him being named as running mate, I don't think so. Not in the wildest of the dreams, in my opinion. Hiyo ishapitwa na wakati. And what else? So
Bernard, you are forgetting one thing. I'm sorry to interject. You are forgetting one thing. Sorry, you are forgetting one thing. Kalonzo Musyoka is going to court, and you are not. You cannot be the judge. Can you wait until tomorrow? Don't make a conclusion. He's going to court.
I'm stating facts based on the current law, not based on the judgment. The judgment has to be ruled fast before it becomes a precedent for reference. We cannot anticipate it. Why are you? Usijaribu kutufundisha sheria tafadhali.
Unajua sijajaribu kukufundisha.
You cannot use a presidency that is yet to be set.
That's why I'm also telling you, you cannot be the judge, because he's heading to court tomorrow.
Let's see what comes out. Law, not on the law that is yet to be made. Usifanya ni kufukuze kwa hii nini, ukupelekwe quarantine tafadhali. Don't oppose things based on nothing.
You know you can. No, but you can send me to wherever. I don't have to be here, but I also have to.
Arrogant. These people are very arrogant. All of them, they are the same. It is like they have been sent. Everybody is arrogant coming here. Oh my God.
Yeah, thank you. That is done and dusted. Let's move on. Yes, Jose.
Information. If the Kalonzo matter goes to court, under the current agreement and the laws that are in place, they are supposed to. The court would only listen to them after they have exhausted the internal coalition party resolution terms. So if they do that and beat the deadline, I think that would be a miracle.
That's what we are saying. He's not going anywhere. Kalonzo is just kicking the kicks of a dying horse. There isn't much that can be done to salvage him. Whether he goes or does not go, the result is the same. So that should not be an issue to disturb anybody. The only thing that he should be sure of, as the result remain the same, he will still not be running mate, not to Raila Odinga. He can be running mate to William Ruto. They still have got another few hours to change their mind about Gachagua and take Kalonzo if they want. That's still workable. But kama kuna swala la kuwa running mate wa Raila, that's a gone case. Nani huyu Roba sema to let Makiadi and Adams wamekuja.
I was just asking what I have little knowledge on at least some knowledge on the legal issues. what I think Azimio should do, they could explore the option of allowing Kalonzo to leave by mutual consent. He doesn't even need to go to court. If he says he wants to leave, in order to kill the drama that he wants to create, they can be allowed to leave by mutual consent.
Persuading him to go with mutual consent is playing into his trap. Kalonzo should be ignored right now. Let him run to the highest court, ICC, anywhere. Let nobody follow him. Let nobody call him. He will be tired and sit down. Look, I'll give you a short story briefly. In our village, we used to have this third wife. We had a man that had polygamous man. Then he was married from a Luo woman. And then when she would be beaten, she would carry her things to the bus stop. She's going back to her village. And then the vehicles will come and pass. And then in the evening, she will still carry things and come back in the house. So he's saying she was weighing the balance. This man is very rich. The moment I leave, you marry now the other wife. So she would, Kalonzo aache. Kama anataka kwenda stage na vyombo, akae kwa vyombo. Kama gari zitapita ziishe, atarudi tu. Kama atapata gari ya kwenda kula naenda, aende. Hiyo mambo ishe namna hiyo. Tumsikiliza Adams, tukimngoja Bwana Themba. Leo Themba amechelewa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I just decided to run here very fast because I really wanted to catch up with that guy. Unfortunately, he took the immediate flight and he left. Oh, that is very unfortunate. What a people. What a person. Who is that? Does he really have content? Does he really know what he's talking about? Surely. Anyway, whatever happened today. Professor Kindiki Kithure has been shortchanged. Is okay. That's the normal of the game. The other side, yeah. From all indication, he beat the guy pants down. Majority wanted him in that camp. They wanted Professor Kindiki Kithure. I think because of maybe integrity issues and his brain is a lot of stuff. So all said and done, it is Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua comes on TV and he says things which are unimaginable. You can't really imagine what the guy is talking about. He's trying to rubbish all the allegations that he has. This is a man who is in public domain of having embezzled 7.5 billion Kenya shillings. That is what Gachagua did. And he's saying, and he's trying to compare himself with Nelson Mandela and Jomo Kenyatta. Jesus Christ, that guy is living in his own world. Come on. It has 45 witnesses. 45, 1, 2, 3, up to 45 witnesses ready to testify against Rigathi Gachagua in court. And each and every one of them was supposed to be given 2 hours of session. And then Gachagua comes here and says those are political. What is political? He stole before the handshake. The handshake came in when Rigathi Gachagua was already a thief. He already stole, but he continued stealing. When the handshake came in, the guy continued stealing. So it was just it's a cocktail. It's a cocktail of thievery. He's a thug. Look at him. He's a very bitter man. Why is he bitter? He's bitter because the things that he called the ill-gotten wealth is being probed, is being checked into. That is why the guy is so much. The other day they tried to I think they've frozen some of his accounts in with the Rafiki Microfinance Bank, I think. Yeah, and a lot of money was frozen from that by the government. This guy is very bitter. This guy is somebody who is coming into power to protect his selfishness. He really wants to protect his wealth. God forbid if they form government and this guy is confirmed and they take an oath that is the deputy president, the first thing he will do, first things first, is to dismantle all those cases and then make sure they are wiped away. They will really interfere and jeopardize the criminal justice system of our country. Rigathi Gachagua and Ruto combination, I can describe it as it's a Machiavellian duo, like kind of these people is something else. It's really something else. And that guy, what the guy calling himself JUS, Just, or I don't know, it's just as something. The guy who left. Bernard, you ask him to produce a reason, and he's saying, "Hey, you guys, go ahead and give us your running mate." Is that a reason? How is that concerning? How do that concern you? They just mentioned their running mate today, and when you listen to him, this is somebody who's so clueless. Most of them are so clueless. They're like they can't have a voice of reasoning. You need to reason. Give us what A, B, C, D because of A, B, C, D. But by and large, it is true. Regarding Gachagua is a going by what I see. People say that is a very good grassroots mobilizer, which is true. But where I see it, I think regarding Gachagua, if you give him a microphone anywhere in Mount Kenya, in central Kenya, he will really appease and appeal to the masses. If you give him a microphone anywhere in the Rift Valley, he will really appease and appeal to the masses. But give this guy a microphone somewhere in Western Kenya, somewhere in Nyanza, somewhere in the coast, he will not appeal to anybody. No, he will not. He can only make a microphone appeal in Rift and Central Kenya, period. Give him a microphone in Nairobi. He has tried it in Nairobi. It's irrelevant. He can't. People don't understand what he's talking about. So I know they will vote, but let us wait for tomorrow and see whoever Baba is going to unveil as his running mate. From there, and when that running mate is confirmed, the race is going to begin. It's going to be the beginning of the beginning. The race is going to start there. A little bit about Kalonzo Musyoka. Let me tell you, let Kalonzo go to court tomorrow. It's okay. Let him go to court. I don't want him to be leader. Let him go to court tomorrow morning. It is very clear. The court is not going to clear him. This kind of behavior of Kalonzo Musyoka is one of the reasons as to why this law was enacted the other day, because this kind of characters were known. This law was enacted to block or to discipline the character of Kalonzo Musyokas of this world. So he'll go to court. Court is a public place. Me and you can go tomorrow. You don't need a lawyer to go to court. You can present yourself to court, okay? You can go. It's a public place, and we are supposed to go. So let Kalonzo go to court. Going to court and appealing is one thing, but winning a case is a different one. So going to court is not a panacea of winning case. So let him go to court, present himself, is as good as the law, and he knows he's going to lose it. So in Kenya Kwanza, he can't go there, because even if he go there, he can only go there as a supporter, just to support them. But there is no DP position for him. In Azimio, he's already locked out because it's obvious nonsense. He's not going to be a DP. He can only be a DP to himself in his head, because there is even no time for him to run as an independent guy. So at the end of the day, when all settled, either Kalonzo will just sit back at the fence and say, you know what, I'm supporting Ruto, so that the perception, because politics is about perception, so that the perception, the public euphoria and perception can do what? Tilt towards his supporters, can tilt towards Ruto and give him the support that is needed. But there is nothing much this guy is going to do. So whoever is here who is supporting Kalonzo, I wish you all the best. You guys walk to court tomorrow. We will be waiting for you. We'll come back to the channel tomorrow and analyze how you guys fared in court. Thank you for now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Adams. That is a good one. Now, there's a video I want to play. Ose, what is it? Unmute, or say you are mute.
clarification on issues, I think constitution and these court issues. You see, the Constitution of Kenya, like the Supreme Court did the other day, they did say that the president is immune from civil suits, isn't it? Now, the same Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, asked this presidency. Now, what I'm trying to look through here is that in the event that Gachagua makes it, he'll be part of the presidency. So I was just about to pose a question to Adam. Would he be trying to angle himself for protection under the presidency tag, so that all those cases you are talking about, they'll be on suspension? Because, as they say, the president is immune, the presidency is immune.
That is why this guy is looking for power. You know, when you have the power, we know our country, we are not visitors. When you have the powers with you, they are not so much immune, but they have the influence. They can influence anything and either derail the cases and threaten the witnesses. Like I told you, they are, right now as we speak, we have 45 witnesses ready to testify against Gachagua. And they are being protected, 45 witnesses. But you know, when they get power, they have the intelligence with them, so they can easily access these guys, intimidate them, kill them, disperse them, and the case can just go under the water. That is why these people are looking for power.
Well, you have missed the question.
Okay, I didn't
My
get
question is, if in the event he succeeds to be the deputy, could that be a strategy to postpone or to put aside all those cases we are talking about? Because you'll be in the presidency.
Of course, the reason why they want this is to deal with that. It is not this presidency is a means to an end. The bottom up narrative it's a bait, okay? A bait to use the masses to get into power and solve their personal problem. Ukumbuki statement ya deputy president, hakuna watu ambao wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama Wakalenjin. Lakini inafika wakati unatofautisha maneno. Unatafuta serikali kwanza. Alafu ndio utumie serikali kutatua matatizo. Kwani hii ni kutafuta serikali kwanza, alafu baadaye unafanya nini? Unatumia serikali kutatua matatizo yaliyoko. Let's play this nini before Robert ni time ya Richi kwanza, lakini Robert tulia hapo anakuja.
Question.
One moment, let's listen to this first. Oh God.
One Kenya Coalition Party have criticized their counterparts in the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula, saying they are being taken for a ride.
Well, the Azimio-leaning leaders, led by Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa, said the announcement of Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President William Ruto's running mate showed that Mudavadi and Wetangula had given false hope to the region by saying that they would run for the presidency and failing to even secure the running mate's position. The leaders saying their Kenya Kwanza counterparts were oblivious of President Uhuru Kenyatta's wish to have the country's leadership rotate among the country's communities, as opposed to just 2 communities. The leaders were addressing an Azimio La Umoja rally at Mayuba Stadium in Sirisia constituency, Bungoma County.
Siku ya leo ni kutangaza tumeenda Azimio. Kura yetu ya urais tunaenda kupigia Mheshimiwa Injinia Amolo Odinga.
Jamaa akaacha hiyo azma yake ya urais, ndio huyo amepanda kwa wheelbarrow na waita sugoi wamehama.
Nataka sisi kama watu wa Western Kenya, we must have our own share of government.
Yes, Robert, enda mbio mbio tumsikilize Makiadi.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention to Jose, he should not be worried about Gachagua. That clause, what the Supreme Court ruled was that it is only the president, not the presidency, the president. So Gachagua, we can still handle him. Him is not part of that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Black, what is it? Black, I'm listening. I can't hear you.
Wanisikia?
Yeah, you are now on. Sema, what is it? Your audio is not consistent. Sikusikii sasa.
Wanipata?
Yes, you are switching off your microphone. What is it?
Kwa hiyo video ambayo umecheza?
Yes.
Kwa ile video yenye umecheza sasa hii, nilikuwa nataka comment
Yeah.
Now she mentioned something that Uhuru said previously, and Eugene Wamalwa also repeated the same, that kuhusu rotational presidency amongst the community, right? Now the presidency includes the president and his deputy. That's what the presidency is, isn't it? We agree to that. Now, if I told that's the case, and he really wants to have the presidency rotate, then why is it that they have around 4 presidential candidates in Azimio coming from Mount Kenya? If I told that was indeed the intention of rotating the presidency around other communities of Kenya, they should not have had any Mount Kenya candidate in that place. And I'm so sure, 100% sure, that the candidate that will come out of Azimio will still, as the running mate, will still come from Mount Kenya. So that will go against the narrative ambao wanatuambia kwamba the presidency should rotate. They should have had a Masai, a Turkana in that lineup, if I told they were genuine.
Hold on that thought, we are coming to it later. Tumsikilize Richi Makiadi. Temba, you take charge. You will prosecute that case for me.
Asante sana. Asante sana Bernard. Ukienda umefanya kazi mzuri kushikilia studio. Sasa ukienda kulala tutasema thank you very much for holding the studio for us. Wacha tupambane na wakina Black. I want first of all to say hi to the panelists today. A lot has happened, and those who are watching us, habari zenu nyote ingawa hamwezi jibu. Lines have been drawn finally. Line is imechorwa. I'll start by talking about the Rigathi Gachagua running mate issue. The guy that has been put on the sideline here, just said that William Ruto had 2 names given to him. We had Kindiki, and we had on the other side Rigathi Gachagua. Kindiki was asked, what do you bring to the table? His answers were, I bring integrity, I bring discipline, I bring trustworthiness, I bring soberness. Akaambiwa hiyo usilete hapa. Wakauliza Rigathi Gachagua, what do you bring to the table? Na mkumbuke jana hapa nilisema the same thing. I said Rigathi Gachagua is being prompted. He is going to be selected to be the deputy presidential candidate of Kenya Kwanza. He brought corruption, he brought bitterness, money laundering, court cases, insults, mobilization via hiring and paying goons to heckle people. And you listen to everybody in Kenya Kwanza said, this guy called Rigathi Gachagua checked all the boxes that they wanted. And that is why he was selected to be the deputy presidential candidate for Kenya Kwanza Alliance. These people have been telling us here that Uhuru Kenyatta is going to pick the deputy presidential candidate for Azimio. I was so surprised yesterday from the reports you're getting from the media that these MPs had to vote between Kindiki Kithure and Rigathi Gachagua to decide who was going to be the deputy presidential candidate for KKA. And so when these people tell us that their policy or their issue is about their presidency is issue based and it is about Mwananchi, you wonder why they did not bring Mama Mboga at Karen or the deputy presidential residence to select who they think is best suited to be the deputy presidential candidate for them. I believe these guys had the likes of Sudi and the likes of Farouk Kibet deciding for Mwananchi who is going to be the deputy president. And there's one thing I want to, when I listened to the video that Rigathi was giving, the conversation that they had with Jeff Koinange, I realized that Rigathi Gachagua's mindset is still localized. He's been selected to be a national leader, but his mindset is still localized. He's still thinking locally. He's still thinking in terms of our people of Mount Kenya. But I'll give it to him because I know with time he'll be deputationalized. They will try to tune his mind so that he knows he's no longer a leader of Mount Kenya, but a leader of Kenya as a whole. If at all, he will be selected. And then I listened to his supporters and they have come up with this mantra again of Ruto Kumi, Rigathi Kumi. And so we are looking at almost 80 years of Kenya being ruled by two tribes. And I must be categorical, two tribes ruling Kenyans. And I wonder when Black, you as a person from the coast or a person from Turkana will get a chance to be a leader in Kenya. It is so sad that people think that they can rotate the presidency between two communities. And sometimes I think that is the price we have to pay for democracy. Now, coming on to Kalonzo issue. I heard that Maanzo is going tomorrow, very early in the morning. He will be going to court. So I don't think we should even talk about a person by the name of a person of the name of Kalonzo Musyoka being selected as a potential deputy president for Raila Odinga. The reason why I say this is because these guys have decided that no Raila, no Kalonzo, no Raila, and therefore Kalonzo Musyoka moving out of Azimio will be his choice. Nobody's chasing him out. And I will say here that if Kalonzo Musyoka decides to leave Azimio, Azimio have no option but to treat Kalonzo Musyoka's party, Wiper Democratic Party, as opponents. And that means getting rid of the deputy governor for Nairobi candidate, who is Professor Philip Kaloki. And also, the zoning that has been done in Nairobi for Kalonzo's party should also be fielded with Azimio candidates. The people who are in Jubilee, the people who are in ODM, strong, very strong candidates, so that we treat these people as opponents from now moving on. Now, Raila Odinga has all interests of Kenyans at heart, but because he's being messed by Kalonzo Musyoka, kama ni mbaya, let him wait until the last minute, 11:59. They are saying that they had already forwarded the name of Kalonzo Musyoka plus his nominee for deputy president to the IEBC. So Raila Odinga should not even be in a hurry. If they know that they have their names at the IEBC, Raila Odinga should not be in a hurry to announce the deputy presidential candidate. He should wait until 11:59, 1 minute or 160 seconds before the deadline, and send an email to IEBC so that ikiwa mbaya ikuwe mbaya. Now, coming on to Azimio in Kamukunji, the picture that was depicted today at Kamukunji shows you the heartbeat of the leadership of the country, where it is headed. I was so impressed that people like Kaloki, Professor Kaloki, he knows that without Raila Odinga in Nairobi, he is not going anywhere. Mawathe, the guy for Embakasi, I don't know, Embakasi East or Embakasi West, the Wiper MP for there, they know the heartbeat of Nairobi. They know that without Raila Odinga in Nairobi, they are not going anywhere. And these people's hearts are in Azimio. If Raila Odinga does, if Kalonzo Musyoka does the mistake that Musalia Mudavadi did in Western Kenya, I can assure you here, he will walk alone. his MPs will still stick in Azimio because they know that without Azimio, they are going nowhere. Now, finally, I just want to speak here. There's something, Demba. Now that you are the moderator, let me talk to you. There's something in the Luya in our language, in our tradition, the Luya tradition, that says it's a saying in the Luya tradition that says when a rich man farts, people will still clap to him, and this is what is happening in UDA. You know, I was looking at Mudavadi, a person who was probably going to be a president in the Republic of Kenya. Mudavadi was saying people were expecting us to fall out because of this announcement, but they should be ashamed. Look, people who have suspended their presidential ambitions, the likes of Mutua, the likes of Wetangula, they are standing behind a person that has killed their career completely. Obliterated. These people will never regain from this destruction of their careers. They are standing behind William Ruto as Spana Boys, clapping. And you look at these people that are being prompted as deputy president, people like Rigathi Gachagua. This guy is a one-time MP. The only experience he can bring to the table when he's being asked by Jeff Koinange is that he has been a DO in Muranga, he has been a DO in Kakamega, he has been a DO in Molo. I mean, he has been a DO the whole of his life until Uhuru Kenyatta picked him from retirement home to give him a job. So that is the experience that he's saying he's bringing to UDA. And then you see the likes of Mudavadi and Wetangula clapping behind you. Man, I think these guys are done. It's so ashaming to see a person of Mudavadi. And then he goes to Western and tells people here that if you guys don't support me, then I won't get a position of PS. I will not appoint ambassadors. What about him? You know what he's waiting for? He's waiting to be appointed the prime cabinet secretary. I mean, Mudavadi, you should wake up. There is no position called the prime cabinet secretary in the Republic of Kenya. It is so amazing that his career in politics is being ended, but because he is being fed insala. In Luya we say insala. Huyu jamaa kona njaa mingi sana. Na ndio maana hata akitukanwa bado anapiga makofi. This guy is done. I'm done, Themba.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. Yes, Abuya.
No. I was holding my chin. Thank you. But anyway, I welcome. We need your contribution today. We want to hear. I know you're burning to give us your piece of your mind.
Let me hear Osea before I give a piece of my mind. Those who are coming on the screen, kindly make sure we can see you on the screen. We don't want you to come then unatuonyesha ukuta. I will interpret that to mean you're not there, so nitakutoa. So we want to see you on the screen. We want to be shown the people. We want to see the people. So if you're not ready to have your face on the screen, tunakuweka huko nyuma kwa backbench kidogo.
Remember, yesterday I went to pick a pen and you removed me.
Yes, I do that when you.
I'm just going to pick a pen.
You took long.
like now you are threatening me, and I want to go to the washroom.
What happens is, I put you on the back bench. When I see you are back, I bring you back. So that's what happens. I brought you back, isn't it, Ose? Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Now, something Richie has just talked about regarding how to deal with the candidates, Azimio candidates from Wiper. I think that's not right, because you see, the truth of the matter is that Kalonzo, as much as, I would like to say that Kalonzo has been really overrated. And as much as, for example, the deputy governor for Nairobi is from, you can say it's from Wiper, but I think you do remember that he has also had connections with Baba. As much as he is a member of Wiper, you remember during the Kamukunji meeting, Baba said that they got him from the US. You remember, Texas. Now it will be. I think it will be a bit offside to try and let him suffer because of Wiper is not behaving and he's already the nominated deputy governor. I don't know about the others, but as far as the Kaloki gentleman is concerned, he is what he brings on board may well go even beyond Kalonzo. And I personally, I do not think that the people who are going to vote because of him would stop voting because Kalonzo has gone anywhere. No. It's possible, but very, very, very unlikely. So that this support you are saying that is intact, whatever Kalonzo does, should not be frustrated by taking such actions against the Wiper candidates, especially the ones who have shown that they are loyal to Azimio. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. My thoughts for today. Yes, Abuya, umekumbuka kitu. Okay, karibu.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Jose that in any movement, we must have some tough guys. I don't want to use the name extremist for Makiadi, but we must have some tough guys. Some people who instill discipline, and that is what I think Makiadi is trying to. We should be disciplined. But on sending Kaloki parking, I think we can excuse him. Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yes, Makiadi.
No, okay. So my issue is we know Kalonzo's heart is not in Azimio. Everybody knows that. He has never advocated for Azimio anywhere. Anywhere. Look around. Look at his videos. So the thing is, if Kalonzo bolts out, we are not going to be generous enough to his candidates. The first person who will be a casualty should be the DG of Nairobi, Kaloki. Let him go with him. And then we can decide from there what to do with the rest. Kama inazaliwa, wacha tunyonyeshe. I don't think we have any other time to waste with this guy.
Okay, thank you. I can see a ladies here. Let's listen to the ladies' point before we come back to the men. Nasikia Kenya kisha wamesha gawana cabinet 50-50. Wacha tusikie kutoka kwa Julia. Julia, karibu.
Asante Demba, good to see you all. About what Makiadi just said about these Wipers people, like the deputy governor, I think we should just allow him. I mean, I don't know how it's going to play Makiadi if we don't. I mean, kuwa wapole kiasi. Sijui itakuwaje. That's my view. Now about the running mates of Kenya Kwanza, I was actually surprised when I heard that this morning that Rigathi was announced, because I was thinking that they will use reason and try and clean their house a bit. Unajua kama bwana yako ni mjinga, unaweza kuwa wewe mwerevu kiasi. So the neighbors may ignore your husband's stupidity. You remember the story
the
of
other way around.
The story. Jose, let me tell you something about the Bible. There is this man called Nabal, and then his wife, I don't know his wife was called who, I'm going to remember. And David had been taking care of Nabal's, stuff, goats, all that. And then David went to ask him, can you give me and my men some food? And then the man said, who do you think you are? You know, I have nothing for you. Yes, the wife was called Abigail. The wife, and his names, I think the name Abigail means intelligence and Nabal means stupidity or a foolish man. So the man retorted and told David, I have nothing to give you. And David was so mad, and David organized to go and destroy that man and his family. And when the wife Abigail heard about that, the wife was intelligent. She prepared food and set off with her men. She went to David and pleaded with him, and she told David, you see, I am married to a fool, just like his name is. So because of Abigail, that home was spared, that family was spared. So kama wewe ni bibi, unaweza kuwa umeolewa na mjinga. Sasa, lakini for your sake, people will look and see bibi yake ako na akili na watoto wake pia wako na akili, so they may spare you. So I thought KKA was going to use that kind of reasoning and have Kindule for running mate, and I think that is why people voted for him, because that was the same reasoning even with those members of parliament. You know, they may have been looking at it and see we have a big problem here, but if we have this guy here, maybe people may look at us, tunajaribu kubadilika, tunajaribu kiasi. So I think they were equally surprised. But my take is Ruto got his own medicine. That is his medicine. He's a bully. He believes that everything should run his way. So I think he also may have wanted Kindiki to be the running mate, because that guy is soft, he's a gentleman. And I think he was going to do some, make the face of UDA look a bit brighter, like we have some good people here. So I really think that Ruto was stressed. And when Maggie was saying something here and Bernard wanted to chase her away, that she was thinking Ruto must have gone to the bathroom 3-4 times because the night was too long and he was trying to do compromises. Then what were the Madeira people doing? I saw some demonstrations in Karatina that no Rigathi, no Ruto. So I think Rigathi was trying to intimidate Ruto, and he got it. He forced his way up. He forced that man called Ruto, who thinks he's so smart and so tough. He forced his way. And I think at one time Ruto had to give in. So Ruto got his own medicine, which was very good. That is how he behaves, and that is how Rigathi also behaves. So they are birds of the same feathers. Now, on the other hand, I think it's an advantage to Azimio. This is what we wanted. Now we can hit KKA like something else, because we can talk about them. We can talk about their money laundering. We can talk about their theft. We can talk about corruption. We can tell Kenya, we cannot trust these two people. We cannot give these two people our land. We can tell Kenyans that. And more so, people from Mount Kenya have a bone to chew with those two people. Now, there are people talking about Rigathi in the days he was a DC serving under Moi, and they are saying the atrocities in Molo and Rift Valley, that Rigathi contributed to the atrocities in Molo and Rift Valley. And we can also bring in Ruto to that. So these two people have caused a lot of suffering, mostly even to the people of Mount Kenya region. That is the combination we needed for Azimio, because now we shall hit them. You see, and this time the campaign will be anti-corruption. And I want to tell Kenyans, let us not mince our words. Our biggest problem here, it is not because we don't know how to run our finances. It's not because Kenya is not productive. It's not because Kenya cannot be industrious. It's just because of one disease, corruption. And behold, KKA presents Mr. William Samoei Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, the leading suspects in Kenya of corruption scandals. They will take your land away. They will take the land of your primary schools. They will even take your own individual land. Be careful, Kenya. These are warmongers. You cannot trust your lives in them. They are hate mongers. See the way Rigathi talks on TV. I didn't even want to look at his face when he was talking, because he terrifies me. I didn't want nightmares tonight by looking at Rigathi speaking. I don't want to have nightmares tonight. So I don't know how the Kenyans and the children in Mount Kenya Juniors, I think looking at Rigathi speaking gives you chills. So fellow Kenyans, you have no choice, because the only people you can trust is Azimio. So Kalonzo threatens to walk out of Azimio. He's been threatening since I came to know that Kalonzo was trying to work with Raila. I think, I don't know how, today when I was thinking about Kalonzo, I was thinking that it's very hard to be a husband, because I think if you're a husband and you have a wife who keeps on saying, I'm going, and then every day she wakes up saying, I'm going, but mi naenda sasa. I think it's very hard to be a husband. I don't know what the men here say, because now Kalonzo is behaving like that woman that Bernard just described, that he's going, wacha tu aende, hata si msupu vile, wacha tu aende. We have many choices, many beautiful choices. So let him go where he wants to go. I don't know what maybe this panel will discuss the legal legal implications. He's saying he's going to court. I think he's going to, I heard that he's going to High Court. I don't know, he's going to announce his running mate. That is all inconsequential. And then finally, Baba leads Azimio La Umoja to Kamukunji. I watched that that rally. It was so interesting. It was good. And what I noted, like one panelist noted here, when Mother decided was called, people were saying Igwe, Igwe. But I want to note, like that panelist said, I noted she calmed the crowd down and she tuned their interest to Baba. She didn't ride on that, you know? She didn't ride on that. She calmed the crowd down and she tuned them that the most important person here is Baba, and that is why we are here, and we must all elect him and make sure he wins. I loved that. That is a sign of humility. If it was Kalonzo, he would have been riding on that and he would have been saying, isingelikuwa ni mimi, Baba hangekuwa hapa. Ama ninasema, that is what Kalonzo would have done. That's the difference between Kalonzo and Mother. Mother changed them. They stopped saying Igwe towards her, and she said, no, we voting for Baba. We want to make sure he wins. I loved that. I loved that. So I plead with Baba wherever he is. Today, I was surprised to hear Rigath's name. I humbly plead with him. I don't want to be surprised when I wake up in the morning and find it is not a Ararua ticket. So you people, you got to pray for me, because I'll be very surprised if I find it is different. Thank you, Demba.
Okay, Adams, and then I also make my few comments before we bring in other people. Yes, Adams.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Semba. Julia just reminded me something. You know, talking of Kalonzo, something has just clicked my mind here, that there's a possibility that tomorrow Kalonzo might not go to court. He might not go to court. It's funny. You remember the other day when he was threatening that he will not attend the interviews? Then all of a sudden that morning he appeared and he attended. So there is a possibility that he will go to court. They've threatened. Maybe we are waiting for them to make the threat real. But there is a possibility, there's a likelihood that tomorrow they might not go to court as well. They might not bolt out. These guys just, giving pressure. They might stay put. And then about Rigathi Gachagua, we've spoken a lot already, but Julia, maybe you'll comment about this later, because I think you may have a better insight of this. Rigathi Gachagua being brought on board, and the way and the reaction on the ground, and how people, this fiasco, how it came to be, kind of maybe there was some shreds of Mount Kenya supremacy being played. There was some shreds of Mount Kenya supremacy at play. I don't know whether you can see it in that angle as well. And like this guy, because he came there with arrogance, like it's me, it has to be me, and it's kind of he coerced DP Ruto that you have to select me. I don't know, maybe he was banging some table somewhere there. It has to be me, nothing else, no more, no less. So I think by so doing that, he was kind of trying to say that, President Uhuru Kenyatta is going into retirement. There is no any other person in Mount Kenya. And the UDA being the popular party down there, is like, it is now me, and I'm the one bringing this vote here. So it is kind of supremacy battle. They was trying to show those people that he's also he has emerged man enough. That is not. It's not obvious. I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to think. That's why I say Julia may talk something about that. So maybe we can also look at it in that angle. Finally, about Ruto and Rigathi ticket. This ticket is tainted, but it has a mask. It has a paint, So on Azimio's side, this is the time. We are in a dire need. We are in a dire need of people who can stand forth in podium, very good orators who can stand in podium and unmask them. We need these people to be unmasked. We need people to know them, because a voter who is seated down somewhere in and at the coast, somewhere in Garsen, do not know who Rigathi Gachagua is. You only read on the news and heard about it. You don't know anything about it, maybe a little bit. But when we get people who can unmask them, we show the public who these people really are, their real colors, their true colors. I think this can really help. So we need Azimio guys to be on top of their game and unmask these people. That way, it's going to create a perception and we're going to reap out of it. Thank you.
Okay, I want to give my comments to to those the ticket and the before, during, and after. So I want to start by first of all saying right now we are not sharing the link right now. We are closing in the closing moments. It's 7 minutes to the hour. So we are just dealing with those who are in the studio right now. So thank you so much, those who want to come on the studio. In fact, we are reducing. If anybody shows like they are hiding their faces to Nawatoa, so that we have fewer people as we move towards the hour. We don't want to add people. So yeah, the link, Robert, thank you so much for showing interest to come up. But kindly just comment your thoughts on the comment section. We are going to be reading them. We want to start taking our moving towards the closing, the tail end. I usually come during the tail end. So if you come in and you see me in the studio, know that we are almost on the hour. So now, yesterday we were talking here, and I jokingly told Black that we have a highly intelligent sources inside that meeting. And I told him that there was no agreement. Gachagua stormed out, and Kindiki stormed out, and there was no agreement by the time they were leaving yesterday. You can go and watch that Citizen interview with Gachagua and Jeff. You'll see him confirming what I told you. He said that he's being diplomatic about it. He's saying that they decided not to announce because there was no settlement at night, because it will be bad, so they decided to announce it today. But there was no agreement. And of course, if you listen to that also, they're asking him that there was a voting that took place. And that voting settled on Kindiki. But Gachagua stood his ground. He said, I've spent my money building this UDA thing. There's no way you're going to give it to someone else. It's my money or the seat. And if if you're giving me my money, then you know that forget about Mount Kenya. And of course, Gachagua generally across even UDA, he's not a darling of them. And he was intimating as such today. If you listen to that interview keenly, he is saying that the opinion of other people don't matter. He was just the presidential candidate was listening to them just to prop up what he already had. So he's actually confirming what I told you yesterday. People didn't Gachagua is not well, his persona is not well accepted even within the UDA itself. And it was easier. Number one, we need to appreciate the backdrop. They are having these candidates who are suggested, that is Anne Waiguru, Rigathi, and Kindiki. Now Kindiki comes out as one person who is untainted, among us the two, comparing him, and he was going to be a better blend with the deputy president due to his youthfulness and also him not being tainted, So for that, people were really started warming up to him, and the abrasive nature of Gachagua, and he's the face of the propaganda in UDA, the voice of hate in UDA, So and he's even saying as such in a Citizen interview, he's saying there that the deputy president wanted someone who can speak in vernacular radio stations. How many vernacular radio stations is he going to go? That ought not to be a qualification for someone to be a deputy president. But he was saying that And then he's trying to compare himself to Mandela, that Mandela was in jail when he was asked a question about his perception, the perception of him as a corrupt individual. I mean, the charges facing him. So he goes like, even Mandela was jailed and he came out and became a hero. So he's trying to rise into that kind of stature, which basically, if you follow, Gachagua doesn't. He's known in Western Kakamega, where he was a DO for having not came up to help people be paid. He's known for having allowed people to be persecuted in Limuru, Kiambu. So, and then when he was asked that question a few time back, I think we are going to post that video. He said that he was acting under instruction. What makes him not act under instruction right now to persecute his own people? Because he's still going to be under Ruto. And he's saying that Ruto needs someone who is going to be, he said in Kikuyu, that Ruto needs someone who is going to be, to hold him accountable, who is going to be tough. The constitution hasn't changed. The president will still be having the power. Those things that you have drawn and you're thinking that you're going to use them to check the president, the moment someone becomes a president, that's it. He can even decide to be the same person that, like we are likely to have another ticket that's going to be Uhuruto, So this time it's going to be Gachagua doing the same drama to Ruto in the event they rise to power. Now, that's not something we want to see, because Gachagua says that he's very tough. He's going to hold him. He doesn't need a weakling. You don't need power. You don't need aggression to be a deputy president. You need to be in sync with your master. The constitution hasn't changed. The constitution is still saying that he is a principal assistant to the president. That's the constitution. So, and then the deputy president is going to do, he has said in their agreement that he's going to, within 10 days, he's going to pass an executive order. He's going to take all the powers from Gachagua and give them to Moderator. So what is Gachagua going to do? Because the Uhuru decided to take all the powers and give them to Matiang'i. Ruto has been around making noise. And so we are likely to see another confused 5 years if they come to power. But they are not going to come to power, because what I think is they have given us, like Makao Mutua said today, that's a happy ticket. It's a hard sell. It's someone writes it, in a very funny way and says that with these two, if they become start ruling, you should not even leave your sleepers out, because someone who can be accused of having all those corruption scandals with them, I mean, you'll fear. Now, the person I really pity is Kindiki. Kindiki drew the agreement, and for some reason, he had been assured of the deputy president. So he knew that was going to be his post. And you realize pretty much the other day when we were looking at the postings, I said, if you look at the deputy president post in that agreement, and you look at the prime cabinet secretary's post in that agreement, they seem to be having almost similar activities, similar duties. Now, Kindiki had almost been assured that, and I think he had already sold that out. So I pity him, and I don't know how he's going to navigate that loss that he has gone through. They were missing. He was missing in the presser. The presser was really looking like a mourning session, like they were mourning someone who has died. They were really struggling to clap. You could see that, and even when they came to talk, they could say it was tense, intense. If you hear a politician saying it was intense, you know how it was. It was intense. There was a real haggling for the positions. So that is that with them. I mean, I don't wish them well, but bring them on. Like Julia is saying, we are going to unmask them for who they are. We are going to tell Kenyans no, we don't need to tell Kenyans anything new. A research done by, I think, Stedman came out with the conclusion that the two most corrupt individuals in Kenya is Anwar Guru and William Samoei Ruto. The third of them is Rigathi. So how can you have a ticket of the two most corrupt people in Kenya? You voting for them. I don't think Kenyans are that stupid. And these tickets are like day and night. You can know the people by how they work. We can know you by the friends that you keep. And those kinds of people, I don't think we want them to be near any presidency. Now, finally on them, one guru comes and says we have agreed on 50% sharing of government. If you can't agree on a 50-50 president and deputy to be male and female, what makes you think that you're going to agree on a 50-50 cabinet positions? I doubt that statement, and I don't believe it. On Kalonzo and the idea of them going, the deed that they posted gives the steps of how to sort out their differences, and the courts are alive to that effect. If they fail within their processes, then there's what you call political parties tribunal. They are supposed to go to political parties tribunal, which now is going to give its views. And if the tribunal fail, then that is when they can go now to High Court. So High Court is a little bit higher. There's still political parties tribunal, which they have to exhaust that, and then they take it to High Court. So like Professor Macau said, if they go to court, then it will be a waste of court's time to deposit a document that even has mechanisms of how you're supposed to withdraw from it. And it tells you 6 months to an election, you shouldn't withdraw. 3 months after an election, you shouldn't withdraw. You can only withdraw 3 months later. And even then, they'd say that any party that will withdraw has to come out after 2022, I think, next year. So this interesting pronouncements by Maanzo that they are going to go to court tomorrow. Well, everybody has a right to approach the court, but the judge is going to obviously advise them. First of all, you need to go to the court of first resort. And first result is actually the political parties tribunal, which they haven't gone to. And then, of course, they haven't followed the mechanisms that they need to follow. That's why they should learn from MCC and PAR. MCC and PAR are still members of Azimio, as much as those guys have got. So you can do all the shenanigans you want. If it was that easy, then MCC and PAR would have been not in Azimio by now. So they're not the first ones to want to get out of Azimio. So if someone else has walked that route, what makes you think that you are going to be treated different? And they were all individual members of Azimio. So I think, like Professor Mutua says, that probably Kalonzo has interesting advisors, or the advisors are not, clearly or 100% interested in his interest. Or like someone said, probably they're just hyping their bargaining. So they are making it, like Manzo was saying, we are going to go to court, and when we have withdrawn, that Azimio, every party will go on its own way. So it is either Kalonzo or Azimio breaks and people go their own way. That's what he was trying to suggest, which I also find very interesting comments to make when you're around this time or when you're bargaining for a particular position. So that is what I can say for now. The rest probably we can keep discussing as we move on. We are past the hour, the 8th hour, so lakini watu wa Facebook wameenda, tumebaki na watu wa YouTube. Yes, Jose. You need to unmute.
It's something that Richie had said, and I believe it was with a light touch. You see the candidates fronted by Wiper, like Kaloki now at Nairobi gubernatorial deputy, and then a number of other MPs around there. Well, I think if you look at it that Kalonzo in, Kalonzo out makes the little difference, Now, those candidates, they have people support behind them, support who may not actually even agree with what Wiper and Kalonzo are trying to do. Now, under the circumstances, if we overreact and try to sideline them, we could be shooting ourselves on the foot. So I want to believe that those people should be used to the campaign Kalonzo's action so that he can go alone the same way the Mudavadis went the other side alone. Now, people are saying that there is a possibility that as much as he cannot manage to get a Wiper out of Azimio to use it as a vehicle to campaign for president, neither can he go on independent. Chances are that he's already, like the other people did, the Sakajas did, he could already be in another part, which is not in Azimio. There is a very high possibility. Call it the Safina party, the Wanjigi party. Chances are that Wanjigi is a very close ally of Kalonzo. Who knows? The candidate's promise may well be Kalonzo Wanjigi. That's the comment I wanted to make.
That's a good thought, but you see, the issue, in my view, the issue is not whether he's going to pick another party or not. The issue is not whether he's going to vie or not. That's his, in my view, it is his democratic right. But I also want to, pick out a comment that we made here. The other day I said we need to study Kalonzo as a case study in his nature of politics, as a very consistently inconsistent politician. So that picture is already, like a seasoned politician who had created this kind of a person who understands the nature of politics in Kenya. Then you've flip-flopped many times within a very short time. I don't know if he has in his mind his support base, because wherever he goes with that kind of nature, the voter wants someone who is dependable, even if you're going to pick a wrong side, but stick with it to the end. If you're going to come to a podium and then you're saying that this time round is time for Raila and I'm supporting him unconditionally, but inside you have conditions that you still believe ought to be met, then the voter is also wise. The Kenyan voter is not as stupid as we were 10, 20 years ago. Kenyan voter has, they should remember that Kibaki brought free primary education. And so most of the Kenyan voters are educated. There's a large group of people who went to school and they understand some things that probably Kalonzo think that they didn't understand 10 years ago. Right now, the voter has gone to school and the voter understands that even if you can pick a certain position, you need to pick it for a reason, however wrong it is. So I want to believe that if he's going to go, he's going to go alone. He's going to go with probably a very sizable, a small chunk of the voters. And if he picks another party, remember it is not just Kalonzo. Kalonzo is probably just going to be a president. There are many lives, there are many people who are vying on Wiper. So if he chooses to withdraw them, then how many people is he going to put on the line? So the thought of just Kalonzo as a Wiper is very myopic. As a DP candidate is very myopic point. And that's why we doubt the kind of advice Kalonzo is receiving. If he's going to vie as a person, that is going to be detrimental to so many other people who are probably going out there with, by right now, they are going with Azimio and with Baba, and they need some confidence. What are the voters asking them? What are you guys saying? And now, are you going to go to, right now, let's face it, there are only two horses, Raila and the Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. Any other, it's a chance. You're trying to chance, So do you think many Kenyans right now, after what they have gone through, they want to start playing the game of Patapotea. I don't think they'll either go to William Ruto or they go to Raila. That is the thing. So whoever is advising one Kalonzo Musyoka, whether he moves out or not, as someone says that he's not going anywhere, he's just upping his game. I don't know. Right now, it doesn't matter. We need consistency. We need someone to take a position. And that position, whether it is wrong or right, make the decision and follow it through. We are done with the times of having negotiations around individuals. We need negotiations around causes. You know, if you have a cause, if you believe in the cause, stay in it. That for me is what I would say. Yes, Black. You are muted. Black, your it seems is not working today. I can't hear you.
Nimeitoa sasa. Can you hear me? Because nimeitoa sasa.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Nauliza unanipata sasa? Okay.
Yes.
Jambo kwa studio na wale ambao wanatuona popote walipo. Kiki mahali mlipo hatupangwingwi kama kawaida. So anyway, kusonga mbele. Gachagua's selection today, it was not by surprise. I think hata jana tuliongelea hiyo kitu hapa Makiadi. I think Makiadi pia was of the same opinion that Gachagua would have been the obvious choice for KKA for obvious reasons which you mentioned yesterday that I don't want to repeat again for the sake of time. Now, what I can say is that his entry will give the DP a chance to be able to maneuver in other regions because Gachagua is more than able to consolidate the Mount Kenya votes along with the teams of the likes of Kina Turi, Kina Kabogo, and Kina Moses Kuria to deal with the Mount Kenya people. So it will give a free space to Ruto to now maneuver in other regions where we seem to be having weaknesses. For example, in the western side of the Kenya and the eastern side of Kenya. So atakuwa na more time to maneuver on those sides because already in the Rift Valley in his area, it seems to be consolidating his parts and it won't need much effort from him. So at least it relieves him of that burden of having to go all the time to the Mount Kenya with Gachagua being there to do that for him. Now, as well as there's something that I could not really escape. Julia, this corruption card that you like bringing up across for Gachagua every now and then. I mean, the courts of the law is very clear. Unless you have been found guilty by the courts of law, the case has been determined. At that point, only you can call someone corrupt. So until then, it's just nothing but an allegation. And even the Constitution itself, I mean, in the article where it talks about the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, it still says the same. And that's the reason why they've been cleared with IEBC. So hii kuita watu corrupt na hakuna any nini imekuwa confirmed, hakuna kesi yote ambayo imekuwa confirmed. I think we should stop doing that. No. It also says that unless someone has been convicted at least for 6 months or more, not less than 6 months jail time, then at least that person would not be able to vie for any political seat. But that has not been the case for Gachagua. So I mean, whatever you're saying right now, I can just call it is just propaganda. Unless you back it up with a conviction that yes, he was found guilty of having done so and so. Just like now, I'll give you an example. There's an allegation that Baba was indeed in charge of the 1982 coup. But was he found guilty in any court? No, but that's what everybody says. Does that mean that yes, indeed, he was trying to overthrow the government? Now, ukiwa unajaribu kupima, tumia hiyo mizani hiyo, the same weighing scale.
Black,
What do you say from
black,
your side?
black. Surely, black. You can do better.
No, I mean, no, I mean calling people corrupt for
No,
cases
I
that
want
have
to
not
give
been
you.
determined.
I want to give you another chance to debate better. I'm not going to respond to that. Just debate better.
Yeah. And then now moving forward, yeah, in regards to Kalonzo working out on Azimio, I think huyu jamaa amepitia mashida nyingi bana. I mean, from the onslaught, how he entered to Azimio pact itself, he came through Uhuru Kenyatta and not Raila Odinga, who has been his friend, political friend, all along. Now, already from that point, there were question marks. That why would he have avoided the route through Raila, whom he has been with for all those many years, and decided to go through the Uhuru route? And then Maanzo said today in his interview that there was a promise given to Kalonzo that he would be the running mate to Raila, and that they're going to produce that document as of evidence to the courts of law today when they present their case. So I'm waiting to see that how it unfolds. But if that will indeed be the case, then he would have been played big time, and I don't think that would go well for Raila Odinga, which would do great for us as KKA in hitting you hard. So I don't want to say much until hiyo kesi ya Kalonzo ipite leo, so that I can see if at all indeed kuna mahali aliahidiwa kwamba atastand kama running mate wa Azimio. At that point then I'll be waiting to meet you here baadaye. So wacha nisiongee sana mpaka hiyo kitu ipite. Asante.
Haya, wacha tusikie Julia, alafu tupate wengine.
Okay, first and foremost about Kalonzo. Black, if you people want Kalonzo, you can have him for free. Tumewachotea kama bashishi, kama mnamtaka mwaweza kamchukua. About corruption scandals, pay attention. Please don't talk like that here. Speak, try and improve your debating. We are talking about two people who are going to be in charge of over 50 million lives. Now, if Gachagua and Ruto were just taking care of their wives and children, wouldn't care how many times they go to court, how many times they are bailed out, how many times they are, we wouldn't even talk about them. But you are telling us to give our lives to two people who have allegations of stealing land. Even someone has, the Muteshi case, somebody has stolen land from a person like you. Yani mtu mkubwa mzima tu kama Ruto. Anaendea akuwa Kenyan, anamnyang'anya ardhi. Now, Gachagua has scandals already, even in court. His cases are not cleared. He was even summoned some time back, I was reading that in Star, to appear in a case that was discussing the death of the former Nyeri governor. Now, Gachagua is being blamed for the atrocities of the Kikuyus in Rift Valley and some people in I think in Nakuru or Rimuru somewhere. Now, Mr. Black, we are not going to sit here and give our lives to these two people who are suspects everywhere as we wait for the courts to decide whether they are guilty. It is like trying to live with somebody whom you even suspect can murder you. How do you do that in your normal senses? How do you do that? You don't say that this person looks like a murderer or a criminal, or the court said that he may have done this, so let me go into his home and try and see whether he'll murder me. Or he'll still, let's have Gachagua and Ruto become president and deputy president, and we see whether they will steal from us. We are not going to use ourselves as specimen for their experiment. We are not going to be the specimen for that experiment, Mr. Black. Because we are over 50 million Kenyans, and they are not the only people who can become president. So don't come here telling us that they have not been declared guilty, they have not been jailed, so we use ourselves as specimen to try and see whether they are really criminals. Maybe if we try and see, we'll be dead. So we are not waiting to be dead and arrive in heaven and say that we tried and we are dead. So surely they were criminals. We are not going to do that, Mr. Black. It is called integrity. So please debate, use something else to debate. If you know there are those court cases waiting for these two people, don't talk about them. Tell us they are good in agriculture. They can dig a big piece of land and they can help us and feed as well. Talk about such things. Don't say that their cases are in court, therefore they are not guilty. We cannot allow ourselves to be used as specimens for experiment. They cannot experiment with us. We are not going to allow that. As the courts wait, when the courts wait for 10 years, we are not going to be the specimen. We are over 50 million Kenyans, and there are more Kenyans that can lead this country. So, Mr. Black, please stop that line of debate. Lakini kama mnataka Kalonzo, tunaweza kawapea hivi tu bure without even bargaining. You can have him for good. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you, Julia. Black, you know, Gachagua has court cases. Gachagua's brother was a governor of Nyeri County, and Gachagua did business with Nyeri County. And when he stopped, after he was done doing business with Nyeri County, there are millions that were paid. People, I think that account has been frozen because it is not known the source of that money. Now, this is someone who has, I think, 200 million that it is not known the source of that money. It is said that he had over, I don't know how many companies that he was using to do business with the government. What will happen when he starts doing, when he's now the deputy president? He was doing with the government of Nyeri. What will happen now if he's coming to the government of Kenya? He will be doing business with the government of Kenya in tunes of millions. Now, those are the kinds of people we are talking about. I want to ask you, would you leave your property somewhere with Gachagua and Ruto to take care of it? I want you to think about a trusted thing that you really treasure, and you want to leave it in the hands of Gachagua and Ruto to take care of it. Would you do that? I mean, you need to think. Yes, Makiadi.
Black, I think you wanted to speak, but your mic is on. I don't know if okay. So let me just respond to two things quickly. One of the things that I want to talk about is what you spoken here about Kalonzo Musyoka and Maanzo going to court. I mean, the thing is, Raila Odinga has not named his select for the DP slot yet. Why would Kalonzo Musyoka and Wiper Democratic be running to court tomorrow in the morning? The deadline is 11:59, unless they know something that we don't. And we told you here, the people like Mutua, you know, they were blowing hot and cold. This governor for Kilifi blowing hot and cold. And Raphael Tuju said it very well. They knew these people were discussing with the people on the other side. So when you see Raila Odinga quiet about the Kalonzo issue and Uhuru Kenyatta, they know what is happening. Trust their guts. They know what is happening. If they want to run tomorrow before even Raila Odinga names who he has chosen, let them go. Number two, you said here that Mount Kenya has been covered now because of Gachagua. I want to ask you, don't you think Kindiki Kithure still has supporters? And if the selection of Gachagua means that all Mount Kenya is covered, why was Kindiki absent today when he was being when Gachagua was being promoted as the deputy presidential slot? And what about Western? What about Mudavadi supporters? When he joined William Ruto, he promised his supporters that he's going to get either the presidency or the deputy presidential slot. What happened to his supporters? Do you think that they'll all buy that story that he's going to get a PCS slot?
Yes, Jose.
Now, Juliet.
Just to make a comment on what Black was saying a while ago regarding, I think he's trying to promote this innocent until proven guilty. There are some of us who are already planning to question that particular article in the Constitution, and hopefully sooner or later by 2032, it will be properly rephrased in the constitution so that people don't get away. When I've seen Black shoot somebody and he goes and hires a very good lawyer who says otherwise, and he can actually go scot-free when he has actually done it. Anyway, that aside, one thing which is common with the KK is that they like this idea that all Kenyans are corrupt. You know, it is a narrative which is, they are trying to absolve. They know that corruption is basically 90% of the people on the other side are that corrupt. But to tone it down, you bring in this narrative that, you know, all these people are corrupt in a manner that's trying to bring in a balance which does not exist. So I think, Black, it is not fair. It is not fair to mention something wrong on the other side to justify wrong on the other side. If you take, for example, you are saying that the cases have not been proved in court. Remember the Aror and Kimorer cases. You remember when the matter was hot, I think the president appointed a committee that investigated this matter. Their findings, one of them, which I think even mentioned in Sagana one of those days when they was meeting representatives in Sagana, they did say that 3 billion was squandered, and it linked they were all linked to the shopping that the furnishing that took place at Western Hotel. Western Hotel belonged to Ruto. Now the 3 billion was used to furnish the Western, to buy drinks, to buy pillows. I'm sure you are all aware of that. That is in the public domain. So to come and turn around and say that these matters have not been proved, so you want to hide behind guilty until proved innocent in a court of law. If you are trying to be the president, surely, for heaven's sake, with all those behind you, better clear yourself first. I think it should be the other way around. You are guilty until you prove yourself innocent. That's the comment I wanted to make.
Adams, alafu we'll have Black responding to the ones he can, and then we start taking our closing remark. We'll give 2 minutes to everybody. We close, and then of course we give our predictions. Alafu tukae hapa to kama kawaida, we have our ritual for closing. So Adams, then Black, you try responding to the ones that you can.
Yeah, Mr. Black, Ujambo. You know, you call yourself you're a coastarian. In some comments down there, you said you're from the coast. You guys are not known to be what you really perceive yourself to be. Let's be factual. The corruption cases or allegation that are engulfing Mr. Rigathi Gachagua are not for yesterday. Some of these cases are as old as, like, they're older than the Uhuruto government first regime. Rigathi Gachagua's cases are older than that. If you can remember very well, way back in 2014, Rigathi Gachagua was charged for having fraudulently acquired over 6 million from Nyeri Provincial General Hospital for the supply of dialysis machines. That is way back in 2013, 2014. He was charged for that. You know, when you come to around 2015, he was charged with another fraudulently acquiring. He registered some accounts under his name between 2013 and 2020. He was fraudulently, he received like 7.3 billion shillings through a bank accounts that were registered under his name. So when we talk about this guy and you come here, defending him with all your blood in the water, Mr. Black, you're a corrupt man. You're a corrupt man. Let me look at your eye and tell you, you're a corrupt man. You're the face of corruption, because you cannot defend what you really. Your defense really shows what you really are. Rigathi Gachagua and Ruto's ticket is a ticket of birds flocking together. They are the birds of the same feather. They flock together. They have a common goal, you know, and that is corruption brings them together. So let us just face facts. It's okay to be in their camp, to be in Kenya Kwanza alliance. That's okay. But when something is wrong, it's wrong. Because this money was not for somebody. It's not. This is a Wanjiko money. It's a taxpayer's money. You are a taxpayer. I am a taxpayer. You can pay taxes anywhere in the country. So it is your money that was stolen, and then you come and defend the thieves. Somebody come into your house and break into your house and steal electronics, and then you come out and defend them that they're not thieves. That one tells us that you're a thief. You are in the face of thievery, my friend. Let's face facts. I like your reasoning, but in that manner, no, you're wrong. You look like a thief. You show us your friends, and then we really tell you who you really are. So in that regard, that I'm here today telling you who you are. You are corrupt. You're the face of corruption. Let's face facts. And today, by the way, at Kamukunji grounds, Kamukunji grounds is a historic place. The rallies that do happen in Kamukunji grounds, this is another different thing, are always, they're always historic. I wish Baba could just unveil his running mate in Kamukunji grounds, not in KICC. That would be better. Kamukunji is known for, it's hot, it's known for that. Thank you.
Black, you've been put on your defense on defending a ticket that is marred with corruption. So can you defend yourself? That and
Yes.
kindly tell us that you dissociate yourself from anything that is related to corruption.
Number one, I would like to ask Adams to please withdraw his sentiments of referring me as a corrupt man, because number one, he has no such proof. Number two, he has never met me. Number three, he has no financial records of my accounts. Number four, this is a very respectful forum of which we come here to debate and not abuse each other, whereby our families and friends will sit at some point and watch this broadcast, and they get to see me being called by someone who has never ever seen me or met me, calling me a corrupt man. Please withdraw your statement before we proceed, Mr. Adams.
Mr.
I'm very serious on that. Don't call me that. Just withdraw your statement.
Don't call me I can only withdraw my. Then you have to change your character, because
no, listen. You don't know my character. Have you ever met me?
I have seen your character.
Let's raise Temba. You are the moderator here. Look, let's make this civilized. Let's no. I'm not allowed. Let's have a civilized debate.
Mr. Black, you can't gag me. I'm one guy.
Temba, let's have a civilized debate whereby people do not call other people names.
Okay.
We have families that watch this.
Okay.
We have friends that watch this broadcast.
No, you're a face of corruption. You're a face of corruption.
Calm down, both of you.
Thank you.
And then in the comment section, Adam.
Okay, thank you.
Temba,
thank you.
Should I call him a killer?
No.
Because he supports a man who was involved in a coup where people were killed. Should I call him a killer for that? No, because he did not perform that. Is it?
Okay.
Should I call Adams a killer?
Calm down, Black.
Who killed who?
No, let's have a respectful debate here, where we don't call each other some bad names.
And Adams, Black and Adams, you can make the same points while you are talking on a low tone. We don't have to shout to make a point. Your point is home. You are not happy with that, and we allow me to say that we will expunge that from the Hansard. So can you continue?
So I'm really I'm very pissed at that, by the way. Sorry to say. I never show my anger. I've never shown my anger in this broadcast, but I had to, because
No,
like
I'm
we
not
said, this is a
apologizing
house
to
of.
you. Let me, I'm not babysitting.
Where Adams, Nyamaza.
Can you tell this fool to keep quiet?
Nyamaza, Adams. Adams, Nyamaza. Allow Black to finish, Adams. Allow Black to finish. And Black, you don't have to get angry. You know?
Number one, in regards to Jose mentioned Aror and Kimwarer.
If you defend a corrupt person, you are likely to be called a thief also. So,
okay, Mr. Black, don't talk about Tarel and Kimarel, because I'll tell you that Mr. Ruto said it was only 7 billion that was in question. So if you go on that direction, then you not blame Adam's statement.
Again, listen. You know, the problem we face here as KKA is when we get to see people from the other side of the competitors, being given the leeway to either abuse us, interrupt us when we are giving our submissions, or when we are trying to give our points.
No, Black. Do not impute bad intentions on my moderation. I have been one to be very accommodative of you, and I've told you that. So don't draw me into your issues with Adams. I've told you to speak. Now, when you speak, and whatever you say is linking you up to the other Nini, I don't agree that you are a thief. I don't know that, and I don't know if you are not. I only debate with you on the topics that we bring here. So I cannot say you are not. I cannot say you are, but I can listen to you. So kindly just prosecute the point.
Okay, let me address the bigger thief, Adams.
And I will defend you to say the things that I don't agree with, and you know that I've always done that. So
Let me first. I was to start elsewhere, but let me just address now the bigger thief, because they say, as per his argument, is when you defend someone who's allegedly to have performed or taken part in theft, then you become a thief. So now you, by in support of Azimio, and by extension all the team members of Azimio, there are members that are also accused of theft. That makes you a thief, and I'm going to name them one by one, just so that I can substantiate my claims, because I never say anything that's unsubstantiated. Number one, Savula and his 2 wives was in court for having embezzled 2 billion shillings for supply of advertisement to government, which he did not do. Are you aware of that? I'm dealing with you head on. Are you aware of that? Check it. Number 2.
Yes.
He's gonna stand. He's gonna vie for the deputy. He's gonna vie for the deputy governor of Kakamega. That's a very corrupt dude. You are defending him by extension of being in Azimio. Number 2, Fernandez, the governor of Kakamega to be. I mean, in the next election that he's planning to vie. He was also allegedly to have stolen 10 billion while he was in charge of the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company. Are you aware of that? Another thief, Obado, he is also charged in graft. Are you aware of that? Waluke, he's also charged. No, he's not in Kenya Kwanza. He has been an ODM. He has been an ODM sycophant. Obado has his own party.
Wait, Obado is in court right now, and is the one who has been given the mandate to lead the Nyanza campaigns for UDA.
Can you name the parties that are in KKA and tell me the party which Obado is going to vie with? As we proceed, to save time, as we proceed.
Obado is a no.
My friend, you are clueless. I don't know.
Is he on KKA? Is he on UDA tickets or any part of the nine?
Is Ruto's friend?
I've just asked you a question. Is he vying on any party on the 9 parties in KKA?
Obado has finished his term, so he's not even vying.
So how do you then say that he is?
He's the one who has been placed in to be in charge of the Nyanza.
Who said? Now, when I say that Obado still is the current governor of his county under the ODM ticket, by extension, still being
No.
Legally,
He's on a
no.
PDP.
Legally,
He's on a PDP.
legally.
He's on
Legally.
a PDP ticket. He's a governor on a PDP ticket.
Another thing. We all know what Waluke did. He's still part of Azimio. Don't say Jubilee. He's still part of Azimio. 371 million shillings, fined 1 billion shillings by the court of law.
Gone.
Determined.
Next. No, next.
Not ongoing. Not an ongoing case. Determined.
No, next.
Case.
Next.
Now, in regards to Sabina Chege, she was the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health in the National Assembly, which oversaw the government mishandling of the COVID situation which we had in Kenya. We know what happened. Many Kenyans died. Many poor Kenyans that could not afford masks, which were given freely by Jack Ma, disappeared into people's pockets in the watch of Sabina Chege, that's the chairperson of the departmental committee, and Mutahi Kagwe, the CS.
Next.
While having then as a parliamentary select committee was selected, where Abdul Swamad, another Azimio candidate through ODM in Coast Province, was the chairperson for the COVID billionaire. Have you had anybody been taken to court over that? No.
Next.
So by extension, using your standard of measure, Mr. Adams, of saying that if you support anybody that has been corrupt, makes you corrupt, then you are as corrupt as well. Makiadi becomes corrupt as well. Temba is corrupt as well. So we are all a corrupt panel here that you can see here.
Next.
By extension of the teams that we support.
Next.
Okay? Yes. So now, come on, Temba, don't be sarcastic.
No, I mean, Silversema uko na list ndefu, imesha.
Ndio nimekwambia aje, the list is so long. So my point is this. My point is this.
Your list yako ni small fish.
It is fine. Now let me ask you. I do not condone corruption by any way whatsoever. Trust me on that. Be it whether it is Azimio.
Now that's a very good point you just said. That's a very good point.
Be it whether it is in KKA, be it whether it's in Azimio. My point of bringing out this point is that if Adams comes here and calls people corrupt by the fact of the team which support has people who have been alleged to have been corrupt, makes one corrupt, then it makes everybody in this panel corrupt, because in both of our teams which you support, they have corrupt individuals. So it makes none of us here five that are appearing in this screen, I mean, clean. So to conclude on that, let me conclude.
You know that point, Ulkosha make your point. You can't take 5 minutes to defend just one statement. Black.
To conclude on that.
Hujajibu maswali ya Julia, hujajibu maswali ya Makiadi. Sasa you are defending that you have been called a thief.
Again, the problem is you get in between. Just to conclude on that, I personally do not condone corruption. And I want to believe that the same applies to anybody that I'm seeing there in this panel right now. They do not condone corruption. It's just that for the ideologies that each side brings onto the table, I have chosen the side on the path of which I've chosen for the reasons known best to me, and you have chosen yours. Now, moving forward, in regards to Aror Kimwarer, as much as Julia was trying to tell me not to get into that, I like us when we deal with facts. Unless it is not a fact, then it becomes a propaganda. It is a fact that on the case regarding Aror Kimwarer, there are persons that are currently having court cases regarding that, and none among them is Ruto. That's a fact. It is Keter who was the treasury minister at the time. And by extension, that is the reason why, since he instigated the release of the funds, is answerable to that case, and 20 more others in that very case. But DP Ruto is not in that case. It is only said that he is by propagandists like you, Julia, and many more. But when you go to the court case record of that particular incident, you do not see the DP Ruto name as correspondent, a defendant, or anything in that case. So let's get ourselves away from this narrative of since umesikia kitu imetajwa mahali lazima muugize mtu mahali. No, tuongee na facts. Hata mimi kuna allegations zingine ambazo ziko on your side, but since there are no facts linking to that person to that event or that issue or that incident, I do not mention that. So I rest my case on that.
Thank you.
Unless there's a question that I did not respond.
Ruto is liable to that Aurora and Kimarel for one reason. He came and he said it is not 20 billion, it was 7 billion, even before investigation. So he should have waited for investigations so that he comes and says what he knows. He didn't.
Did he say it in a court of law?
Wait, it was the same Ruto who went and told Waiguru, huyu mtu wa kukatwalk na kizungu mingi atoe pesa ya wananchi. So the same people accused each other. So sisi, we are not, this cannot be made up, my friend. We cannot make up these things. They are already there. So I think instead of making noise of why we are calling them that, and they are the ones who gave us the material, they should be busy propping up how they are going to sell that hard sell ticket. That ticket is so hard to sell. A ticket of one person who is ill-mouthed, propagandist, talks so nasty, is not accepted.
Hate monger.
Yeah, hate monger. He even persecuted his own people in Limuru. That's a ticket that even is not wanted by his own Kenya Kwanza people. So, and another ticket of another person who stole from land from Kenyan in Kitale, and he had to be made by the court to return. He has stolen, the civil aviation land and built a hotel. He has beat children so that he can create a parking lot. I mean, that's a ticket that we cannot accept. You support him, but we are saying no. Kenyans are not Kenyans of Sijui. Rigathi akiulizwa anasema ati even Mandela was in jail for 27 years. He was in jail to liberate South Africa. What freedom is Rigathi fighting
for?
What freedom?
Mr. Demba, if I can tell Mr. Black something, Mr. Black, no need for tantrums. Now, what you are saying, that's just tantrums. All the people you have mentioned, we have not defended.
I've sent a video for you, Themba. Can you play it for people to see?
Mr. Black, may I finish saying something? All the things you have said about the people you have mentioned, we have not defended any one of them because they will have their day in court to defend themselves. And we are talking about Ruto and Rigathi. These are people that you are trying to tell us we should put our lives, the whole Kenya, over 50 million people, in their hands. Now, Ruto goes ahead and say that the Kimorel thing was only 7 billion, not 21 billion. He has the audacity to say that. Now, please, you can mention all those people. We are not going to defend them and say they have not stolen, but we are talking about a presidential candidate and his running mate. That's a very serious thing. So stop balancing corruption here. And if you continue kuatetea, I'll believe what Adams is saying. I'll not say you are corrupt, but I will say you also have a corruption mentality. So please, I will not defend anyone in Azimio for corruption. Sitawatetea, mtu abebe mzigo wake, hata kama uko Azimio. You too, don't defend anyone who is in KK and is corrupt. If you continue doing that, you will convince me that you have a corruption mentality. I'm sorry to say this.
And actually,
now understand me, I have a right of response. Number one, Julia, what I said is this.
Hold on, Black.
Unless found guilty.
Can you listen to me? There's already, Baba has made it clear that they are not going to deal with people who are corrupt. Those guys, those two governors who came, and in fact, Rigathi, you go listen to Rigathi. He said, now governors are coming because they were fearing that if they came, they'll be followed with corruption cases. So you see, the two governors are accused of corruption. Mutua, even the chairman of UDA, cannot talk to him. And if you realize, Mudhama was not even in that meeting yesterday because Mutua was there. So he decided I cannot stay in the same room with this person, So what I can tell you, I don't think it's good to defend corrupt officials. They say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. And there's something in law, it's called handling stolen goods. If you're found with a good, even if you don't know it had been stolen, there's a doctor who was jailed in Kenya because he handled a phone, he bought a phone from the streets that was registered to someone who had been murdered. So it was found that the person who had the phone is actually the person who might have murdered, participated in the murder. And the guy went to jail. So you handle things that have been stolen, or you handle people who deal with corruption. It shows that you have that affinity to. I would wish us to start thinking global. I don't think any sober Kenyan, wait, Black. I don't think any sober Kenyan should be drawn towards defending a ticket of corrupt people. One thing that is killing Kenya is not lack of resources. It is not lack of what we have resources. We have money that is budgeted every year. And indeed, if anybody is corrupt, they should not be elected. In fact, Black, there's one guy going to vie in Bungoma who sold non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows at 120,000 per piece. And right now, he's going to vie on UDA ticket or Kenya Kwanza ticket. This guy, Lusaka. You know what happened when he was Ali Flop? He came and became a senator. I mean, Speaker of the Senate, courtesy of your people. So I think we shouldn't have such kind of people coming back. He just came for a sabbatical. Now he's going back to be a governor. Nobody, someone like Ken Lusaka should not be close to leadership anyway. What are we teaching? And we want to tell all Kenyans, if you have someone who has been accused of corrupt dealing, accused, let even mention, because leaders should have integrity. If they have been mentioned in corruption, do not even give them a post. Let them not come to money. Let them not come to any place in leadership. People like Waiguru should disappear completely. I'm wondering how they are being propped up to come and say that we have assured that in Kenya Kwanza we have 50% women, and she's the one talking. She should not come close to leadership. Listen to what Ngirish is saying. I think we need to be categorical. In Azimio, we have said no corruption. In fact, we are going to be fighting corruption. If you are a corrupt leader, you know that things are going to be so bad for you. And I want us to start taking our closing remarks, and this is how we are going to do it. Allow me to...
Let me make a comment before you...
Just a second, Adams. You'll make the comment in your closing remarks. And Black too. I really appreciate everybody for coming on. And we want to say this, that this debate, we don't come to finish. We come to ignite. So we have ignited it again, and we are going to keep having it as we move forward. We don't come to put it off, all right? We are just coming to ignite our thoughts and thinking processes towards the governance in Kenya. So I want to suggest that we stop here for today. I want to invite the 5 panelists who are here to give us your closing remarks in 2 minutes. And since Adams was burning, I'll start with Adams, and I come to Black because yours was also burning. 2 minutes, 1 minute response, then the other minute a prediction. Then we move on like that. Adams, then we come to Black.
Let me be faster. Okay, this is what I want to say. Very simple. I don't see his face. Character. Mr. Black, there is something called character. Character, your character says a lot. Even before anybody opens his or her mouth, the only way we can know your mouth, when you open your mouth, will tell us who you really are, what you're thinking, as we compare with what you're, because that one will show us what your character is. Okay? The fact that somebody who is closer to me is corrupt is not a leeway for me not to talk about corruption. We should always learn the art of calling a spade a spade. The world has moved so fast. Actually, if our country, our leaders that we have in the country right now, If it was, we were living in some serious democracies, which I believe you, Mr. Black, you live in a serious democracy where you sit. Some of these people would not even be vying. Some of these people will be in jail. Some of these people, the likes of Gachagua and the Rutos of this world would be in jail. They would have been charged a long time ago if it was a serious democracy. But because our systems are compromised, we are the problem, and we, the people, are the problem, because me and you come here and we defend wrong things, and we know very well this is wrong. But because this is our person, we say this is our thief. He's a thief, yes, but he is our thief, so we have to protect them. That is the problem. But if we're just open enough and call a spade, we would have a better society. So it is my call to all of us, you plus me plus anybody else out there, that we need to be civil enough and sanitize our society. We may not finish today, but we may start it today, so that our children, our children of our children continue with doing the same. But if we want to, to just blanket it up, we know it is wrong, but we want just to blanket it up, we are the problem. So me and you, it is our sole duty, it's our civic duty to call the corrupt by their names. Call a thief, and whoever is defending them is a thief as well. Whoever is defending justice is just. Simple and clear. My prediction for tomorrow, Mr. Themba, I see a scenario whereby two-phase. Number one, Kalonzo might go to 50%. He may go to court. 50%, he may not go to court. Madam Martha Karua might be the running mate tomorrow, but I see also a case of a surprise. Maybe there's another surprise. Some sources were telling me somewhere that Munya may be back because of the card of Rigathi being played. So Martha Karua is a sure bet, but a surprise card can be played. Kalonzo may go to court or may not go to. Actually, to me, it is 60% he may not go to court. He may just keep it cool and relax. He may even appear in cases tomorrow. So that's my prediction. Otherwise, Mr. Black, this platform, we're just doing this. I have no personal thing with you. Let's keep it here and leave it here. No bad intent. Thank you so much, and God bless, man.
Black.
Me amazing. This is politics, and personally, I do not take it like the way you think it. I do. Lazima hapa yani tusioneshane kwamba tuko side the same. I have to be merciless to you just as much as you're trying to be merciless to me. This is part of the game. It's a football match. Urafiki baada ya nini, baada ya mechi. So take it from me, Adams, I have no issues with you. And any KK watching out there, just know this is just a friendly match. So when you see me outburst, my outburst like that, usichukulie serious. Whoever is watching. Now, in regards to corruption, this is an issue that I find so sad that it's being politicized when it should be dealt with instead. It's a song that has been sung time immemorial, but nothing seems to be done. Why? Because whichever leader that comes in trying to vie for presidency, all sides usually have some bad apples behind them. And it's unfortunate, for some strange reasons, these bad apples usually have a fanatical following in their areas. And these political leaders need these numbers to clinch the seats of the presidency. Now, the day that we decide, or rather the leaders decide that, I would rather lose the numbers that so and so is bringing as long as they have a corrupt record. That's the day that corruption will end being politicized. Now, I do not condone corruption, again, I repeat. But if at all in the event, once we win the 9th of August election, which I know we will, in the event that it is proven that in the presidency that either has been found guilty of having taken part in corruption, then definitely they'll be voted out, or at least they'll be impeached. And if at all they'll not be impeached, they'll be 2027. Nobody will vote them in, I included. If at all Gachagua will be found guilty in the courts of law for having corrupted some money, then of course I will not support his ticket in the next 2027 election. The same I would have advised or have loved to see on the other end, both sides. I mean, I've started with my side, I'm starting on the other end. If at all, maybe they would also start practicing the culture of so and so has been found guilty. Let's not have him in any of our seats as a candidate. Kama ni wa ODM, kama ni wa UDA, hapo ndio itakuwa mwanzo wa kupigania corruption. But otherwise, it's just a song being sung to every one of us, whichever side that you are, so as to feel as if you are safer with them. But indeed, in regards to that particular topic, none of us is. So in regards to prediction, I predict Sabina Chege to be the choice of Azimio. And why do I say this? Azimio basically, it came up as a result of a handshake between Uhuru and Raila, which brought up a working relation between the two. It tried to bear BBI as a fruit of the handshake, but it did not go well. But moving forward, they came up with the Azimio, where they decided to join the hands and their parties in order to propel Raila's presidency bid. Now, having Raila as a presidential candidate of ODM as the two original principles before, because now there are three before Kalonzo joined, it would only make it logical that Jubilee having a share or a stake into the original two principles that created Azimio, he would provide the vice president, Unye that is. Now, in that shortlisted, and in those shortlisted candidates, Sabina Chege comes from Jubilee, and by extension, Uhuru's candidate. She is a woman from Central. That gives her another plus. Controllable, being able to be controlled by Unye, yes. Martha Karua is something else. She cannot be controlled. So I think Sabina Chege's ticket would be, and Sabina Chege and Raila would be far much stronger ticket in comparison to Martha Karua and Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth is slightly weaker than Sabina Chege when it comes to addressing the public also. So I think it's Sabina Chege. That's it. Thank you.
Julia?
Thank you, Demba. Black, your views are valid. And about corruption, I really do not support anyone who is corrupt, whether in Azimio or KKA or whoever is even my brother or my sister or whoever. I don't agree with that. And I'm looking forward to see a government that doesn't condone corruption from whichever side, whether they know those people, whether they are their relatives or whatever. And that is why we proposing a Rarua ticket. Because so far, so good. I think those are the only most trusted people that we can trust can fight corruption. Now, I disagree with you, Black, when you are saying that you are waiting for two people to get to power and then they are proved guilty and then we start the process of impeaching them. I think that doesn't make sense. We can't do that, Kenyans, because Mr. Black has disappeared. Now, fellow Kenyans, we can't use ourselves as experiments. We cannot place ourselves in the slaughterhouse to see whether we'll be slaughtered, to see what will happen, to see whether Deep Ruto will steal from us, and Rigathi will steal how much, to try and find out how much will they steal from us this time. We cannot do that. We cannot be the specimen. We cannot jump from the frying pan into the fire. So this time we can't do that. So we cannot elect this kind of people. This combination of Ruto, Gachagua combination gives us a reason to be afraid. So fellow Kenyans, you need to run for your dear life. You need to be afraid and run away from these people. Keep off from these KKA people, because we cannot use ourselves as specimens for experiment and we wait and see whether the courts will judge them and then we can decide, do we need to impeach them or not? No, we cannot go there. So I want to believe that tomorrow Ababa will announce a Rarua ticket. Now, about what Mr. Black said about Jubilee, about Uhuru and power, we are not doing this so that Uhuru retains power. And I hope he's not doing that too. So we don't have to have a candidate from Jubilee. We need the right person that can perform. He doesn't have to come from Jubilee. She doesn't have to come from Jubilee. Another thing about this power sharing thing, about cabinet posts and all that, we don't need to think about which tribe, which party. We need people who are going to perform in this country. Anybody can perform from Turkana to South Coast. They are all Kenyans. So we don't need to start working out a formula here. Which party needs these numbers of cabinet secretaries? No. We need to give Baba the freedom he needs to appoint the right people who are going to be productive in this country. So me looking forward, I look forward to a Super Arua ticket. And I hope that Baba will be given the freedom he needs to decide the kind of people he needs to work with, people who are going to perform. And on corruption, whether you are in Jubilee, whether in your ODM, wherever you are, we don't need those corrupt people. We don't need them. And it's time for Kenya to change. So I hope fellow Kenyans, you buy that and you join me. Na waomba mvuke sakafu, nje pande ya Azimio, tuunge mkono Super Rarua ticket. Asante Themba.
Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. I've had this argument today for a long time with many people who support UDA that Martha Karua is not controllable. I think Martha Karua is a person who's known for her stand. And I don't think that compromising your stand is supposed to be one of the qualities that Baba should be looking at. Those principles that Martha Karua believes in are the same principles that Raila Odinga believes in. And I see some kind of synergy in their working relationship. Now, yesterday and today, the deputy president's residence was a crime scene. And if somebody threw a net, if the DCI threw a net on top of those politicians and asked them if one of them was clean, then I believe all of them would be in jail. So when Black comes here to lecture us about Azimio being corrupt, I wonder what he was looking at. You know, one thing people say that William Ruto is a shrewd politician. I might agree with what people say, but he has perfected the art of using and dumping. Kindiki Kithure was so faithful to him. He worked with him in the journey of ICC. He was his lawyer. He prepared the document that was supposed to be the guiding principle for Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Unfortunately, at the last minute, when Kithiki Kindure really needed the support of William Ruto, he was dumped, and dumped he was. Black said here that we don't have evidence that William Ruto or his friends were involved in corruption. So we want to agree here that because he said that, going by his statement, no money was lost during the money that was supposed to be used to build dams. We want to agree with him also that there were no kids that were tear gassed in Langata because no land was stolen. We also want to agree with him that Muteshi's land was not taken away from him, because Black believes that whatever he sees on his side is the truth. Finally, on the topic of prediction, I don't know who is going to be named tomorrow as the deputy presidential candidate, but I think I know who is not going to be named the deputy presidential candidate for Raila Odinga, and that person will be Kalonzo Musyoka. Thank you.
Thanks for the prediction. There's a friend of mine who is who was the former NASA chief executive officer. That was Norman Magaya. He's a good friend of mine, and he has posted about 21 minutes ago. He moved to Wiper, and he's been one of the foot soldiers of Kalonzo. He posted 21 minutes ago. Country before self, looking forward to a great day, fellow countrymen and women. Let us meet at KICC 11 a.m. So that could be an indication that after all, Kalonzo, if that is to go by, it could be an indication that Kalonzo might not be going to court. I mean, I'm just saying that.
That's what I told you.
That could be an indication. So we could predict as someone who is flip-flopping, and in his flip-flopping nature, he might find himself not going to court. So as I said, KICC 11 a.m. Yeah.
Demba, you know what I think? They saw the drama that was in Karatina, and they thought that made Ruto change his mind. So they also came up with something that they thought this was last-minute pressure on Baba, that let's tell them we're going to call, let's do all this, let's announce this. I think they saw the drama. I think that convinced them that what happened in Karatina is what may change Ruto's mind to appoint Rigathi. And maybe they're just like, you never know, Baba may change.
Oh, Rigathi, Ruto's mind had to change. Rigathi has put a lot of money in Kenya in UDA, and the money, like someone was saying, 7-something billion that he has sunk into UDA. The monies that were being given to churches, the monies that were being dished out, was Rigathi's part of it was him. So if you have, and he has said that as much. If you go to some of the interviews that he has had in the media, he has actually said that. He has said that some of us have given our lives to this, and he said that Kindiki came just the other day. So he issued threats. Someone actually puts it clearly that he actually twisted the deputy president to give him that post. So what are you likely to see? Our Ruto relationship when they get to power. Maybe Ruto just said, okay, fine, let me give you, but once I get that thing, executive order number 1, it's gonna make Rigathi make the noise. But he's also said that he's not buying fear. So he's going to intimidate the way Ruto intimidated. Thank you so much. Out of that, probably I agree with some of us here that like Adam said, 60-40, Kalonzo will be at the unveiling of the deputy president on a scale of 60. 40, he's not going to unveil because the legal way is too long. You know, it's not easy that you'll go to court and court issues an order that Azimio cannot continue. I mean, it's outrageous. Court is aware of the you know, what is going on, of the environment currently. So I don't think, and much more not even aware of that, court is aware that there's political parties tribunal that they're supposed to exhaust before even they go there. So I don't think there's anything that is going to be out of the norm. So going by what Magaya has posted, hopefully they'll be there at KICC. Thank you so much, everyone. That's my prediction. But as Julia and everyone else has said, let us be the ones to condemn corruption. Anybody who has been mentioned in corruption, even if they come from the party that you support, let Kenyans be woke. because once they start stealing from your county, the party will not be there. When Waiguru started stealing from Kirinyaga, there was no Jubilee to tetea the people. When Obado was stealing in Migori, there was no PDR and there was no ODM. It was him stealing for himself. So if you go to the vote as a voter, kindly look for the leader. Someone like, we could actually start having conversations around people that you should not elect, whichever party they are in. Some of the corrupt people that we know that have been mentioned in corruption, one way or another, you should not give them a try. Right now, we are actually putting their names, and we want to continuously mention them. Whichever party they are in, you should not elect them. Someone like Lusaka, Ken Lusaka, that's a person you should not elect. Waiguru, you should not elect Waiguru. Someone like, we are going to be putting names here, so that whichever party those people are, because at the end of the day, it is the people that suffer. It is you, the voter, that suffer. The party will not suffer. And even the ticket of Ruto and Rigathi, that's not a ticket that you should even be considering. That's a ticket to send home very early in the morning. We hope that you'll make the correct choice, because at the end of the day, we can't force you to vote. It is your voter, you the voter. When you're going to the ballot, you have to make sure you cast your ballot wisely. Do not listen to many things, because at the end of the day, there are some counties that have really gained. Their leaders have brought development, Makueni County, Kitui County. Their leaders have really done much. There's Nyandarua County. Is it Nyandarua County that had, was it Morethi? Territo Morethi? They have really done good. They went independent. There are some counties that are thriving. There are some constituencies that are doing better than others, because their leaders focused on development. You need to do that as a voter. So the voter has the final decision, you the voter. We will continue having this discourse every single day, and we keep meeting here. Our intention is to keep encouraging you and creating awareness on you as a voter to make the correct choice come 9th of August. That is what we want to continuously drum for you, because at the end of the day, it is you, the voter, that will make the decision. And we want you to get out and vote. Do not say that now, even if I go to vote, it doesn't make a change. Yes, it does. Your vote counts. Your vote. Get out and vote for the leader that you want. I want to bring in Makiadi, but before that, let me mention those who are down there: Mato Makandets, Babu Nawajuku, Gigi Man, Elkana Shivashi, Rafiki ya Makiadi, Paul Kamau, Simba Omar Said, Black ametoka hapa, amerudi huko chini kucheza kama yeye. Simon, asante. Kikwetu Ventures, mtu wa nguvu, asante sana. Dominic Liza, Simba Omar Said tena. Eva Wood Yayala, asante. Melanie Nyaboke anasema thanks Julia for telling Black the truth. Melanie Nyaboke amekwambia asante. David Olo, Black is really weak after speaking nonsense, anatoka kwa panel. It happens. Jojo Nyulo, Paul Kamau tena. Wacha nitafute mwingine. Olivia Kemunto, asante. Kuna Linet wa Bomba, nilikuwa nitafuta girlfriend wa Makiadi na Makandet. Makiadi leo wa Bomba yuko hapa. Your girlfriend Adams, educate Black until he becomes white, not yellow. As UDA color, because character will continue. Linet wa Bomba. You're funny. All in all, we really appreciate everyone. Abdul Rahman Ahmed, asante. Brian Biwat. Okay. Oh, isiwe issue, nimemwona pale Bob Werunga. Isiwe issue, nimekutaja. The African Mindset, Mise, huyo ni wewe, tumekuona. Kwa hivyo kama corruption iko tugawe, Mohamed Ige. Asante. Haya, tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei channel, and napoendelea kusubscribe kwa Mutembei channel, pia tafadhali subscribe kwa channel yangu and my daughter. If you haven't, kindly go there. Asante sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kusubscribe. We really appreciate. Tafadhali go there to Pemba and Lulu show. Hot videos dropping this week. Tafadhali enda pale. We're on our way to 1000. Karibu mnatufikisha 600, bado watu kama 40 hivi tufike. Kama huja subscribe, enda tu pale subscribe. Nakuomba uende pale, piga subscribe ni free. Unapo subscribe kwa Mutembei channel. Asante sana. Makiadi, tafadhali tupe article ya leo.
Asante Mthemba, kabla nisome article nataka tu kukosoa kidogo. Huyo governor ulikuwa unasema anaitwa Nderito, ni wa Laikipia. Independent. Na kitu ingine moja tu hapa, Jijiman anasema tuache mambo ya kupoliticize corruption fights. Mimi ningemuuliza kwa nini hajafuatwa na CID ama na DCI? Kama angekuwa ameiba pia yangefuatwa. Kwa nini wale wanafuatwa wanajulikana wamefanya nini? Alright. So leo tunasoma article 56 ambayo inaongea juu ya minorities and marginalized groups. The state shall put in place affirmative action programs designed to ensure that minorities and marginalized groups are A, participate and are represented in government, in governance and other spheres of life. B, are provided special opportunities in education and economic fields. C, are provided special opportunities for access to employment. D, develop their cultural values, languages and practices. And E, have reasonable access to water, health services and infrastructure.
That is article 56. Tunaenda pole pole. Unaona tumeshafika article 56. Bado tuko chapter 3, si ndio? Yeah, bado tuko chapter 3. Tuko article 56 chapter 3. So a Bill of Rights. So that's where we are. Thank you so much. Now tutasema maombi na kama kawaida.
Chapter 4, sorry.
Chapter 4, yeah. Bill of Rights chapter 4, sorry. Bill of Rights chapter 4. Yeah, like keep your governor, Nderito Moridhi. That is the chairman of Azimio campaigns. So I mean, we are doing good, very organized. Hatuwezi waweka for 17 hours kukuja kutaja corrupt person kuwa we cannot do that. That's not how we do things. I mean, mtu ambaye ako na corruption, corrupt na ako na hate speech, propagandism mbaya kama Gachagua ni mtu wa kuongojesha watu 17 hours. I think this what Kenya Pisha, they are not taking Kenyans seriously. You can't keep us waiting for 70 hours for you to name Gachagua, surely. I mean, you are really making a whole lot of decisions to come and name Gachagua for 17 hours at Mnahago. So you are choosing between Gachagua and Waiguru. I mean, between Gachagua and Kindiki, it was an obvious ticket. So it take you 17 hours. Amata hiyo pia lazima itafutwe. Na wacha tuseme wimbo wa taifa. Nitasema stanza ya kwanza. Adams atasema stanza ya pili. Wacha jana. Julio alikuwa hapa jana? Julia atasema stanza ya tatu. Haya, ninaanza. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote kwa bidii. Nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Amina.
Amina. Asanteni sana. Unaona vile Azimio tunawaimbia na tunaombea wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha mufti. Inaitwa lugha mufti.
Fasaha.
Fasaha. Tuko swadakta. Unasikia lugha ambayo ni imekuwa lugha ambayo iko na nimetafuta hiyo Kiswahili imepotea.
Julia, kuna salamu zako zinamiminika minimini kutoka kwa mwana wa Ingo.
Mwana wa Ingo nimekuona. Hi mwana wa Ingo.
Anaitwa Idi Alfa na ananiambia mubashara Kiswahili. Tunajaribu kuelezea kwamba kwa mwendo wa aste kama alivyosema, alivyonukuu Julia na mnukuu Julia, alivyosema kwamba kwa mwendo wa aste mvuke sakafu, mje upande.
Julia mise yule nakuaga hapa nauliza kama uko single ati kuna rafiki yake fulani. I don't know why, hapo kwa comment.
Okay, mwambie
private chat.
Adams, aulize huyo rafiki yake ako kwa Azimio. Hiyo ndio condition.
Napiga kura na kuja kuonyesha amepiga kura.
Sasa muelezee yule ambaye anammezea mate Julia, kama pia yeye ni single, aende pale angoje tarehe 9 aje na kidole ambacho ameonyesha kwamba ametumbukiza ya kwamba amepiga kura na kura amepiga, aseme ni Azimio.
Na akipiga picha ya hiyo kura anionyeshe kwamba alipiga
kidole ambacho kimetumbukizwa kwenye wino.
Aje hapa hiyo ishara ya kwamba
Have a question, have a simple question before.
Ongea Kiswahili bana Adams, kama hujui Kiswahili bana wewe.
Nina swali.
Leo nitaongea Kiswahili sanifu bana. Nini wewe?
Bwana Rich nauliza kwamba kunayo what can I say?
Kiswahili si mdomo chako.
Najaribu kuongea Kiswahili sanifu lakini haiji bana. Nilikuwa nakuuliza kwamba kama kuna njia yoyote ya tunapo sisi kama Wakenya ama kama nchi tunaenda mara nyingi tunaenda pale kwenye National Assembly pale, yani kwenye bungeni pale, wabunge wetu wanabadilisha sheria mara kwenye referendum ama njia zingine zozote. Na wimbo wetu wa taifa unaweza badilishwa ama aina hatuwezi kabisa. Kuna yote ya kuibadilisha ama hiyo ni sheria, lazima tuende kwenye referendum ndio tufanye hivyo ama iko sawa tu?
Kuna mambo ambayo kuyabadilisha, manake tunasoma katiba saizi, kuna mambo katika katiba kuyabadilisha utahitaji maoni ya watu wengi, kwa hivyo lazima ufanye kura ya maoni. Mambo ambayo kwa mfano ukitaka kubadilisha kama mambo nyeti ambayo yanatuunganisha kama Wakenya. Na moja hapo ni wimbo wa taifa. Kwa hivyo wimbo wa taifa huwezi ukaamka tu hivi ukaamua kiholela hivi ukaenda mahala ukakaa ukasema wacha basi nibadilishe wimbo wa taifa.
Labda ulifanyie editing pale, yani weke
unaitwa ukarabati.
Amna hiyo itahitaji ya kwamba tuweze kupata maoni ya watu wengi pale. Haiwezekani kabisa. I mean isiwe jambo ambalo unaweza ukalifikiria, manake hilo linaweza likakutia doa wewe kama mbaya.
Labda mimi mtunzi, labda nimeutunga mwingine wimbo mwingine wa taifa labda.
Hivi basi mbona afikiria kwamba baada ya miaka 50 wewe ndio utakuwa mtunzi ambaye anaweza kubadilisha ile ambayo hivi utunzi wako umepita wale wengine wote ambao wamekuepo.
Adams, kwa hakika ningependa kusema kwamba wimbo wa taifa umenukuliwa katika katiba yetu. Na kisha basi kama ungependa kubadilisha wimbo wetu wa taifa, itamaanisha kwamba utaweza kutumia kura ya maoni na utaweza kwenda kutafuta sahihi za Wakenya wengi. Ndiposa utumie njia ya bunge kama ni njia ambayo itakubalika na katiba ili uweze kufanya mabadiliko hayo.
Nimekuelewa.
Na hakika kwamba alivyokuelezea kaka Makiadi ni kwamba ni jambo ambalo utaweza kulifikiria. Kama utaweza hivi, lazima utumie katiba ili tuweze kubadilisha. Ama kwa hakika nimeshukuru sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kuwa nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Limekuwa ni mjadala ambao umeweza kutuletea tija kama Wakenya, na bila shaka wale ambao wamekuwa pale wakitusikiza, tuna hakika ya kwamba mmeweza kunufaika na kufaidika katika maongezi yetu. Tunatarajia kwamba tutaweza kuwa na mjadiliano na mjadala kama huu kwa siku zijazo, hadi kipindi ambacho tutaweza kufika pale kwenye kupiga kura. Hivi wewe kama mpiga kura ni mtu wa maana sana. Lazima hakikisha kwamba kura yako umeiweka, na yule ambao unataka kumchagua kama kiongozi ni mtu ambaye ana sifa nzuri, sifa ambazo zinamweka awe ni mtu ambaye atakusaidia katika maisha yajayo. Usijifikirie mwenyewe peke yako, wafikirie pia watoto, wajukuu na vitukuu ambao watakuja baadaye. Ni mie wenyu.
Memba, niko na salamu za Elikana, anasema yeye ni wa class of 90. Amesema mimi peke yake ndio naweza elewa maneno ya class of 90. Hi Elikana, sisi ni watu wa class of 90.
Yamaanisha nini?
Sijui ni watu wangapi hapa waelewa class of 90.
Yes, sielewi. Sipati
ambao walienda shule in the 90s ama
sielewi.
Yani tulimaliza form 490.
Sielewi. Sipati
labda namaanisha kwamba yeye ni sehemu ya watu ambao walimaliza shule ya upili mwaka wa 90.
Mwaka wa 90.
Na Ndemba, nimefurahia natarajia kuenda mbele tutaweza kuwa tunazungumza Kiswahili katika sehemu yetu ya kufunga, ili kwamba tujaribu kuonyesha Kenya pia sisi ni wazalendo na tunapenda nchi yetu na lugha yetu ya Kiswahili.
Nakubaliana na wewe kabisa.
Kweli kabisa Makiadi, manake wajua ya kwamba kuna lugha mbili ambazo zinatambulika katika katiba yetu kama lugha ambazo ni
rasmi,
mwafaka na rasmi kutumika. Lugha mbili, moja ni King'eng'e na nyingine ni Kiswahili. Hivi tumeweza kutumia King'eng'e kwa muda mrefu, licha kiasi cha kwamba wengine wetu tumeweza kupotea. Tumesahau hata itikadi na zile nguzo muhimu ambazo zinatuunganisha kama Wakenya.
Bwana Themba, unaposema King'eng'e unamaanisha Kiingereza?
Anamaanisha Kiingereza.
Namaanisha Kiingereza kaka.
Ndicho hicho Kimombo pia. Ndio Kiingereza, ndio King'eng'e. Na kuna mtu ambaye anasema kwamba Julia, inaonekana we ni mmoja wa wale ambao walikuwa navaa nguo ambayo ilikuwa yajulikana kama belly bottom. Sijui kama unaikumbuka.
Hapana, sikupata belly bottom.
Asanteni sana wasikilizaji. Hivi tumeweza kufurahika sana siku ya leo kwa ajili ya tumenufaika na mjadala na mawazo ambayo yametolewa. Swala nyeti ambalo tunalijadili hapa kila siku ni uongozi na jinsi ambavyo tunaweza kupata watu ambao wanatusaidia kama Wakenya. Tunakubaliana kama Wakenya kwamba umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. Alivyosema wahenga, asiyesikia la mkuu uvunjika guu. Naamini ya kwamba hautaweza kubali kuvunjika guu. Hivi kwa ajili ya mambo ambayo tumezungumza, na tumesema kwamba tutakuwa tunamaliza kwa Kiswahili, sitaweza kuwasomea jambo lolote kwa King'eng'e kwa siku ya leo. Naomba tuweze kumalizia hapo hadi tutakapoonana tena. Hebu Karima awajazie
alamsiki.
Anaitwa nani? Wanasema kwa Islamu, wanasema Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala aweze kuwakirimia kiasi cha haja, anayepeana neema ndogo ndogo na kubwa kubwa aweze kuwapa pia.
Kiswahili cha Zanzibari hayo bana.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, muwe na usiku mnono.
Mwema.
Usiku mnono.